So let me see. Boots it. I won't try it. But how you guys doing? How's your weekend? How's family? How's life? How's everybody? Oh shoot. My weekend was starting the regular routine way for the most part until I got in a car accident. I don't know if you guys saw my post on for the most part, put on my main platforms like TikTok, IG, Facebook, Likey, Big O. But yesterday morning at 3 in the morning, for me individual, I do the farmer's market. I've been doing the same market for my father for 10 years in Seattle. And we were going to this squad, right? Same routine. Wake up at 2:30, get coffee, gas up. And then we were going, I was driving. I love to drive. So with that said, drove for about an hour roughly. And then, it doesn't sound crazy when I say this, which I'll do it tomorrow live again because I'm going to record it, etc. Because my followers want me to talk about it. First and foremost, I'm going to say this, like, yo, like, if you're like a person that can handle the driving, like, be very cautious and shit, right? First and foremost. Second of all, wise, be observant, be always observant of your surroundings best as. Tip in the morning, that time, 3 in the morning, no one's really on the road, it's like semis. Minor cars set wise, right? But with that said, we're going up I was on the fast lane, right? I was in the fast lane. Then, 2 seconds, let me look at my Facebook. 2 seconds, please. I have a bunch of phones I'm trying to set up. Gotta rotate my live session, so I apologize. 2 seconds, please. So I have a lot of questions from Facebook followers I'm going to ask on these platforms, and then ask their questions, and then if I can answer it for them. Oh, yeah, most definitely. That's what I'm here about. I love talking about it, and so try to elaborate for y'all to make it easy as possible so you don't stay with your overthinking and confusion, So, jeez Louise. 2 seconds, guys. There we go. I should be good now. There we go. So I'm up on Facebook. Anyways, we're gonna ask some questions. But anyways, so I say like if you're a decent driver, be a decent driver best as, right? Be observant of your environment always. In front of you, behind you, peripherals. Always look for like teaching drivers that always look for escape routes. Try not to be distracted on your phone too much. I mean, yes, I multitask to the fullest. With that said, driving, right? Driving, I like great jazz. Then I want to get my hot chocolate, right? Then I'm getting my hot chocolate, like my peripheral, I see lights. I'm like, how's there light? In my head, remember this is in my head. It was all a fast transaction when it all went down. But I'm just like, I look up, I told my dad, I was like, lights. And my dad looked, he pointed like lights. So it's crazy because the car, remember, I'm going westbound on 82, and they're going eastbound on westbound, going towards my way. So actually, I was going 72 in the fast lane. They were about going 80 plus easily, but they were hugging the guardrail, right? They're hugging it, not bouncing off it. They're hugging it. So I'm like, cool, you know what? Let me get out of the way because I'm not trying to get hit, etc. As soon as I was trying to get out of the way, right? Like in the movies, how you're like, the people hide from the boogeyman, the monster and shit. Whatchamacallit, and then it turns to look at you. That's exactly what happened. They were driving on the rail. As soon as I tried to merge out of the way a little bit, the lights were straight, directly at me. Wise. So with that said, lucky I didn't freeze, I didn't panic, none of that shit. I was just like, I got mad. I was like, really? And then I cranked the wheel to the right because it was like, once again, it would have been head-on collision easily, but I cranked it the wheel wise and it bounced. Hit. I'm driving, hit the driver's fender. I didn't know this part, but it snapped the fucking wheel off. Part of my French. And from there, wise, basically bounced off of us, wise, and it shot down there. So when that happened, I paid attention to my mirrors, right? When I saw them, I'm doing 360, bounce off the guardrails. They're doing oval 360s. I just saw it 3 times, you know, flat headlights. And then, you know, the lights, you know, their headlights vanished because, you know, they shot way the fuck down there. And with that said, my side, you know, it's a big cargo van. So with that said, it was trying to, hey, what's up? The van was, you know, trying to flip. It was tipping, so I was like canister, like drifting canister, and I'm thinking in my head like, yo, I don't want the van to stop in the fast lane. Cars are still coming behind us. You know, the intent was, you know, shoot to the passenger. I mean, the slow lane. Got there, and when that happened, you know, freaking, my dad was frozen, right? I told my dad, yo, get out. He didn't listen to me. I was like, Dad, I'm not, you know, trying to be rude to you, but, you know, get the fuck out, you know? And, you know, he got out. I tried to get out. I'm pinched. I can't even move because I do like Asian. The seat's all the way forward. The tail's behind us. We're against the seat, so I couldn't, you know, the motor wouldn't push it back. So I'm like, hey, you know, I don't know how bad you are, but if you could grab the tables and push them out of the way so I can move the seat back and get out of here, because cars are still coming. So when I say that, a car's flying by, but it's slowing down, but you can hear all like the glass and metal bouncing out the roadway. I told my dad, you see, I ain't trying to get hit again, you know? So he grabs the tables out of there as soon as possible. Then I try, you know, I drag it out, sideways to the passenger side, and I try to stand up and try to go for a walk. Hell no. As it is, I thought like I broke my, you know, legs or my ankles, etc. But now they were spraining, my ankles were spraining really, really bad. Hella bad. And then, you know, glass on the floor and shit, crawl to the fucking guardrail, get up, sit down, and I'm just like yelling. I'm like, fuck, this is stupid ass shit. How the people can't see, you know, how come they can't see this shit? But obviously, I already knew they're either drunk or high. They're not fucking tired. If you're tired, you're not driving 80 plus tired. No. If you're paranoid, like, oh, I fucked up, you know, I got on the wrong side. I got on the wrong lane and shit. You know, I'll slow it down. At least put my hazards on and shit. Cool, understandable. So obviously, with that situation, freaking, it was drugs or alcohol, you know. So luckily, when that happened, a semi went in front of us, stopped in front of us, maybe like 20 feet in front of us. A semi went behind us, and they stopped. So like, cool, built a barrier, you know. From there, I was calling 911, like great jazz. Here's a little, you know, like in the movies and shit, when you get hit and all that. Hey man, whatchamacallit, like when you're on adrenaline and shit, you're on adrenaline. Hey, you know what's how you doing? What's alive? You're on adrenaline, right? So with that said, like, you know, there were medics were there, the house, you know, the ambulance. Or you be quiet. Swear, freaking dog. That's my daughter's dog. So annoying as hell. Never happy in life. He barks inside the home, outside the home. He's always barking. You know. Anyways, whatchamacallit. So a little advice, like when you're on adrenaline, when I tell you, yo, you go to the hospital, even if you don't break anything. Whatchamacallit, if you're spraying, like my ankles were buzzed, you know, they were pretty swollen really fast. And I was like, you know what, I'll be cool. They're like, you sure? I'll be cool. Like, dude, like, they're like, you're not paying for none of this. They're going to pay for all this. I was like, it's not even that, I don't know. I mean, now I'm good. But in reality, I should have gone in the hospital because later on, because by the time, you know, all the cops were there, the cops got there were like maybe 3 minutes, right? But with that said, there was helicopters, ambulances, the DOAs there. We were about there for like an hour and 15 minutes to do like reports, asking, you know, same questions many times, which I'm cool, I'm patient. But by then, by sitting there for so long, you know, my ankles got hella swollen. I could barely even walk now. And they're like, even the detectives like, why didn't you take the ride with the hospital? You should have gone on there. You would have been in the hospital, would have been talking to the hospital, been a lot warmer. They give you meds, you know, slow down the swelling and stuff. Now you're sitting here. And I was like, well, note to self, next time when I'm on adrenaline, it says not to get in an accident again. If it happens, yeah, no, definitely going, let's go to the hospital. Because, yeah, it's pretty bad. So with that said, you know, body's banged up. You know, this happened yesterday at 3 in the morning. So it's been about like 24 hours wise, a little bit past 24 hours. Yeah, a day and a half wise. And yeah, so my body's hella sore, shoulders, especially my ankles. I'm walking a little bit more. Nothing broken, just hella swollen. So with that said, like, lucky as an individual, no bragging rights when I say this, I can drive, you know. So I didn't feel like, because like my nephew has my pops, you know, his grandfather, why she's like, Grandpa, if you would have been driving, I told my dad, no respect to you, Pops, but like, if you was driving, we would, you know, like a lot of people, you probably would have froze. We would definitely hit head on, and it'd be way worse for both of us. It'd probably be like, busted legs, busted pretty bad, you know, because what happened to his side, my father's side, him, you know, because he forgot about the airbag, natural reaction, you want to put your hands on the dash, right? So when he put his hands out, thank you, when he put his hands out, the airbag went off, you know, slapped his hand, and, you know, hurt his shoulder. Then the airbag hit his chest, you know, face a little bit, his chest. So his chest hurts, back hurts, shoulder, and then his right thigh for bouncing off the door a little bit. But it was crazy, man. it was just like this. But once again, like in my head, I'm like, when I saw that car coming my way, I was like, bro, like in Seattle, that happens a lot because people are new there, they're nervous, you know, potentially drinking and driving. But that's not really when I say it, but that's kind of common because something has on and off ramps like so close. If you're not paying attention to the signs, you might potentially go on the wrong one, right? So with that said, when it happened, I was like, dude, this is wild. This happens in Seattle, not here, little Eastern Washington, little Mexico, which is the valley, quote unquote. But yeah, that was wild, man. So lucky overall, just the body's banged up. I just gotta walk hella slow, use the crutches. I haven't used crutches before, so that's different, So it's and it sucks too because I just started my gym therapy because like 2 months ago I got like either from Taco Bell either food poisoning or ice poisoning from the ice machine and shit. I was researching that it could be food poisoning or potentially if you don't clean the ice machine, etc. Service said that can also happen because I was dying pretty bad, like falling apart every which way, throwing up for about 7-8 days, fatigued, and then I was like, damn, now this is happening. Like, dude, I'm trying in this lifetime. I'm trying to live as long as possible. I'm just on the same story above ground, so that's why my father's get somebody talk to insurance, talk to lawyers, all that good shit. I'll take free therapy just to bullshit with them, see what's up, because I love all my conversations every which way. So let me see what therapist, where they sit up here with. So especially with my tattoos and all that. So it would suck because I love going to the market in Seattle because I get to have all my conversations. The females in Seattle, even males too, but females are more extroverts than males because they're not scared to ask questions. Why you have tattoos in your neck, your face, what's it about, etc. The males look at me, they might ask, but not really. They just keep a humble conversation, go on with the day, etc. But the females actually talk to me, which I love having conversations, all my conversations, right? And that's why I'm 98, I don't know why I was doing that shit. 98% of my followers are females and on my platforms. 2% are males because there's actually males that don't work themselves. Whatchamacallit, the females, they're either haven't worked themselves, but they're not scared to ask questions, or they are working themselves. So that's why I do what I do every day, above grounds, tell the same story and stuff. So yeah, I'm blessed to be here another day above ground, because once again, in my head, I'm still going for triple digits. I'm trying to tell the same story to for the whole universe. You don't feel alone, because dead ass. The only reason why life became hard is relationships. Yes, you have child traumas, bullies and bullshit. But remember, everyone in the universe is going through shit in life. Everyone is. That's what I said, which I'm gonna get tat on me. 95% of the universe is broken, codependent, and you don't even know why. You don't want to talk about it. That's what the person I prayed that the young cat, which today they posted what happened, but they put one of the individual's name that was potentially driving, because it was him and another person, one of their buddies, and both of them didn't want to say who was driving. So they got one of them apparently. So let's see what happens in that situation. But me, on my side, I'm gonna do a TikTok about it and then put it on my platform. I'm gonna put his full name. So this is how you check anyone in the universe, especially on social media. In breakups, you have bullies and bullshit. Like, people are like, oh, I don't want to be bully, be mean, and hurt their feelings. If they hurt your feelings in the situation, fuck their feelings. Use your narcissist trait the best out of you. Hate, pride, ego, lust, greed, power. Once you learn how to control your bad side, your narcissist traits, then you can use it correctly. Wise, like, you play stupid, I play stupider. You talk your shit, I'll do reverse psychology. So you got to be ready for words. If not, I'm way too much for you. That's what I tell everybody, man, all the time. So I'll do my TikTok. I'll put his full name on there, and tell the story. I'm telling baby, I had nothing against you for what you did. But here's the kick. Remember this: when car accidents happen, you got to break it down. Oh, well, they were drinking and driving. Well, that's part of the fucking equation. Yeah, common sense. Drinking and driving, you're high in drugs and bullshit. But why are you high in drugs? Why are you drinking and driving? Why did you get in the car if you know you're fucked up with alcohol or bullshit, oxys, blues, whatever the fuck you on? Why did you get in the car for? That was your choice. Premeditated. You thought about it, right? But with that said, when people fall to bullshit, drugs, alcohol, pills, what are you doing? Running finger problems like Forrest Gump, because you don't want to work on yourself, which is definitely your choice. So with that said, obviously he's going through shit in life. That's why I say people, which, hurt people. He's hurt, obviously going through shit in life, doesn't want to talk about it. And then he hurt us, wise. But what am I going to do in a situation? Make him more famous than he really is. So if everyone in the valley, where I'm from, is for one, you see this kid right here? Be observant of him, wise. If you chill with them, I don't give a shit if your parents, you're his parents watching this, grandparents, I don't care if it hurts your feelings or his feelings. He can reach out whenever he wants to, which is his choice, right? I haven't done against him, but he should go get some help. Ask for help from family, friends, therapist, counselor, whatever the situation is, because obviously you're going through shit in life where you obviously felt addiction, potentially wise, drinking, alcohol, whatever. I don't give a shit. Oh, well, I'm young, partying, kick it. Fuck it. Be a statistic. Be a circle. I pray for you, not 10. I go on my day, But the door is always here when you want to ever talk and vibe. I have nothing against nobody. Did you just get out of the hospital? Oh, yeah, it was last night, actually. Today's Sunday, right? So it was yesterday, like noonish. I would just want to sleep quite a bit because I was, exhausted from the situation. But that's what I'm saying, like, dead ass, like, analogy, right? In my mansion, I closed all the doors of my pain. I worked on myself, went through my healing, awakening, woke journey, right? So I cut out the whole universe. I don't give a shit what color he is. $0 in your pocket, $1 trillion in your pocket. Mass man-made bullshit. I'm happy you're BBLs, OnlyFans, 1,000 supercars. I'm happy you got man-made bullshit, but that can't fix you nor save you. It's just by advantage to happiness. So with that said, in my mansion, closed the door of pain once again. So I'm a beast, I'm a god immortal. Zeus ain't got shit at night because he felt the lust. He's a demi, I'm a god, etc. So I won't die spiritual, emotional, mentally wise. Physically, this body, this vessel is weak as hell. Get a paper cut, you die. Look at my ankles are swollen. I'm on lipping hella slow and bullshit. I get irritated. I'm like, dude, these vessels are so fucking weak. Every which way. But all you can do is maintain them. You got to take care of your body so your body takes care of you. If not, then stress is a killer. Stress is a killer. But why is it a killer? Because you're allowed to get to that point. Why don't you control your overthinking? Why don't you control your situation, which is your choice, So, what are you talking about? Oh, as far as an individual, like I tell people analogy, I'm not saying physically. I'm saying these bodies, I don't give a fuck if you're Arnold, a gym brat, male, female. You're physically strong, you get in a car accident, you get banged and shit. Guess what happens? Your body's in pain, you break shit. Or if you don't break shit, like myself, I didn't break it, but I bounced off the door, broke the driver's window with my elbow because when I was counter steering all that good shit. So with that said, that's what I'm saying, the bodies are weak. So with that said, in my mansion, I closed all the doors of my pain. So spiritually, emotionally, mentally, I'm a beast, I'm a god, I'm immortal. I won't ever die. Spiritually, mentally, emotion-wise, the physical body can only last for so long. That's why you gotta take care of your body. So your body takes care of you. It's all analogies-wise. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can have all the man-made bullshit, drugs, alcohol, pills. You can be a king, goddess, whatever you want to call yourself in your country, your world. I don't care. But that's cosmetics. That's all it is. Man-made bullshit. That's what I tell people to give shit to, OnlyFans, people that are rich. Like, you have all the money in the world, right, quote unquote. You don't have this, the financial, as far as like stress and bullshit because you're stable. But make this make sense. You're rich and famous when you, especially as they give shit to OnlyFans. While you're sleeping like rich people, now you're making money. So how do you have anxiety, depression, paranoia, PTSD, suicide thoughts, low self-esteem, anger issues? Make that shit make sense. You look hot, perhaps drink some water and take some breath. You talk. Oh, I'm sorry. I was speaking in general. I speak fast. I'm trying to learn how to slow down. So I apologize. That's why you see me fluctuate. I'm like trying to go fast, slow, fast, slow. Because I've been speaking fast for the last 20 years of my life. Typically, I speak slow for the most part because as Chicano, Mexican, American, Hispanics, for the most part, we speak slow. So the reason why I speak fast, let me tell you the quick story. My first baby moms, the love of my life then, lose the disciple every which way, Anyways, she's Latina from Venezuela, raised in New York. So she's got the, speak Spanish, Portuguese, English, East Coast accent, and Latin people speak hella fucking fast. So I had to adapt to my situation. So with that said, I'm trying to learn how to slow down dramatically. So you'll see me fluctuate, especially in general wise to slow down so people can understand me more. And on top of that, when I do all these video editing wise on my Adobe Premiere Pro, the AI can catch up to me wise, because to edit me as an individual, it's hard because I speak so fast. So I'm trying to learn how to slow down. So I apologize. He's a little out of breath? Nah, I just speak fast. And as far as out of breath, my body's exhausted from the accident. So with that said, like if you get in a car accident, a lot of people have been in car accidents, they won't be alive. That's what I'm saying. 95% of leaders born codependent. Y'all getting car accidents, PTSD kicks in, you're everywhere. I don't want to drive, I'm paranoid. You go to breakups, same shit, PTSD, anxiety, everything. You're going through every which way because you don't have control your overthinking, your thoughts. Focus on you. Figure out, okay, why did this happen? I know I was doing good. I was driving. It was the person, obviously, once again, driving the vehicle, going the wrong opposite way on the freeway. So with that, why? Because drunk, high, etc., man-made bullshit, and they got their own personal problems, But with that, I have nothing against them. Everyone's going to shit in life. The intent is to work on yourself. If you choose to want to use your choice, this conversation is not upon, it's not forced upon nobody, but you should reach out to people when you go into shit in life because it's not hurt people, and so on and so on. Oh, thank you. No, thank you. Unavailable. No, it's once again, thanks to God, everyone up there watching over us. Like, once again, it's not my time yet. I'm trying to live as long as possible to tell the same story because free therapy, life coach, all that great jazz, because I want the whole universe to get the life back so they don't feel alone, because your head's your best friend or your worst enemy. And if you have a support team, it's going to be hard. Like I tell people all the time, like, you can't fix yourself by yourself. It's highly impossible, because if your healing wisdom is like maxed out, right, and you don't know how to get over X, Y, you don't know how to get over your PTSD, suicidal thoughts, and how are you supposed to overcome the situation if you don't know how to? So what do? Get a support team. I say you have to have one. Have it for a trigger. You should want a support team, because anyone that's part of your support team that actually love and care about you, wise, they give you what? We heal you, guide you, support you, uplift you, forewarn you, show my love to you, but we can't fix you or save you. Only the person in the mirror can. And that's it. I say it all the time. Actually, I have it on me, tied on me, wise, etc. So with that said, that's a lot I try to do every day above ground. So I'm not trying to leave yet, I'm trying to go for 100 plus. Sounds like a long time, but the longer the better, wise, but that's why you gotta be observant. Oreo! I swear. Anyways, what you gonna call it, you gotta be observant of your environment. Best as, if not, then accidents happen, wise, and then you get in toxic relationship, wise, and that destroys you. That's why I have to, to use my narcissist traits to give people shit, like, okay, it's, not rude to the females, but, Oreo! I swear. Real off the subject, real fast, which I'm gonna do a TikTok about this shit, like, all you kids that live with your parents, right? Before you bring a pet in the household, remember, you live with your parents. I don't give a shit how old you are. Ask your parents, mom, dad, I want to get a cat or dog. Whatever your pet is, ask. It's a simple question. It's not your household, especially when you're a teenager and stuff, and you live in and become an adult, quote unquote. You live with your parents and you don't help nothing, not a penny in the household. You don't offer to pay rent. You can't offer fucking nothing. But you want to bring these dogs in the mix, right? And that's what I tell my older daughter. Like, I tell me, once again, I keep it 1,000. I'm blunt. If I hurt your feelings, that's my job. But here's the kicker: we could talk about how I hurt your feelings, why I hurt your feelings. So with that said, like, I tell her with these dogs, like, you've had them for about what, 2 years now, 3 years now. I think 3 years now. I believe 3 years now, going on 3 years. Anyway, they go, you bought them, and you told me, when I come back from a situation with my second daughter, right? So, I got some puppies. They're cute. I'm like, you have only bought 3 fucking three bags of dog food, and that's it, in about 3 years. And then basically they became my kids, because, you don't take care of them and shit. And then I told you got a cat. Same thing happened. With your friend's house, they give you a cat. I had the cat inside her bad way. Nope. I told her you get, cat litter box, cat food, take care of your cat. She couldn't do that. What'd I do? Sorry, pretty cat. I'm gonna throw you outside with the other cats. I'm not gonna. No. I already got these 2 dogs here. That fucking Oreo barking all the time. And then that's what I told her. I love you, but with that said, you didn't take care of the dogs. You didn't take care of your cat. Don't have kids. I just told her, what? If you have kids, I'm not helping with the kids at all. I don't give a shit with my grandkid. Nope. Where's your baby father? Where's your boyfriend? What's their family? I don't care. No. If you can't take care of dogs, you can't take care of cats. How you gonna take care of a kid? Make that shit make sense, And me, once again, I'm blunt. I don't hold back at all. My job is to trigger the universe. First, I'm sour, whatever fucking your feelings, my narcissist traits, and I control them. Then I elaborate. Then I'm sweet. Let me tell you what I'm saying. You don't have to comprehend it, but we're having this conversation. What's it called? Communication. On your side, you don't have to comprehend. My side, I'm doing communication and comprehension. That's my job. So with that said, I want to tell everybody, kids out there, when you live with your parents, you gotta ask. Anywhere you live in the universe, you have roommates, whatever the fuck it is. There's typically rules. If you want to break the rules, then have altercations. You didn't ask a simple question before you decide to bring an animal in the household, whatever. Let's say scenario, I go with roommates, whatever. I want to buy an animal, a pet, quote unquote, right? And I ain't telling none of my roommates. It's gonna be altercation. Let's say I want my girlfriend over. I want her to move in with me. Obviously, I have roommates. It's not my household. It's our household. So we gotta talk about it. Or if not, I could bring her in, move her in, and I'm like, okay, I know that's your girlfriend now, but she stayed 2-3 nights a week already. So what? She living here? Well, yeah. Well, we didn't talk about that. We don't want no one here at all. Like, we all have girlfriend scenario, but no, our girlfriends don't live with us. It's just that's it. Now you have altercations, and that's the type of people. You gotta open your fucking mouth, man. If not, then what? And just play the role of victim. Tell a sob story to everybody in the universe. But we didn't ask your roommates. You didn't ask your parents a simple question. Talk about it. Then you're the one that caused altercation. That's the shit. I tell people 95%. Once again, 95% of the universe. You're codependent. You're scared to talk about what? Words, conversation, and feelings. Like, why? That's how I get irritated with people. Like, blue pillars, I'm gonna get tired of blue pill, red pill. Like, blue pillars, y'all can't handle conversations, words, nor feelings at all. I promise you can't. Y'all said I'm mammy bullshit. What's that mammy bullshit? Race, religion, politics, COVID, man versus woman, high value men, what color is your Bugatti, drugs, alcohol, gangs. That's all man-made bullshit. I have nothing against religion, born as a Catholic, but as long as you got whatever you got it, I don't give a shit if you're atheist. Be a good person, right? Don't act nice, be nice, right? So with that said, to tell them, all you blue pillars, all that shit that bullshit you guys debate about, like, it does what? It makes money, common sense. Anyone, all this shit I mentioned, blue pill talk, if I focused on gangs, black versus brown, my numbers would be high. Why? Because it's called entertainment, makes money, and the cherry on top for everybody, it keeps you feeling on top of your feelings. In life, you won't ever progress. Not never, ever. How so? I love calling it the whole universe, especially blue pillars. How come you're a blue pillar, right? You're educated about religion, Jesus, Jehovah, Allah, etc. wise, gangs, slavery, all this bullshit. But as an individual, you know all about man-made bullshit, right? You can educate the universe about that man-made bullshit. But as an individual, how come you're a crackhead, alcoholic, tweaker, doing booger sugar? How come you're in toxic, broken relationship-wise? How come you have a child trauma, my PTSD, anxiety, all my tattoos on my neck? Make that shit make sense. So why don't you take the red pill? Or what? And work on yourself as an individual, the person in the mirror. Or if not, you don't have to. You don't have to. That is your choice. As an individual, if I know you, I'm talking to you, said otherwise, I remind you every time, check it out. I don't care, $0 or $10 in your pocket. You're still broken. I will tell you in your face, you're still broken codependent. To use my narcissist traits, I have no sympathy, empathy for you at all. We have the conversations. You can tell everybody else, payroll victim, tell a sob story. They'll take it in. If they're empathetic wise, they will sit there and shed tears you potential wise. I won't. Because why? I'm gonna tell you, why don't you work on yourself? Or if you're an addict, which is definitely your choice, run to your bottle. Remember this. Whatever your addiction is, this is analogy wise. Which I made a shirt that says whatever your addiction is, analogy. The bottle doesn't need you. You need the bottle. So if your addiction is gambling, gaming, shopping, whatever the fuck it is, remember, analogy. The bottle does not need you. You need the bottle. Because you run to what? Man-made bullshit. 95% of the universe. Y'all looking for love, happiness, and people, and man-made bullshit. You can go to Dubai, travel the universe, hike all you want. But every time you get home, you lay in bed, you can't go to sleep. I have insomnia, overthinking is kicking in. My ex, I'm in a shitty relationship. Make that shit make sense. Once again, Band-Aids. And what are you doing with the Band-Aids? You're covering up all your cuts and your wounds. That's how you're doing. They will not ever become scars. Scars when you forgive, not forget, and you let go. You do closure for yourself, not for your ex, not for your parents, not my scenario. So I just got an accident. Was it today Sunday? Yeah, yesterday 3 in the morning. So I could be like a lot of people. They might be like, "Fuck that little kid, little shit's gonna be drunk," popping the fuck up. I was laughing. All my family and friends like, "Dude, how you laughing after an accident like that?" I'm like, it's just funny to me, man. Like, people going through shit. This is my point being. If you're going through shit in life, reach out to people. That's why, once again, hurt people. Like I told him, I'm not against them at all. Which I'm going to do TikTok, put his name, whatever. He can come reach out to me. Hey, I want you to remove the stuff. Like, why? Why do you want to remove my TikToks about you? Obviously, you're going through shit in life because you was potentially high or drunk, either or, because you were not tired. You're not, none of that shit. You was high or drunk. Simple as that. So, are you going to work on yourself, or are you going to just fall to your man-made bullshit? Drugs, alcohol, pill, numb up again. Maybe next time you hit somebody head on, you kill yourself, kill somebody else, which is definitely your choice. And if you do, I don't feel sorry for you. I go on my day. So what you do, like everybody else does, that's an addict, run from yourself. The bottle doesn't need you, need the bottle. And that's how people with addiction. Analogy-wise, if I was a crackhead, alcoholic, tweaker-wise, right? Man-made bullshit. Because remember, all that does is numb you up. So, analogy, after tomorrow morning, I'm not high no more from drugs, alcohol, pills, right? So problems in my mansion, my doors of pain are wide open, analogy-wise, right? So my problems talk to me, Marito, how you feeling? You feeling good, right? So right now you're not high, you're not drunk, you're not stuck on man-made pills. So you're sober, quote unquote. So today, all right, and I'm gonna say, work all the doors of pain. No, one door. Try one door. Are you gonna work on your problems today? One of them, at least one of them. You can try a little bit. I know it gets a little scary and shit, but as long as you try day by day, baby steps, then you can progress. Or if not, this conversation gets you feelings because you're scared about it. Go grab your bottle. Go grab your drugs and pills. Go grab the mammy bullshit. Because every day you above ground, we have the same conversations. You're sober, same shit until you finally work on it. Or you don't ever work on this in your mansion. And you're a crackhead alcoholic tweaker 40 years, 50 years. How the fuck you're 70 years old and you're still a crackhead alcoholic tweaker? Because you're running from your problems. So die like that. Narcissist traits. My side, I cannot control them. I don't feel no sympathy, empathy for you at all. I do free therapy. I don't charge you. How the hell are you guys going to therapy, counselor, psychiatrist, right? Psychologist, paying all this money to these people, and they can hold you and guide you. It's your journey. I can't answer that for you. That's, only you can answer that. Like, what? Those people there are fucking gimmicks, man. That's why an individual in my car accident, what am I going to do? I'm going to request therapy and counseling. So whoever takes me in, I'll play stupid, right? And I'm going to go there and debate and challenge them every which way. Especially as therapists, counselors, psychiatrists, psychologists, when they see my tattoos, my face, and my neck. Like, why do you have this? I'm just telling a story. That's all it is. I'm just here to do therapy because, I went through an accident, right? So with that said, I got PTSD now. Play the fucking role stupid. Why? Because I already conquered all this. I'm not traumatized by the accident at all. But I'll go seek therapy. Why not? Let's have fun with this and see where the therapist, counselor, whoever takes me in for my therapy, for my intake, I want to see in their mansion. I'll give them the analogy where they sit at. Because I love giving the counselor, therapist, psychiatrist, psychologist shit. Like, tell them, and see how the markets. How come you went to school, DSM-5 college, all this, right? But you get triggered by your clients and shit, their stories. Because obviously, I'm going to tell them, in your mansion, you haven't closed the doors of pain. So you get triggered either. You cut off the session or, you go after they leave, like the movies, what do? Run to your desk, take your fucking anxiety pills, depression pills, whatever pills you're fucking on as a therapist, counselor, psychologist. And I'm going to tell them in their face, make that shit make sense. I didn't go to school for none of this shit. Personal experience, had a support team 3 years ago, went through a bad breakup. I wanted to figure out why do relationships fall apart? Why did it fail? Co-parenting, all this shit in life. Why is it so hard? But it's not fucking hard. It's actually easy with the cherry top. The only reason why it became hard, because relationships, deadass. If you break it down to your fullest, it's the only reason why it's relationships. Think about it, as kids, you get bullied and bullshit, verbally, physically abused, all that shit, yeah. But you're still strong. Why? Because you have no feelings for nobody yet. You have the potential. When you get relationships, which I give middle school, my own kids, and I tell all middle school, high schoolers, all you middle school, high schoolers in the universe, teach me some shit about life. Teach me about breakups. Teach me about love. What is love to you, wise? And with that said, and I love to ask them, like my own nieces and nephews, they're like, oh, I have my boyfriend, girlfriend. I'd be like, tell me this. What's up? Will you and your boyfriend as middle school, high schoolers do long-term healthy relationship? Will it be healthy, or y'all gonna go through breakups? I can answer that. That's my point being. Why are you doing that? I want to. I don't. Oh, thank you, multi-colleague, but I'm good. What up, Looter? 10,000. How's it going? But I don't know what it says. Like, I just go live and do my thing, speak. I don't need no, or want any, help from other people, because I do everything myself, all this. Like, I just talk and vibe. This is not like, oh my, skits and bullshit. Nah, I just raw and real. Let's talk about it. Let's have fun with the situation. And that's it. Because I love doing this. Because every day above ground, what am I doing? Telling the exact same story. It's not about myself. It's about trigger behind the screen. I'm holding hand guiding you. That's the cool thing about social media using correctly wise. If you have a support team, you blessed. I promise you 1,000. If you don't have a support team, analogy, no support team for you as an individual, that is your hell on earth. Why? Because you wear the mask, smiles, behind you dying and crying. You don't want to talk to nobody about your personal feelings. Going through breakups, anxiety, depression, your child trauma. So you wear the mask, smiles, laugh all that bullshit, etc. It's like everything's fine and dandy, but when you go to your car during lunch, you cry like a bitch. You breakups, whatever, so you cry like a bitch, whatever. You do everything away from people. But an analogy, that is your hell on earth, because you won't ever progress in life. If you have a support team, for the most part, everyone's a counselor therapist. Everyone is. Because remember this, by yourself, knowledge, wisdom is maxed out. You can't progress in life. I had depression. Well, I already asked myself so many questions. I said the same answers, but I still got depression. I see my ex, I get my feelings about it. It's been 5 years. Because you're trying to fix yourself by yourself, it's highly impossible. That's the cool thing about support team. Analogy, that's your heaven on earth, because everyone you talked about, your ex, child trauma, PTSD, whatever situation going on with you as an individual, you're ahead of the game. You can, you're speaking your mind, stress reliever wise, right? And that's the beautiful thing about having a support team. Because you can breathe, you can vent. That's fucking beautiful. And the best therapist, counselor, psychiatrist is who? You, the person in the mirror. Use this phone. You don't have to do what I'm doing, live streaming. Grab this phone. Push. If you can't look at yourself, well, here's the best part as an individual. You don't have to upload nothing. Grab this phone and record yourself. If you can't see yourself yet, I get it. Cool. If it's different, yes, it's different. Then you do audio blogs. Then from there, wise progress to video blogs. When you do video blogs, you get to study yourself. Facial expression. Where's your eyes out? If you can't look at yourself when you're doing a video blog, you try, but you're looking at everywhere but this phone, then guess what? That's not you struggling. But it's okay because you get to study yourself as you progress in life and you do work more on your mansion, your doors of pain, then guess what? You can look at yourself a little bit more. You start looking at people more comfortable to be wise. Because before, like when I was going through it, for the last 30 years of my life, as a blue pillar / red pillar, I could look at people's eyes, but not for too long. Now, I look at your eyes because I lock eyes with anyone I talk to face-to-face wise, right? Even if I'm doing a Zoom call one-on-one, right? Because I'm studying you. Body language, facial expression, tone of voice, and your eyes. Why eyes? Because the eyes tell you everything. And then the energy behind the situation. It's just a conversation. That's all it is. It's a simple conversation. Nothing more, nothing less. I want to see if you're open-minded, empathetic, or if you're, closed-minded, more narcissistic-wise, or you're just introvert. I get it. If you're introvert-wise, for the most part, because people have destroyed you with words, and they probably use your past into your present. I get it. I was you. I dealt with that bullshit. But the cool thing is, when you invite people that are more empathetic-wise, more minded-wise, what happens to you? You know what? I can actually talk to them. I'll open up more little by little. Then that's cool. And we always say the same shit. With you, I can be myself. I tell you, we don't talk to a lot of people. But with you, I feel safe. Yeah, because that's called a person more empathetic-wise. That's the people you vibe with. That's the people you potentially evolve in life with. That's the cool thing. I'm going to support you once again because you can't fix yourself by yourself. Simple as that. You can't. It's highly impossible. Support you can. Because we hold you and guide you. Because remember, the cool thing is, like, I tell you my one-on-ones, or even when I go my life, I tell you my personal story. Ask me a question. I'll tell you this is my story, or this is my ex's story, or this whoever I talk to. Let me tell you a story. Because the cool thing when you hear stories, what happens with your situation, it gives you scenarios, options, everything that has high potential can happen. So now you have options and ideas to work with. So whenever you're going through a breakup, or you're about to, get in a situation with somebody wise, like this person's actually being authentic wise. And that's the type of people. You got to study people. What? You don't have to. You should want to. Study me. Am I acting nice? Am I being nice? Am I offering you love or toxic love? But you don't comprehend what I just said. You don't know how to do that. If I want to use my narcissist traits, I tell all the females. If I want to use my narcissist traits, ladies, I comprehend women all day, every day. Conversation is easy. So with that said, I need 10 seconds. Locking eyes, all that good stuff. If you don't know how to read and judge me, I promise you 1,000. If I want to use my narcissist traits, hate, pride, ego, lust, greed, power, I could be lusting, right? And being greedy about the situation, and I know exactly what to tell you. And if she can't read me or nor judge me wise, I'll act nice, right? Bullshit with her, etc. Go out to eat Starbucks, all great, make you feel good, right? Put her on cloud 9, aka love bombing, honeymoon face, all that good shit. And with that said, when I know I got her, we do TLC. When you have TLC sex intercourse, you become one, exchange energy, aka soul ties. So with that said, it's over. And I can tell on her face, yeah, after that TLC, by the way, I'm about to destroy you. What? Yeah, I'm going to smash your sister, cousin, and your mother because I love you. I love God, I love the universe. And I will do that. And she won't go nowhere because if I trauma bond her, if you don't know what a trauma bond is, that's when you're with somebody and you break up 1 time, 2 times, 3. You're giving your partner all these chances, either verbally, aka emotionally cheating, passing down the cell phone, or physically cheating. When you break up one on top, that's called a trauma bond. Analogy to get deep into people in the feelings. I'm the slave master. She's a slave. I can cheat on her, whatever, be verbally, physically abusive. She won't ever leave me because in her head, she's gaslighting herself, not knowing. She's praying, planning, hoping I change my ways. And she'll be there 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 kids later. I'm still praying, planning, hoping, and I've been cheating on her for all this time. In the Spanish culture, Hispanic and Spaniards, this is fucking normal in culture, and in a lot of cultures, because us men are more narcissistic. What do we offer? Communication, no comprehension, toxic love, lust, trauma bonds. That's it, for the most part, because we're more narcissistic wise, raising correctly. Man runs the show, all this bullshit alphas, corny ass conversation, that's blue pill talk. Females are more empathetic, what? Communication, comprehension, offer what? Love, lust. They're with us 1,000, every which way, 1,000. Women ain't the issue, it's fucking us men, aka boys. And that's why I love saying that, because boy getting the feelings, because you're a beta, you're a simp, in Spanish, you're mandilon. I'm like, First and foremost, baby girl, I don't die with words. You do. I do reverse psychology. You use the exact words you just used and put some more on top of that. I will get you in your feelings. And when I trigger you, which I shall, and you do become verbally or potentially physically abusive on my neck, you're doing what? Reactive abuse. You react to the words I just told you. And I tell people, you don't get, especially the boys, you want to get physical with me? Do it the white way, the right way. This is America, not Mexico. Call the boys in blue. Now you fight the courts, the judges, your POs. Go to your anger management classes, DB classes, because I will beat you with the system every which way. Every which way, because no one in the universe, kids are growing up, common sense, I have 8 kids. With that said, when you're a teenager adult, no one's gonna get physical. Nobody does. War, all this man-made bullshit, Russia, Ukraine, that is man-made bullshit. No one has to get physical at all. That's your narcissist traits, because you can't have petty-ass words, emotions, and feelings, conversations. So what do you want to do? Get triggered, react to abuse. That's why everyone's got BPD, empathy-wise, and now you get a physical, verbal altercation over words, feelings, a conversation. Make that shit make sense. So now you're in jail for, I call someone stupid, and they get in feelings because of pride and ego. They can't put that shit aside. They'll be like, oh, okay, you're proud and humble. Oh, it's stupid. Yeah, that's just a word I go on my day, right? There it is. So with that said, it tells everybody, you got to control your narcissist traits best as. If not, you will easily catch a case. If someone talks shit, use the reverse psychology. Use the exact same words. I do that every day. Locally wise, especially online. I love TikTok. Out of all the apps, as far as in general use, TikTok, because TikTok, I can do video responses to anybody. I don't even got to follow you. Clapper's another good app. The only thing about Clapper, as an individual, I got banned for life. I'm a red pillar. Eventually, I'm gonna have it on me. I'm a red pillar. So I said to Clapper, like, I challenge all Clapper employers, even TikTok, all TikTok Clapper employees, and even the owners, teach me some shit I don't know. You can't at all. I promise you that at all. And that's people get triggered. Like, what? I'm not better than you. We're all equals, not knowing. So with that said, as an individual, when you work on yourself, you will comprehend everything I just told you. That's why you have healing, awakening, awakened. Awakened are demigods and goddesses. 1 foot in, 1 foot out. 40, 70 in the Matrix. Who's that? Astrologists. They're, the Wiccans, white magic, black magic, tarot card readers, stones, all this, star seeds, whatever words they want to use. But I call them demis because if you, especially on Facebook, when I say that ebony queens, a lot of females, they'll call them like goddesses and shit. But yet they mention about, racial bullshit, slavery, black versus brown. I'm like, how can you call yourself a goddess, quote unquote, but you're talking about mammy bullshit? I just put my comment that, yo, you're not a god nor goddess. You're a demi. You're 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You comprehend where I'm coming from. But with that said, analogy, I'm a god. I'm calling you out. 1% of the universe. And they'll block me, etc. Talk this shit. I'll be like, yo, look at that. How can you call yourself a god or goddess once again? And your feelings about words, what I just told you, and I don't know you from Adams. If I trigger you behind the screen, if I trigger my comment, and I don't know you from Adams, then I let you know you are struggling in life. Because imagine the people you do know, your ex, your partner, your parents, your kids talking shit to you. You're going to struggle in life for a long time over petty-ass words and emotions. That sucks, man. And as an individual, it took me 39 years of my life to say what I'm saying. Blessed at 42. The last 3 years of my life, blessed. Analogy for as an individual, heaven on earth. I'm not in a toxic relationship. I'm not broken codependent. I don't need nobody in the universe. So you know where my head says that. As an individual, a single father, 8 kids, 2 baby moms. First one's MIA. Second one, we're doing co-parenting best as. So with that said, I don't need my 8 kids, co-parenting, family, friends, partner. None of you guys behind the screen. I only need myself, the person in the mirror first and foremost. Selfish? I'm selfish 1,000 because I come first and foremost. I want my 8 kids. I want co-parenting. I want family, friends, partner, and you guys by my side if you choose to want to, which is your choice. See? You match energy. We're talking and vibing. You can try to take my energy. You won't hurt my feelings. I will hurt your feelings, but that's my job. Like, hey, so I'll verbalize my boundaries. I know how to say no. I don't care if I hurt your feelings. Because I'll tell you, this is what I'm saying. Let me elaborate. You don't have to comprehend. Because my side is communication, comprehension. And your side is communication. You can't, pardon me, you can't gaslight, manipulate me, wife. You can do that to my family, kids, etc. But not I. Because I was broken codependent for 30 years of my life. I was scared to verbalize my boundaries and say no because I'm going to hurt people's feelings. Like, no, stop doing that to yourself. Oreo! Stop doing it to yourself, man. Don't. Your life, you come first and foremost for anyone in the universe. If not, stay humble, right? People please. Put everybody in the middle before you and let me know how that shit feels. When everyone uses and abuses you for your love, kindness, money, status, and fame, and destroy you, which they shall, let me know how that shit feels. Especially family, friends, especially a partner by your side. That shit sucks. That's why as an individual, I won't ever, not never. When you say never, I'm never gonna cheat. I'm never gonna drink. That's you're different. What's it at? Which arm? Oh, don't defy logic. You define logic. Use every word but never. I won't ever drink. I avoid whatever the situation is. So I promise you, without one defy logic, use never. And when you use never, I'm never gonna cheat. I'm never gonna, whatever the situation is. When it happens to you, wise, right? Before your head hits the ground, remember me. If they hit your head. But give me your hand, I'll pick you up 1,000 times as a friend associate, not as a partner. They'd be like, you're right. It's not about being right. I was you. Like, no, I'm just holding you and guiding you. Because we're all equals. This body is a sleeve and that's it. That's why the whole 95% of your job broken codependent, right? So you have to get peanut about what? Looks, money, status, and fame on social media. Like, me as an individual, I have to give everyone shit. Especially on social media, like, yes. Especially the ones that, especially on TikTok, they talk shit to me wise. They'd be like, well, look at your numbers. I'm like, your numbers are high, but here's the kicker. It's just social media. I tell them, in real life, where you're from behind the screen, are you famous? Are you famous? Do people know who the fuck you are? Or they all know you on social media? And on top of that, I go, hey, let's do a live. What? Zoom, whatever you come to, a Zoom call, Facebook, I don't give a shit what it is. Let's do a Zoom call. Keep it simple, Zoom call. Do a live together. My people, my followers, your followers. I challenge you as an individual. If you can't have this conversation, then let's say they have 1 million followers. I will challenge every 1 million followers, all of them, every single one of them. 95% we can't have this conversation. The boys can't have the conversation at all. The men that work on themselves, potentially they might want to do it, or they stay back and humble because they're not ready for it. Females are not even that blue pillar, even as the red pillar, they will ask questions. They're not shy because they want to figure it out. Because once again, as an individual, I'm here for the girls, women, and single moms, every which way. Boys, narcissist traits, fuck you and your feelings. I don't give a shit at all. I don't. No sympathy, empathy for you at all because you're both codependent. You're the man, whole body hopping, all that good shit. I don't care about your feelings. Men, if you want to work with yourself, you can reach out whenever you want to. I simplify life for the whole universe. Got my tattoos for a reason, and I have plenty more to come. Because this is the crash course, the map to life. What do you got to do as an individual to work on yourself? To work in your mansion, to do closure for yourself every which way. And then when you do that, you comprehend why everyone hurts you. Especially your partners. Remember, no one's perfect, we have our flaws. Oreo! But with that said, sorry guys. With that said, what I'm going to call it, everyone comes in your life initially as a blessing, right? And when they leave, what's the lesson? That's what you got to comprehend in time. Oreo! I swear, dude, this is like, since I want to say this, but like 2 weeks ago, right? This nigga dude, his brother, got out of the fence, right? He's a football player and bullshit. He always bounced off the fence. Broke out. He don't leave. Well, he'll leave, but he'll be like in front of the household, right? His brother got out, right? And he left. I left him outside. He didn't leave. He left. So I told my older daughter, hey, your dog got out. Sorry. I go tell her, deadass, I'm not going to look for him. That's not my dog. I got 2 little guys, little chihuahuas. Your kid, your problem, and she stay quiet, Like, I'm sorry, and I'm looking. So he was gone about a week, wise. Like maybe 3-4 nights ago, as you can hear his bark. I heard it. I was like, sound like one of the neighbors have his dog, her dog, which I don't give a shit. Respect to him, I don't. And guess what happens 2 nights ago? Wakes me up 3 in the morning because I hear all the scratching inside the home. And then barking, I'm like, I thought it was dreaming for a second. I was like, yo, it sounds like Oreo. I go outside, like, gosh, I said it loud and give a shit. The neighbors here, like, I was like, babe boy, I knew that was you I was hearing. So that means that people, the neighbors had your ass. They couldn't put up with you because you're barking inside the home. Outside, you're always bitching. Like, fucking, now you're back here. I'm like, son of a bitch. And so I tell him an analogy, baby boy, hey, I know you didn't ask to be here, but that's the analogy. You, Oreo, you are my hell on earth. Your brother, heaven on earth. While you was gone, it was fucking quiet in the household. Chilling. Everyone's fucking happy as fuck. And now you're here? Gosh damn, I gotta deal with you again. Like, son of a bitch. Like, See, narcissist traits, I know how to control them. But as I told him, nothing against you, baby boy. You didn't ask to be here. Your mom's got you, and I'm dealing with your ass. Like, I swear. And every time I come home, I drive home, he's already barking. Like, bro, no. So I tell all the kids all the time, before you bring pets in the household, ask your parents. Seriously, man. And then my daughter, well, why don't you rehome them, get rid of them? I'm like, that's your shit, not my shit. No. You're an adult. Figure that shit out. And that's what I told her. Don't have fucking kids. Don't. Because if you have a kid, and especially y'all bumping heads, nope. I won't help you with the kid at all. Everyone's like, oh, that's kind of mean. It's my narcissist traits. I don't have to have none of my kids if they have kids. It's not my choice. That's what to everybody. All you middle school, high schoolers, even like if you're 25 and under, tell me why you want to have a kid. Tell me why you want to get married. no kid, no marriage at fucking all can guarantee a long-term healthy relationship at all. If you can't judge nor read me and promise you 1,000, you're gonna fall on your face. Bring kid in the mix. I promise you 1,000, you're gonna join the baby mom, baby father crew. And then for the women, if you have a narcissistic partner-wise, and he's not talking to you about my heads, passing down the cell phone because there's a zillion options, especially if you're 25 and under. If you're 25 and under, your relationship is pretty much shit because this phone right here. It's not the phone's fault. It's not social media's fault. It's your partner's fault-wise. Because if you can't control your narcissist traits, the bad side of you, pride, ego, lust, greed, power, if you can't control that, and guess what? Eye candy everywhere. Females nowadays, I'm always going to say this, every platform that I'm on, right, which I'm quite a bit of platforms, anytime on my timelines, as far as like, they tag me in it, or I see the story mode, etc. wise, right, or I go to the platforms, if all I see is selfies of lust, showing ladies off, the body, leggings, everything, right, what do I think automatically, OnlyFans. That's all I think. Oh, I love my body. You can love your body all you want. I get it, but guess what? Common sense, you probably more likely to have an OF. I have nothing against your OF. Make your money every which way, but all it is bad to happen. That's all it is. Can't fix you or save you. That's why when I see OnlyFans on these platforms, Twitter, IG, Facebook, TikTok, and they put a post, oh, my depression, all this shit, like, I have to give them shit, because that's my narcissist traits. You're a bully. I'm like, yeah, my narcissist traits. I'm asking a simple question. You're OnlyFans, and now you're making money like rich people because, and I'm going to go, she's like, what do you mean, like rich people? If you have an OnlyFans, let me elaborate, analogy, because did you know rich people, when they're sleeping, they're making money. So you have your OnlyFans now, so while you're sleeping, your subscribers and these guys are buying you shit, your material. So now you're rich people status, only because of social media, only because of technology. But with that said, you have money and power now. You can fucking see all the therapy counselors and psychiatrists, but you choose not to. You choose to buy your drugs, alcohol, pills, numb the fuck up, run for your problems, go to Dubai, Gucci, yeah, do all that mammy bullshit, and then you make a post about my depression, my mental health. Everyone in the fucking universe has that shit. We all got BPD, borderline bipolar personality disorder, and empathy, narcissistic personality disorder. If that's not true, two simple questions for the universe. Why are you in your feelings? Why do you get to a petty ass little words? They're just fucking words. That's what they are, is fucking words. If I call you ugly, fan, stupid, and I trigger you, I did my job. And as an individual, that lets you know, once again, you are struggling in life. You won't ever evolve in life. Everyone that gives you shit, you won't know how to open your mouth. You won't, because you be scared, I might hurt their feelings. But they hurt your feelings. Make that shit make sense. Or like I tell everybody, wear the mask, mouth, please, and don't say shit. And remember this, people narcissistic wise, when they talk shit to you wise, and you don't respond, and they see they trigger you, because it's all about energy. All about energy. Why do you think people be like, oh, well, I always talk to bad people. I always talk to narcissistic people. Like, yeah, because did you know, like, the bad people, aka elusive disciples, they can see all the good people. Like, oh, yeah, he's easy, she's easy. I can play stupid, act nice, all that, and they'll fall for it. Especially the religious, oh, yeah, they're definitely going to fall for it. And you will. Because the downfall when you're too, like, religious, positive, godly, like, quote unquote, which is nothing wrong with that at all as an individual. If you don't know how to judge and read people, then in your head, like I thought in the beginning, I'm good, I show no respect to everybody wise, that everyone should match my energy. Yo, it's not Jesus time, man. It's 2023. I can act nice, not be nice. I offer you toxic love and lust, not love. My choice. Premeditated. So with that said, that's why when Lucifer was use you for your money, status, and fame, they call you ugly, fan, stupid, and they trigger you with petty as words. They see that, oh, I hurt his feelings. Oh, I hurt her feelings. They're going to bully the shit out of you at work, at school, at Starbucks. They give no fucks until the day you build courage and strength to verbalize, yo, stop saying that to me. What? Stop calling me that. What? And then remember this, you got to be ready for words because it'll start with a verbal altercation. And I tell my kids, all my 8 kids, especially, the boys, right? Because they're little cavemen, always hitting each other, and I get irritated with them. Because I'm, trying to do co-parenting best as. I have hella patience, but, that now that I know what I know, I tell my kids, don't be like your father. Have a bunch of kids, first and foremost. I love you guys. There is no regrets, first and foremost. But I comprehend why relationships fail, why, there's so much trauma. So with that said, I tell my kiddos, well, we call me stupid, then use the same words. Reverse psychology. You're young for this conversation because the boys are... The oldest about, 11, 9, 8, 7, just turned 6 yesterday. And the baby's 3 going on 4 in September-wise. So I go, these are my youngest one. Obviously, he's too young, for conversation. But the other 4, I tell them, look, I get all 4 together, and I'll say it in front of my ex and her hubby. I have nothing against them, right? So with that said, I'll say in front of all of them, shut up. We're gonna sit down. Let's have this conversation. So when he calls you stupid, instead of hitting him, getting mad and bullshit, call him stupid. And when he says, I don't like, if you don't call me stupid, I won't call you stupid. There it is. That's how you do it. It's the same thing in school. You getting bullied and bullshit, tell him the same words. I'm not gonna be a teacher. As simple as that, man. I go, no one in the universe, nobody, at fucking all, has to get physical. Nobody wise. Only who do to trigger people. Analogy. Only elusive disciples. That's how my little kids. You little devils, man. Little caveman and shit. You become a caveman, Wreck-It Ralph, walking fireball. What? Fucking Hulk smash over petty ass words because you can't control your little kids. You're learning. I'm gonna teach you this shit. But when you get older, and as parents, I can see 2 of my kids easy being narcissistic to the fullest wise because obviously there's child trauma, all that shit going on. But here's a kid. I tell all my kids, I'm the best teacher in the universe. My side of the family, your mom's side, your stepfather's side, aka say father's side. None of them at all. I go from Washington State all the way to Mexico, back to the motherland of Spain. They can't teach you shit at all because we're not taught about this shit. Only potentially if you went to college for your fucking counseling therapy psychiatrist DSM-5 book. But even that fucking DSM-5 mammy bullshit Bible we learned the new burning about the brain and bullshit, dopamine, chromium, fucking all these big terms. And I love debating in Seattle, the farmers market, with therapists, counselors, psychiatrists, scientists and shit. But like, how can I tell that scientists, shut up. Y'all study this shit about the brain, right? Learn these new terms. But you still can't fix or save us at fucking all. At all. None of you can. So in reality, to trigger them, to humanize traits, you are wasting your breath and time. What? Yes. Because you can't fix or save me at all. I had depression. Here's a pill. Take it, suck it, numb up. Run my pump. You don't want to talk to me? You don't want my hand guide me? Cool, fuck it. Take the pill. And what people do, I like to give them, I don't do it now, but before a while, my friends I live in Seattle, because for the most part, in the suburbs, white Asian mainstreams, they're therapy counseling. That's cool, but all in the pills, they'd be all got my anxiety, my depression, my BPD, and I was like, I'll give them shit. Run. Yo, Bill, Juan, Maria, go get your pills. Run to your pills. I'd be laughing like, man, that ain't gonna fix your say. You just numbs up. Anxiety, well, let's talk about anxiety. I don't want to talk about it. There's your fucking problem. You don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk to my therapist about it. Fuck it. Talk to your therapist about it. Do that for 5 years, 7 years, 10 fucking years. You're still going to have therapy. Make that shit make sense, man. How much money did you donate to them? And did they ever call you when they're in Hawaii, Dubai, and fucking Japan? Hey, thanks, Burrito, for, being my client for 10 fucking years. Because I'm here in Japan for 2 months with your money. They don't even call you for that. They don't even buy you coffee and shit. Make that shit make sense. It's like, no, man. You got to get your life back, but that's on you whenever you want to. It's all on you. I can't force it upon you. I go on my day, but I tell people, why do I got life for? Tell a story. Why to give everyone shit? Because you got to work on yourself. If you choose to want to, it's your choice, you see? I give you options and choices. I got choices every day above ground. You got choices. You have the choice to do right, wrong, happy, bitter, hateful, whatever you want to fucking do. Grab your bottle. Off your dome. Off people's domes, do that most definitely. God gave us free will, your choice. And that's why I love triggering the religious people. They'd be like, no, God can fix us. I was like, really? Because I was taught that too as a Catholic, right? Which you can still call me Catholic if you want to, but I don't go by categories. Blue pillars, call me Catholic. Red pillars, I just thought, whatever your God is, it could be a rock. As long as you show me love and respect, match your energy, not take energy, we talking and vibing. But don't force your ways upon I won't force it upon you, aka analogy, your Bible thumping, right? So I was at the market, last weekend wise. I had one of my shirts that says, which I haven't posted up, I should have posted up. Anyways, it says on there, because once again, my flaw is I speak fast, I apologize, I'm trying to slow down. That's why I fluctuate. Accent, I slur and I mumble. Why? Because I do so many one-on-ones, Zoom calls, phone calls, TikToks. I'm doing all this shit by myself. I don't got a partner by my side. I don't got a support team. Not in a bad way. Like, I don't need a support team at all. But I'm just saying, it's just one person, there's 7 people every day above ground. I check my phones. What happened? New DMs, new followers. Typically, what? 98% followers are female. So it's a new female going through breakup, trying to do co-parenting. They're young, etc. Why is it hurt? Breakups. I'm like, easy answer because you're both codependent. I'm broken. To trigger you, yes, you are, because I was the same way. I tell them, like, they're not by your side, so why are you crying about them? Why are you wasting your energy on them and they're not by your side? They're body hopping. Well, they'd be like, oh, he's got a new girlfriend. Oh, okay, then he takes on the heel. Like, what do you mean? Do you have a boyfriend? No. How long has it been? 2 months. Did he break up right away, move on? Yeah. Oh, that's simple. I go A and B. I go, and I'll show her, I'll call her, send pictures. See this? Jada and Will Smith in August, right? So in a relationship, it's you and your partner. But here's the kicker. If they went body hopping right away, there was already an entanglement. It's called triangulation. He's playing the role of victim to her, playing the sob story. Max is crazy, all this shit, with the woo. So he's painting the picture that you're a bad person. Little does she know, the potential to be was, that they're about to get paid like a fiddle. And I told her, right now you post a picture of her that's all happy and bullshit. That girl's going to get destroyed way worse than you. I promise you. How do you know that? Because he did not take time to heal. That's typically us boys. We're fucking narcissistic. We try to face with the body by our side. That's why they go body hopping like crazy. They actually do the whole phase, or they go relationship after relationship after relationship. Yeah, you're doing that. You're observing that. That person, broken, codependent, and scared to be alone. Every which way. You being brutally honest, some people stuck in depression for a long time, not realizing that life is too short. Oh, no, 1,000, thank you. No, that's my intent. Keep it 1,000. Yo, I'm on real. Ask me a question, I don't hold back. Keep it 100, I'll sell you a dream. Oh, you okay? Pop your pills, you're good. No, fuck all that. No, don't do that. That's just man-made bullshit. Have a support team. That's the beauty about having a support team, because you talk about what's going on with you. And the more people you support team, it's like you can all help each other out. Like I tell people, when you're awake and woke, demigod or God goddess, we all have our own analogies, metaphors, the way we speak. That's why everyone fucking speaks beautifully wise. That's why the best, not only when I say that, but the best platform to crash course to life, TikTok. You don't believe me? Go to TikTok, search bar, type in reactive abuse, put deflection, projection, trauma bonds, soul ties, empath, narcissist. Put that right there. Grab your tissue box, especially the ladies, grab your tissue box. You're going to shed many, many tears, because you're going to see all these females dying and crying in relationships, and they don't know why. But the cool thing is, when they make their TikTok, go to the comments, fuck, yo, you maybe locally you have no support team. On this phone, I promise you 1,000. On this phone, you have the best therapist, counselor, psychiatrist, because y'all help each other out. The more people that you can talk to, fuck, you can vent. It's beautiful, because then you let it out. And remember, there's nothing wrong with crying at all. The reason why you're crying, because in your mansion, all the doors are pain wide open. You're tired of what? Toxic love, pain, overthinking, and cherry top insomnia. But what is toxic love? Remember, this love does not hurt at all. We're brainwashed, especially music. Fuck love, all this bullshit. Like, I love it, don't get me wrong, but no. Love is healing, soothing, beautiful, care about type of situation. What hurts is toxic love. What's toxic love? When you love somebody that doesn't love you back, you're loving them. I pray, plan, hope. When you pray, nothing wrong with praying if you pray for like things that positive in life, but I pray my partner comes back alive. When you're praying, plan, hoping, they come back or they change the ways for you, quote unquote, you're gaslighting, manipulating yourself. Because when you say I hope, plan, in your head, you're fucking lovey-dovey, the best relationship in the world. We're all fucking Care Bears and shit. Rob your life? Fuck no. You're going through a trauma bond, going to tears because they moved on. They're by your side. They're verbally, physically abusive. They're cheating with every the mother, and you're still there. Keep it humble, because because your pride and ego, you don't want to. Like I tell people, analogy. You've been praying, plan, right, talking to God. God's like, baby girl, baby boy, I've been hearing your prayers for years, 3 years, 5 years. Why don't you pray for yourself? What? Pray for yourself to build the strength and courage to walk away. Take the L. Loss. Walk away and save yourself. If you choose to choose, your choice. Lucifer's voice a little loud. Nah, Rito, stay there. She'll change your ways. I promise you that. And Lucifer was like, hey, I didn't put a gun to his head. And that's that people, which I'm going to tie on my neck. And then be my little angels whisper in my ear, a little devil. And now it doesn't say God, Lucifer, consciousness, subconscious, right, wrong, yin, yang, positive, negative. Why? Whatever word you want to use, atheist, religious, whatever, there's the answers. Petty, simple little words. But God gave us free will. They're both talking to us. That's why you're watching this live. You have your one-on-ones, your support team. It's God, Lucifer's words, right? Your voice. So you're talking to your head. You're verbally in your head. Once again, they're holding your hand, guiding you. What are you going to take? Right, wrong, positive, negative, yin, yang, whatever. Good, evil, whatever you want to use, I've always been the one to try and fix things. He never wanted to. Yeah, see, that's the thing, because, you're more empathetic. So here's the kicker. So here's the pros and cons, right? So the pros of being an empathetic person, you show them respect to the whole universe, which is beautiful. Nothing's wrong with that at all. The downfall You've heard of the person that's narcissistic, which is typically us males. We do communication, no comprehension. We offer you toxic love, lust, trauma bonds, and trauma. That's it. We can be those when the opposite tracks. Empath and narcissist, good and bad people, right? Keep it very simple, straight. No gay bi. Just keep it very simple because I'm not going through the whole ovation. No pronouns and bullshit. No respect, but no. So with that said, for the most part, males and females opposite track. Females, what are you? More empathetic. You offer me what? Love, lust, communication, comprehension, mind conversations. You want us to be one, it's you and I, and that's it. Love and love each other, and that's it. The downfall of more narcissistic, which typically is that's the outcome. I love you, especially in Spanish culture, Hispanic and Spaniards. I don't give a fuck out of our culture. If you're not Spanish at all, you want to date us men, fuck, I pray for you and that's it. Give me an hour time, I will give you a crash course to like what you're about to get into. If not, I pray for you, fall on your face, and when you get the moms, which you shall, especially the machista, he'll destroy you. I promise you that. And the worst part of the situation when it comes to that situation is called el machismo. In English, that means narcissism. So scenario, if I was machista, aka narcissistic, and narcissist, right? So our relationship is only 30 days to I'm being nice, 90 days tops. Why? Because if you don't know anything about empath narcissist, there's your flaw. Mom and dad, empath narcissist, nope. Grandma, grandpa, empath narcissist, nope. Brother and sister, empath narcissist, deflection, projection, reactive abuse. What the hell is that? Well, there you go, guys. Off the back, there it is. They're blue pillars, like you're a blue pillar, but now you heard these terms. Now you have these in your head. I'm telling you, go to TikTok. I promise you, crash your life today, your mind will be blown. With that said, now you're not as lost, but you can't talk to them for advice to a certain extent. They can maybe give you a little bit of relationship advice, but they don't even know what's going on because they're in a toxic relationship more likely also, right? So with that said, that's why opposites attract. So with that said, if I was in the Spanish culture and machista, right, a narcissist, I can act nice and be nice. So our relationship, 30 days, 90 days tops. Especially you're 25 and under, this cell phone's your fucking kryptonite. Because if I have a girlfriend, right, which I don't, but let's say I did, and I'm bumping heads with her, what can I do? Make a post on my Facebook, IG, damn girls with this and that. What's gonna happen? Girls gonna go make comments or go my DMs. Now, I'm gonna play the role victim, tell a soft story to her, and she potentially catch feelings. Guess what? She treats me nice on the phone, etc. DMs. I feel good with her, and what am I gonna do? Focus my energy on the potential to be on my DMs, building an emotional cheating wise. Oh, you beautiful, all that good shit. Even though I got my partner by my side, I should be trying to work that shit out with her. A and B. Hey, we should progress. If not, if it doesn't get better, let's squash the situation. No one cheats, no infidelity. My tattoos on my hand for a reason wise, and yes, it's not hurt. It's a rough conversation to have with your partner, like, because, you know, quote unquote, you're giving up, like, but the kicker is this is better analogy is better to die today and tomorrow. I promise you it is, because the longer you're with an individual, it's gonna fucking hurt. Bring kids in the mix, it's gonna fucking hurt. Bring marriage in the mix, it's gonna fucking hurt. It is, but it's better, once again, analogy is better to die today than tomorrow, because if you don't, it's gonna hurt bad. And from there wise, and the only reason why breakups hurt, because then, you know, yes, you have the loneliness, but why? Because your partner's not by your side. But if you know the relationship is garbage and shit, why are you praying, planning, hoping they're by your side? Let them be who they want to be with. And once again, I'm gonna make it sound so easy, because I'm over it. Went through my breakup 3 years ago, had a support team, 10 light workers, all that great jazz, right? But with that said, that was my benefit as an individual, especially as a quote unquote male wise, because I felt bad. I wanted to figure out why the relationship failed on my side, her side, every which way, and then previous relationships. Well, that's why my tattoos on my neck for a reason, right? A map to life. So that's why you females, since you're more empathetic wise, you give your all to one individual. That's why I say when we go to breakup, when you cry, or even in the relationship, when you're crying for them to change their ways to be better, because they're verbally and potentially physically or busy with you wise. When you're crying for them, you're actually crying for yourself, not knowing why, because by you over loving them, you lost love for yourself. That's why when you don't take time to fall back and work on yourself, or if you even try a little bit, you know, the next potential to be that, yeah, give them a chance to be by your side. Once you do the same thing as being an empathetic person, you want to give your all to them. Like, that's beautiful as long as I'm matching your energy. If you pour all 1,000 into me, I'll pour 1,000 into you. Then we're fucking blessed. We love and lust each other. We both comprehend there is beauty and lust everywhere, but it's just cosmetics. I can have a girl, she's whatever, size D, whatever. She's on point. But another girl's younger, taller, thicker, whatever the situation is. But that's cosmetics. I know 1,000 by my side. I have what I have, and I'm blessed every which way. We're both blessed. We love and lust each other only. A.k.a. we're a power couple. That's my, as an individual, a potential by my side. That's what I want it to be. Like, I'm going to do until they cut off the Wi-Fi, until they put one in my head situation, you know. I'll keep saying to my last dying breath, I want her to be part of the support team. I want her to be, let's do pods together, so the world hears what her stories are, and what wisdom and knowledge she can tell to other females' wives. That's what that female, the potential by my side. Like, if you're jealous and having insecurities, as a friend associate, you can have that. We can talk about it. Not as a partner, because I'm not changing my lifestyle. I'm not stopping my one-on-ones, guys. Guess what? I'm not doing my lives anymore, or I have to slow down because my girlfriend's jealous. Fuck. The day you hear me say that, that's the day I got issues. Like, no, she'll be by my side. My ex-girlfriend was. We did dual lives together. Wise. She was out here visiting because it was the LDR, long distance relationship wise, and she was helping others and so on. That's beautiful. That's what it's supposed to be like. The intent is to be like a power couple, every which way. What up, Looter? 10,000. How's it going? Yeah, how's it doing? How you doing? How's your night? And that's the intent as an individual potential to do breathe wise. But with that said, like, I tell people, like, when you become a power couple, right? You're both blessed. I tell people the potential to be, because of my recent ex-wives, I used to preach about match each other energy level standards, right? Not the love language. I learned about the love language because typically females talk about the love language. I didn't really know about that, honestly speaking wise, right? So with that said, recent breakup about a year ago, actually, 13 months now, going on 14. Anyways, that's what I learned the situation. So I tell people, we match each other's energy level standard, love language. We blessed. We love and love each other only. We become each other's friends, best friends, lovers, partners, and what therapists? That you're fucking blessed. You're not scared to have any conversations at all, even if it's awkward. That's what I tell people. If you can't have conversations with your partner, why are you there? If you're walking on fucking eggshells, why are you there? The fucking door is right there. And I get it. I was you. You're scared because then think if you're more empathetic, which typically the females are, they feel like they're, the gas. If I leave, what's gonna happen to him? Like, if they're a fucking adult, they got a mom or dad or some caregiver that took care of them, or they have family and friends, or they go on social media, go on fucking day nights, pray the little victim, ex left me, all this shit. Do what you gotta do. Say it doesn't matter. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about their feelings. Y'all make relationships sound undesirable. Well, the reason being because keep it 1,000. Ron Real, 95% in the universe is born codependent, and they don't know why. Sounds fucked up, huh? But tell me I'm lying. No one's perfect. No, we have our flaws. Yes, but the intent is to do what? Communication, comprehension, and to keep it 1,000 to get the boys in the fucking feelings. It ain't the fucking women. That's why women are more empathetic, loving, caring, etc. But then you have categories. That's why yes, there's as men more narcissistic wise. Yes, you have narcissistic women, but it's easy to find out. Which I'm gonna get said at me. To make it really easy for everyone in the universe, right? I don't give a shit where you come from, what color, $0 or $2 in your pocket. I don't care. As an individual, how I judge reading everybody, right? By my side, a category I created. You have dark empath, right? That's the person that's empathetic wise. You have your narcissist traits. You can challenge people narcissistic wise to a certain extent because if you can't master it, then you'll get triggered and potentially cause altercations, or they talk more shit than than they are wise, right? And then you get your feelings and you back down because they're triggering you wise. You're not trying to get an altercation. So with that said, you have a lost empath. Once again, it's not in the DSM-5 book. Go YouTube, Google. You can't find it. It's my category, which I'm going to tell me. To make it simple for the whole universe, by your side, right? You don't date gangbangers, mafiosos, drug dealers, racists, military cats, niggas from the block, the hood ghetto, the worst out of all the bunch. Any ghetto, any hood in the universe. I don't give a shit. What color is there? It could be taste of fucking rainbow, all the cultures, religion. I don't give a shit. But if they're from the hood, Lucifer's disciples. Not all of them, a lot of them are. They know toxic love, not love. Especially the fucking men. They're boys. Manholes to the fullest, fucking body hopping like crazy. Those relationships are fucking garbage. But as an individual, if I want to do benefits, where am I going? I'm not going to the suburbs. Nope, no. I'm going to the ghetto hoods. Why? Because those females know toxic love. They don't know what love is. They used to get verbally physically abused, getting groped. They're called bitches and shit. Trust me, I've been Seattle for 12 years of my life. When I did my benefits, in the South Side, easy as fuck. I'm just being myself. No passing boundaries, none of that shit. I'm just speaking. That's what I'm doing. I don't dress to impress with no female in the universe at all. The most money I put into my situation as that for myself is my hair. When I get my hair twisted, that's it. No Gucci. Look at this Walmart shirt. $5, $6. My sweat, $6. You won't ever see me, to see me dressed up, if I'm at a funeral, pretend it's somebody's wedding. But to ever see me in any type of gear, nope. I don't dress to impress. And that's what I give all my family and friends, especially the guys. Y'all Gucci and Prada, fucking get your fades, all this shit, your whips, all that. And you're scared to talk to a fucking girl? A conversation? What do? to prove a point. Walk up what I miss, how you doing, whatever the situation is, I adapt. So if I'm a ghetto hood, what I'm how you doing, what's up, do? I'm a servant, what I miss, how you doing? I adapt to my situation. I'm a chameleon. So with that said, have a conversation with her, bullshit with her, walk away, and let's say it's my boys or some guy in the streets. You see what I just did? Walked up to her, simple question, how you doing? How's your day going? How's family? How's life? How's everything? And I don't know her from Adams, but it's not really bad questions. It's about life questions. Now round conversation. There you go. And I mean, see, you have all that money, power, all that good shit, and you're scared to have a conversation. So how do you want to have a relationship, quote unquote, and have a good partner by your side if you're scared to talk to them? It's just a conversation. But if all you think about is lust, you're thinking with the wrong head. That's why you don't know how to have a conversation. So that's what you verbalize. Yeah, I can't be in a relationship. But with that said, do you like you said, I just like to do lust with you, and that's all. Maybe she's going through shit in life. You know what? I'm down for that. I don't want to be in that. I don't want a relationship. I think I like you, pretty boy, whatever. Let's do that. And guys be like, no girl's going to do that. I go, trust me. I've been there, done that. Yes, they will. Because they don't want to be with you at all. Because they're not ready to a relationship. But they do like the way you carry yourself, and so on and so on. That's why I love Seattle. I promote the shit out of Seattle because that's my real home. Because why? Extroverts. I speak the way I speak for the most part, especially a lot. I tell people if I got paid to talk, I'd be a zillionaire because I'm just, especially now, I'm just telling a story. So if I want to, like me, Eastern Washington, Yakima Valley, it's like, if you've never been to Washington State, let me give you a crash course to life. Snoqualmie Pass, eastbound, 1950 Rolodex, 90% Caucasians, whites, Hispanic Latinos, 10% POCs, right? And I'm going to tell you, on the east side over here in Eastern Washington, if I don't know you, I don't talk to you. Right? The guys talk to girls, that's normal, but even though they're scared, if I have a conversation with a female too much, they think they'll be, my cousin, family, and especially in the brown culture, they'll be like, you didn't get her number. I'm like, what? I moved back here, I was like, what do you mean, what? I was like, oh, my bad, I've been gone for like 12 years. The mentality here is, if I talk to a female, it's called flirting. I go, no, it's called a conversation, man. Trust me, I'm not a virgin. If I like a female, I don't worry about rejection at all. Because remember, rejection, protection. Just because I like a girl, I want to take her out, and she tells you no, I won't get my feelings about it. I go, y'all getting your feelings about it because you might be like, oh, fuck you, bitch. Like, no, but she wasn't a bitch a minute ago. Now because she told you no, now you get feelings about it because you worry about rejection. Not everyone has to say yes to you. You know that, right? And the downfall with that, once again, in your head, you gas and manipulate yourself. I pray, plan, hope, I manifest, I get this job, I get this girl, I get this guy. And when you don't get it, what happens to you? Your day goes to shit. Your day goes to shit. You're mad, you're bitter, and bullshit. Become a fucking pussy willow and shit, right? So if you use the word idea, the idea is I get this job, the idea I get this partner. The 50-50 shot. 50, I get it, awesome, I got the job, I got the girl, blessed. 50, other 50, I didn't get the job, I need the girl, fuck it. It wasn't meant to be. I go on my day. There you go. No gaslight, no manipulation to yourself at all. Go on your fucking day, you're blessed. But when I pray, plan, hope, manifest all you want, man. God, Lucifer, the universe, and I eat up popcorn for entertainment. But that's what I do every day, but when I go on live. I do my one-on-ones. I'm just telling a story. And to give you shit, and once again, all of us can become woke. So many people use the word woke. I'll be like, I love to, like me, I'm woke, right? Have it on here. Hashtag woke. So with that said, I forgot, wow, cut up from freaking breaking the driver's window on my elbow when I was in the accident yesterday morning. So lucky my tattoo's didn't get beat up too much wise. But anyways, that's why I hear people say, they say woke. You're woke, I'm woke, let's have this conversation. And when they can't have, they get triggered. I mean, no, you see, you're not woke, you're awakened. And they're like, who are you? You're a demigod, goddess. I'm a god. I'm 1% of the universe. I judge everybody for who you really are. Simple conversation. I go, we're all equal. You just don't know that. But with that said, you just prove that you're not woke because you got your feelings about this conversation. And I don't know you from Adams. That's bad. That is you struggling in life. And that's why once again on Facebook, like my boy, he's young. He's probably 18, 19 by now, right? I met him on TikTok 3 years ago. When I mentioned, because when I go live on like 6, 7 platforms, right? So I mentioned Facebook. He's like, he was 17 at the time. He's like, Facebook? Man, he's on Facebook for old people and dramas, laughing. Like, ain't that the fucking truth? Because it is. On Facebook, man, if I don't go on Facebook, which I'll go there promote my TikToks and stuff and promote other people's TikToks, but it's just drama. No respect to the queens, the beautiful women on there, etc. Like, they drop beautiful posts and all good shit about relationships, men, and all, which is cool. I get it. It's a good concept. The downfall is there's no toxic relationships. Like, you can take all the selfies, show all the cleavage you want, OnlyFans, all that, but you're still bitching about relationships. Make that shit make sense. Why don't you work on yourself and that's it? Get a support team. If not, and then meanwhile, I put my comments, and then they don't respond, which is their choice. FB is for no, for sure it's for everybody, but in general, you won't learn shit in life in there. Everyone bitches in life, and they come about their anxiety, depression, relationships. I tell go on TikTok, go right now on TikTok, search bar, empath, narcissist, deflection, projection. Get out your tissue box. Yeah, way more better options on there to get as far as like advice. Here on Facebook, you can't get broken record shit. Why you do that? I love TikTok. Oh, sorry, Lamar Ross. What do you mean, why you do that? As far as what I'm asking. So I can answer, if you please elaborate more so I can answer correctly, Wes. If not, I'm just going off what you're saying so far. Oh, take care of the help. Be safe. Have a good night. Be safe. But that's it. Yeah, that's why I tell you, Facebook, man, I just like it, honestly speaking wise. But I use this platform just to promote my TikToks. Like, I've been doing everyone else's, but now I'm going to do mine because I'm 13 months behind my podcast and my YouTube. So with that said, I asked you to add me. Added you where? Oh, as far as on here or what? Oh, there you are. I apologize. My bad. I didn't know you were on here. Hello? Oh, how you doing, man? I'm sorry, I didn't know you're here. I don't really do like big old dual lives too often, but yeah, how you doing? How's it going?
I ain't gonna do it, man. Why you do? What's the artist? What's the art stuff for? What's the art going on with?
Oh, it is? Yeah, all this? Oh yeah, I'll break it down for you. So with that said, like 3 years I went through a bad breakup, right? So with that said, remember back in the day, man had a voice, right? When we talk, it was powerful. People listen to us, right? Not no more. For the most part, for a man to have power with words and voice-wise, you have to have money, status, and fame, right? Females, not knowing this, I tell females, physically, cosmetically, spiritually, verbally, their voice is way stronger than my voice, than your voice, easily. The only way we get recognition if we're known on social media, football, whatever situation, you got to be famous as a man, right? So with that said, 3 girls went through a bad breakup. I started doing my Facebook live, my YouTube lives, right? And my IG lives about life, relationships, etc. Because I was going through my healing and awakening journey-wise. And I was in a little recognition, but I was like, you know what? Like, how do I get people's attention, right? And I was like, you know what? Ink therapy. So with that said, analogy, I crucified myself by doing what I did. Because where I'm from, East Washington, Mexico-wise, is old school mentality. Having tattoos on your face, neck is a no-no, right? And it's 2023. But Eastern Washington, it's old school still, right? The west of the best of Seattle is 2023. People got tattoos way worse than I do, and they still get a job because they get a job there. They care about the way you carry yourself, your energy, and your resume. Can you actually talk to customers, and what do you bring to the table for the business? They don't want altercations, right? Like I tell people, judge me. You have the right to. People are like, I don't judge. Trust me, for the most part, everyone judges. Brown person with tattoos, what do you think? Gangbang, my first drug dealer, right? Now read me. What do I talk about? How do I carry myself? And what's my energy, right? So with that said, I was like, you know what? To trigger the universe, I'm going to do my ink therapy. So with that said, analogy, it's not physical, but with that said, in your head, right? A lot of people go through breakups, depression, anxiety, and they don't know why. And then especially as men, we're not supposed to talk to other people, express our feelings because you're not a man, you're weak, right? In the Spanish culture, the word's called mandilon. That means you're soft, you're not a man, you're weak. If your girlfriend runs the show, or if you're talking to your girl, etc., you're too soft, right? And which I get shit about my family and friends by the time I don't die with words. Anyways, so I was like, cool. How do I get people attention? Ink therapy, right? So to trigger people words, I gotta use specific words to get people attention, especially the ones who'll get the most. It will be the therapist, counselor, psychiatrist, relationship coach, life coaches, and narcissist creators because they know these words. A regular person is Japanese, so I go, okay, let me break it down, right? So yeah, there's a rapper called NF, right? He had a song called Mansion. That's why it says right NF, then his Mansion. So it's an analogy. I took his song, made it my way, because he helped me do communication with my breakup, what I was going through, right? And then another rap artist called Young Drac, he helped me do comprehension with a song called Toxic. Anyways, wise. So I say, in your head, your mansion, all the doors are paying wide open. Why? Because you haven't let go of your exes, past pain, toxic love, trauma, and child trauma. That's why you have anxiety, depression, paranoia, PTSD, suicidal thoughts, low self-esteem, anger issues. The bottom says triggers what? All capital letters. Overthinking, reactive abuse. If you don't know what reactive abuse is, that's when you go verbally or potentially physically abusive with people, environment, or yourself. Because you're getting triggered by words of the environment and you don't have control your emotions. That's why I say everyone's got BPD, MPD. If that's not true, two simple questions. Why are your feelings? Why you get triggered by petty ass words? They're just words. Why are you catching the case? Because someone called you stupid, right? And now you're going to jail because you got triggered, Hulk smash, and you go with the big boys for a second, right? And then you calm down. Oh, damn, yeah. But remember, if you can't control your, the bad side of you, which everybody has, Lucifer's side, hate, it's narcissism, pride, ego, lust, greed, and power, you're always going to get altercations. Your emotions is with anger. Your downfall when you're angry, you're going to say shit you shouldn't have said, or get in a situation you shouldn't have been in, but your pride and ego, you can't take the L, walk away. Go outside, get some air, breathe, get away from the bad environment. Then when you're ready to come back into the household or where the situation, then go back, but don't go back, don't stay in the fire. They keep burning you until you finally, hit somebody. Now you're catching the case, right? So if you're more positive, godly-like, this is God's side. Well, we are. You're more positive, empathetic. You're love. You know what? You're proud and humble. That's how you are. Proud and humble, love, respect to everybody. That's it. You don't want altercations with nobody. People going through things in life. Hey, I was you, but let me talk about it. If you want to, let's elaborate. But yes, I know they call young fans stupid, but let's break it down. Why they're saying what they're saying. I go, do you know everyone's going through shit in life? But if you don't want to talk about your feelings, how are you supposed to progress in life? How are you supposed to have a healthy relationship? If not, I tell people, do what I did, like a lot of us do. Wear the mask, smiles, behind you dying and crying, and you won't ever evolve in life, ever. People pick on me here. Oh, sorry, that people do on social media, you got to be very cautious. Okay, first and foremost, when it comes to getting bullied on social media, remember, first and foremost, it's your platform, right? And then if you're on people's platforms, it's their platforms. If bullying is too much for you, the safest thing to do, deadass, get off. You don't have to be on this phone. Get off,
That's why I came in here.
Yeah.
That's why I said I had to come and say hello to you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Stay the way you are.
Thank you, brother.
Don't let them upset you.
I don't know.
You out of character. Now, you keep what you're doing. I just wanted to make sure. I understand now.
Thank you.
I understand. I got you, big guy.
Thank you.
That's my buddy right there.
Oh, yeah.
I followed you, too.
Oh, yeah, no. I talk about love and respect. I tell people, I know my flaws. I speak back. I'm trying to slow down. I have an accent. I slur and I mumble because I do, I do a lot of one-on-ones every day. I tell you, free therapy, life coach. I don't charge nothing. If you want to donate to the cause, cool. But I just want people to get the life back so they don't feel alone,
And I'm proud of you.
Thank you, brother.
Keep being you, but don't write on you no more now. Don't write no more. You write on paper. All right.
Thank you. Yo, that's funny. Well, see, the intent is not to, but I actually have a lot more to come. So with that said, what you would call it? I'm just telling a story, and then from there, what I have right here in my chest, when you can forgive and let go of your partner 1,000 for yourself, not for anybody else. Remember, it'd be cool to get closure from your partner, but here's the kicker: as an individual, if your partner authentically gave you closure, hey, sorry, baby, I fucked up. I did cheat on you. I was really physically with you, wise. As an individual, will you be satisfied? That's the question. Potentially, you might be satisfied, but more likely not, because you'd be like, they were authentic every which way. But then it's because you, wise, I pray, I gave you my, everything. I gave you my love, my kindness, and you destroyed me. You took it for granted and be like, yes, I did. I'm sorry. Sorry, I just can't fix shit. And then because your bad side, you just have, your hate, pride, ego, you don't know how to put it away. You can't accept apology, right? Which is definitely your choice. You don't have to, but the downfall about the situation, a lot of people forgive, you don't forget, right? But you haven't let them go. So if you don't let go of your exes, your child trauma, whoever hurt you with his words in most situations, in your head, let's keep it simple. In your imagination, your ex, they own that door of pain. They own it. Verbally, physically wise, analogy-wise, in your head, your mansion, their ex owns the door of pain. Eating the popcorn, watching collab, you smile on your face, living there and free. And so when are you going to kick them out? You could do it like traditional way, no contact, like TikTok, do no contact. Cool. Doing no contact with ex-wise, it's a benefit, yes, but in time-wise, oh, thank you, Kenny Girl. With that, whatchamacallit, it's a benefit, yes, the situation, but the downfall is if you don't let them go, they're always going to be in your mansion. And that's going to suck because it's going to be a long process. And the thing is, the intent, quote unquote, you don't bring your past to your present. A lot of us do that not knowing. But remember, if you have no guidance, try not to be too hard on yourself. The intent is not to self-sabotage the next relationship to be. How do you self-sabotage it? When you don't let go of your ex-wives, you have your insecurity-wise scenario. If I wasn't ever like that, but let's say I was just controlling-wise, right? Because my ex has cheated on me. So I get in the next relationship, act all nice, not be nice, right? And then So let's say, which typically happens in Spanish culture, right? Analogies wise. So I met her, she's showing her body, etc. Social media wise, be attracted to the potential be wise. But with that said, is now she hooks with me. Now she's my partner, my girlfriend. In the Spanish culture, I'm the machista, aka narcissist person wise, being narcissistic wise. So now she hooks with me. We're official, babe. You know what? I want you to, I start regulating her. I want you dressing like that. We go with my family and friends in the streets. You can't wear that. So, and she'll adapt and she'll do it for me because she says she loves me, right? The downfall of the situation is like she has to dress like a nun. She can't look at guys, can't talk to guys, not even at work, right? That's how she works. But I can check out all the females I want, pass boundaries all I want in front of her. That's what I tell her, yo, you gotta be observant every which way. Fuck, if they're hurting your feelings, fuck their feelings. Match energy, right? It takes strength and courage to verbalize your boundaries and know how to say no, right? So with that says, if I'm your guy, right, and I'm checking out girls in front of you and you don't say shit to me, I am testing your boundaries. And you just saw me chat a female in front of your face. Looking at your friend, your best friend, nothing. You didn't tell me nothing? I keep doing that. So if I'm there in front of your face, imagine in the streets, imagine at work with the boys. Yeah, passing boundaries, and then what? What are you going to say about it? Do about it? Nothing at all. And don't do it to yourself because analogy, now you do, I love analogies. So that basically as an individual, that is your hell on earth. That is your own sentence, your own dungeon. Every day you come home, fuck, I gotta deal with him. Or let's say you're a stay-at-home girl, stay-at-home wife. He goes to work, he's doing it in front of your face at home, at the barbecues, in the streets, at Walmart, etc. So what do you think he's doing at work with all the females? Yeah, analogy, that's what on TikTok. I could have my housewife, and I could have my work wife. She don't gotta know, and everyone at work knows what I'm doing. Everyone at work knows I have a wife, right? But they see me passing boundaries with my coworker. So I have a housewife and I have a work wife. No one says shit. Happens all the time, every day. So with that said, when you observe that as a coworker, as a family friend, check your freaking partners. Check, whoever it is, your brother, cousin. Like me now, I give no fucks. I would check your ass all day, every day. In front of your family, I don't give a shit. That's why me, if I was to have a Spanish girl on my side, I said I won't ever have a Spanish girl, a Hispanic, Latina, Spaniard. Hispanic, let's say a woman, if she's working on herself, etc. wise, right, she can have this conversation open-minded wise. If she can't, I'm way too much for her. Because in our culture, in machismo, aka narcissism, happens all the fucking time. All the time. Even at church, right? That's why I don't go to, in my head, I go to church every day, but I show love and respect to everybody. God, all the great jazz, right? But like my sister asked me, like, why don't you go to church? I was like, nah, if I went to church, trust me, I'm not signing no more at all. So I'll give everybody shit. Because typically in the Spanish culture, what happens, you got Don Juan with his wife and his kids, right? At church, God's house, check out the young female, because young females dressing like to go to the club, so they're showing everything off. And then you have the young cats, housing the young girls at God's house. What's your IG? What's your Snap? I've been back here like, 10 years now. I've gone to church twice in different years to try it out. Give it a chance. Nope. Same fucking shit, man. It's like, y'all can't behave for 1-2 hours of the fucking week. That's it. You still can't do that. So me, if I was to go there, I would see that. I would like dead. I stop the church. But yo, boys and girls, grab your cell phones. Everyone's about to go viral. I'm about to go viral. With that said, I got the mic. Yo, sorry, priest. Sorry, father. I know you're probably doing your job, But with that said, I gotta say some shit and be like, I'll break it down. Yo, don't want to call him out in front of everybody. See, I'm talking to you. You love your wife, all the good shit. But I'm sorry, guys, but in our shitty culture, you're the machista. You're doing the machismo. You're channeling all young females in God's house, right? In front of your wife and shit. She don't say shit because our culture doesn't say shit at all. You're the slave master, and she's a slave. She's been out there fucking all her life. It sucks for her because that is her hell on earth. And you little girls, that's your choice. You're offering lust every which way at God's house. And you little boys, the same fucking shit. So why am I here for? Y'all can't fucking behave. Y'all are hypocrites. Yo, kids, I know you're here because your parents. You don't want to be here. I get it. And all you little guys that guy is bullshit, players, you come here because you feel like you go to church for 1-2 hours, you're going to fucking feel good. I tell the priest my sins. God forgive me. Yeah, he forgives you, quote unquote, but then you fucking leave church and back to being a manhole. Body hopping, booger sugar, gangbanging mafioso, all that bullshit in the Spanish culture. Then what? That's why I won't go to church. I'll embarrass a lot of people there. And I'll be famous in the whole valley, as it is already talked about me, which I don't give a shit about that. And now they're going to talk about me. I'll be, what? That's my hairstyle when she was doing my braids like 4 weeks ago, whatever it was. When I said that, I want to be the Spanish girl, Hispanic, and she like tugged my hair a little bit. She's like, what? I was like, yo, queen, I'm gonna slow down. Let me elaborate. I'm with a Spanish woman, a Hispanic, if she's working on herself. Because once again, if you're gonna be a Spanish girl on my side, right, a woman-wise, I'm gonna call the whole universe out. especially my family, your family. If I see your father doing that, right, and that's like father allowed to be scenario, right, potential, right, and he's doing that in front of your moms, the mother to be wise, I'll call him out on his shit. So are you ready for that conversation? Are you ready to potentially lose your family? But with that said, that's how the Spanish females like, yo, you gotta be ready for the situation, because if not, then your family's call you out. Check out, I like the way he carries himself. He's a good dude, all the good shit, good energy. But we don't like his tattoos. But he just called out your father. So we're your family, right? So are you gonna choose us or him? And when she comes to me, oh well, my parents talk to me about this shit. I'm like, oh, it's the whole bullshit conversation that I'm too much, blah blah. To choose, nah, baby girl, I choose myself. What? I already told you that, but that's why as an individual in the Spanish culture and cultures in general wise, I'll have a conversation with her to give her scenarios before she gets involved with me. So I let her, this is what I will do. And if your brother wants to get involved with me, like physical wise, be the caveman, your father, I don't give a fuck who it is. I'll be, yo, this is America, do it the white way, the right way. I'll call the boys in blue. You fucking, this ain't little Mexico, man. You fucking fight the judge in court. Be a bitch. Yes, I'll be a proud bitch, free as a bee. You be the prideful bitch locked up in your dog kennel where you should be, because you can't control your anger. Because I called you out your shit because you have your pride and ego. You can't do self-accountability. Yeah, I fucked up. I shouldn't have checked that girl. Yes, I'm cheating on her. Yeah, you can't do self-accountability, but that's your narcissist traits. Hate, pride, ego, lust, greed, power. Oh my gosh, life's so hard. There's the worst of life for everybody in the universe. And once again, women ain't the problem. It's us men, aka boys. We're the problem. And I love saying that shit. I'm not a bad person. I did wrong doings here and there, but now I know why I did what I did. And with that said, individual, you can't be hard on yourself. Well, think about it. You can, but don't try not to be. If no one taught you about some specific words, then you're on a general cycle. That's why I say in the Spanish culture, on my side, Washington State, all the way to Mexico, back to Spain, the motherland. They can't teach me this shit. My parents can't know this with my parents, but that's why as an individual, when you're yourself, on your child trauma, you can't be hard on your parents at all. I promise you. In the beginning, you have the right to be quote unquote because they really physically whip my ass, right? But did you know as parents, it's hard. The more kids you got, the more stress it is, right? And not only do we get physically abused, right? But culture based, that would typically happen in the culture wise. The mother takes care of the kids, father takes the household, and father the stress, and starts knocking everybody out. Been there, done that, don't miss that. As we're older now, we can laugh about it. Obviously, when you're the kids getting knocked out, it ain't funny at all, right? And me, I'm the oldest of my siblings, so I always got my ass kicked all the time because why? My brothers and sisters set me up. I help my mom clean the home. My father comes a certain time from work, and what they do, make a mess, and I'm getting knocked out. I was like, bro, I can tell you so many stories about that. But see, like, I get it's the culture base. That's why I made it about to myself. I won't be like my father, be physically abused with my kids or my partner, right? But yes, you have the physical abuse, but also the verbal abuse. You got to be careful with your tongue. That's why I say, words can heal you, trigger you, definitely destroy you. Relationships can make you, break you, definitely destroy you. Watch your words, because words cut deeper than a knife. I comprehend that now, right? So, as a person, my father verbally abused you, wise and physically, wise, church and Spanish culture. Then my first baby mom, same thing, verbally and physically wise, but I didn't say shit, do shit. Stay quiet, because pray for and hope she changes her ways, as far as my first baby mom's wise, right? And I did that for 12 years. Did it work out? Fuck no. I got destroyed, but as an individual, work with yourself, you give all your exes props. When you forgive, not forget, and let them go, you comprehend my red flags, her red flags, why it failed, why she is the way she is. Then, okay, cool, I get it now. And that's why as an individual, I created that category, lost empath. That's why I say, especially the like I is. Spanish, a person from the streets, or street mentality-wise. Any girl from the ghetto hoods, I'll be your friend associate. I'm going to get your lifestyle, but I'm not by my side. If I'm going to be with a person that like I from the streets-wise, I might as well look for my first baby moms. Because I comprehend to the fullest. Every female from the ghetto block hoods-wise, you're all the same for the most part. But it's just a different body, different sleeve-wise, right? There is good in you, but since toxic love and you live in a bad environment, you're not going to be used to healthy love. Because I'm going to do communication comprehension, show you love, respect. Let's talk about the conversation. Why are you feeling? Why you have anxiety? I don't want to talk about it. Oh, you want the toxic love, communication, no comprehension? Friend and associate, not a partner. I can't fix you or save you. I promise nobody in the universe, I can't fix you or save you, and vice versa, at all. You can't do it for your kids. You can't do it for your parents. The only person that can do it for you is who? You, the person in the mirror. That's it. All we can do for the whole universe, all of us, is heal, guide, support, uplift, Forewarn, show my love to each other. That's all we can do for each other. I promise you that. If you want to try to fix and save people, more people to do better, God, Lucifer, the universe, and I eat a popcorn for entertainment. Go fall on your face. And you will. I promise you will. Nothing against you, but I was you. I was with you for 3 years of my life, praying, planning, hoping my partners change. They do better. That that we do better for ourselves. The downfall is, it's almost highly impossible. Like, when someone, especially when it comes to relationships, right? When I say this, which I'm gonna get tat on me wise. Oh yeah, I haven't got a tat. I'm gonna get a tat pretty soon. But anyways, what I say is, when someone disrespects respect, they broke loyalty, trust, and love. All they can offer you now is toxic love, lust, drama, trauma, and trauma. Take the L, walk away, save yourself. If you choose to want to, it's your choice. It's your choice. Every day above ground, we have the choice to be by our partner, not by our partner. If it's toxic, to have the conversation. Try not to do infidelity. Because when people get cheated on, that fucking destroys you. It hurts hella bad, but the only reason why it hurts, because you're broken, codependent. In my head, I need my partner. Tell me what I want to go my life. Tell me why you need them. If they physically, whoop your ass, keep it simple, verbally. You're a piece of shit, you're garbage, no one wants you, I'm the best you're ever gonna have in your life. And if you're empathetic, trust me, you're gonna believe all them fucking words. Even though you're beautiful, you take care of yourself, all that good shit, beautiful tattoos, whatever the fuck it is. Everyone's attracted to you, but you don't attract to yourself because the person by your side is destroying with words. Why? Because remember, there's the only why their words hurt you as far as your partner by your side. Because any time you lay down with people, it's called you exchange energy. You become one as soul tied. Your family can give you shit, child trauma. Sibling give you shit, child trauma. Bullies, trauma, right? I get it. But their words, you be like, fuck you, whatever, block you, whatever, move on, right? But your partners, oh, no. That shit hurts bad. That's because the only reason why, because you exchange energy-wise. That's why. You're like, damn, everything started good. I gave my love. Right, you are giving love. And then you're chasing somebody, right? Going after them, causing all this drama, but you don't chase yourself. It's called match energy, not take energy. If I'm taking it from you, why are you chasing me? Because I'm my partner. I don't mean shit. I should be matching it. We should be talking about it. And that's why when we go through breakups, it hurts because you're broken codependent. You are detoxing from codependency. I don't need people. I want people. And then I'm lonely. Nothing wrong being alone. It's the loneliness that bothers you. Why? Because you don't have a physical person by your side. So you can chase them, right? Give them chances. Yeah, do that. Like a lot of us did. But here's the kicker. You give them another chance, right? You fucking lay in the same bed like I did, and you can't do shit with each other. Can't cuddle, kiss, nothing. But at least, but we lie to ourselves, gaslight ourselves. At least they're able to meet here tonight. And they could be there for years to be, but they could be messing around at work, after hours, whatever the situation is. They're touching every bit in the mother but you. So why are you there? Because why? You're codependent. We're brainwashed that we need people in life because they taught us as little kids. Little kids need a prayer. Like I tell my kids, you need me now. But I tell all my kids, when you hit 18, you can graduate. What do you want to do? You don't have to talk to me. That's your choice. But to all the parents, scenario. Your kids graduate, right? You give them everything in life. Positive, love, respect to the fullest, right? And they get up and leave, they graduate, and they be, fuck you, dad, fuck you, mom. I don't want to ever talk to you. What's going to happen to you? 95% of parents going to die and cry. Be in disbelief, like, but I gave you everything. Like, right, but I don't talk to you. But remember this, I tell parents, potentially middle school, high school, they got bullied. When they're going through a breakup and shit, they just don't want to talk to nobody. They just want to be away from everybody. They have the right for that, every which way, right? But you just, like me, I tell my kids, yo, the door's always there. All my kids, all of them could tell me that, fuck you, dad. I'd be cool. I don't know words, there's a door. You can always talk to me whenever you want to. You always come back in my life whenever you want to. I trip, I don't fall, that's my situation. I'm going to be like a lot, like I'm an old version of me, wise. I trip, fall, and fucking shed tears. Fuck that shit. No, I don't need you, I want you. Sounds selfish? I'm selfish 1,000. Y'all selfish 100? Stay in your feelings. I pray for you, plan for you. I'll let you progress in life. But as a friend associate, give me your hand. I'll pick you up 1,000 times. Not as a partner. I can't fix you or save you. Nobody can. That's why, once again, back to religious people, which I'm going to get Ted Army-wise, and I'm making sure pretty soon. Because I was talking to a couple at the farmer market. One, the wife she's Muslim, and then the husband's Christian, right? I was like, hey, that's cool, as long as you show love, yes, but I get it. Your family, their family, racial tension, all that good shit, and religious tension and bullshit. I go, don't worry about that. Remember, this is your life. As long as you two, I go, don't do the mistake like a lot of us do, like I did. Like we bring up, like if the family's giving you advice, they respect to the fullest because you're on altercation. That's nothing wrong with that. But if they're trying to break up the relationship because they don't like your partner, or vice versa, don't. As long as you two are blessed, you're dating your partner. You're not fucking dating your parents, your siblings, and shit. That's what you gotta be careful because a lot of us, We have a lot of respect for our family because, yes, we grew up with them, all that good shit. But here's the kicker. You're not dating your parents. You're not dating your siblings. Who give the fuck they don't like your partners? Sometimes they're jealous because they say your partner's better than. You're like, you know, you actually have a good partner by your side. But they're jealous because they don't want to see you happy. They usually see you have bad partners and they want you to be staying in toxic love. Now they spend more time with your partner because he or she show you love, respect, oh my conversation, lovey-dovey. They don't like that because they don't got that shit by their side. That's why family and friends can be really bad. They'd be jealous of what you got. Because why? They don't want to see. Remember, this in life, when you're struggling in life, right? And everyone's bitching about their relationship, about shit, we're all pretty much even. But when you start working yourself, progressing in life, the people behind you, family and friends, don't like that shit at all. So they try to talk shit about you, bring you down. Don't worry about that shit. Keep progressing. Especially if you have a good partner by your side. Yo, it's healthy. And you try and fuck, that's fucking good. Take that shit and run with it. Or if not, go fuck it. Fuck this relationship. Go back to what you know, toxic love. When they really physically whoop your ass, uncomfortable. Go back to your fucking bubble. Do what a lot of us did. Fuck that shit. That is so unjust. That's why you have to be careful when you want it. A lot of us want relations, but here's the kicker. You want it, but are you ready for it? That's the kicker. Because if you're not ready for it, and remember, thinking is not knowing. You got to know you're ready for it. Because if not, hurt people. How so? If I get a toxic relationship, right, scenario, before my ex, now my second baby mom's, right? My ex's name right here, my second one, I respect her, every which way went to breakup. That's why I have the story going on, nothing against her. In the beginning, there's tension because, yo, nobody goes to breakup, it fucking sucks, yes. Kids are involved, it's a lot. I make it sound easy, but I had a support team. Anyways, if I just went body hopping right away, like my family and friends, get yourself a little bitch, blah, blah, etc. I was like, yo, so if I do what you do, body hop, etc. wise, that'll fix me and save me. That would get this heartbreak. I just get over it like that by getting another girlfriend by my side. Because she got me the kids. I'm like, yeah, she can have me the kids, sure, but here's the kicker. She can't fix me and save me. There's love for my ex-wife. It's not just go away like that. And then he got mad. I was like, you know, chill out. I just pushed everybody away. Dead ass. Yeah, I pushed them away. They pushed me away because I was doing my lives. I didn't give a fuck. I was like, nope, I don't care. No. I would figure this shit out. There's got to be a reason why the relationship failed. And, you know, my side and her side. Right? So with that said, that's why when you go body hopping, you don't take time to start the healing journey. I'll bring scenario. If it happened to me wise and I just went body hopping to a relationship, tell a girl my sob story, the breakup, whatever the situation was, right? I played a role victim to trigger people. I played a role victim, tell a sob story. The potential to be wise, let's say she's more pathetic, right, than my ex-wife. She wants to give me what? Love, respect. Give me all the shit that my ex didn't give me. You know, child trauma, all this shit, right? She'll do that part because I know she's more, more empathetic wise. The downfall of that situation, since I went body hopping, I didn't let go of my ex-wives, potential was going to happen. Self-sabotage, get an altercation, whatever the situation is wise, and I dropped the corny ass line, which a lot of us do, more men than females. You're just like my ex. When you drop that corny ass line, your shit's over. Dead ass. It's already over. How so? Because your partner be like, I'm not your ex, why'd you say that? And now your partner's like in his head, they're in competition with your ex-wives. That was not the intent, and it can get pretty bad. Cause been there, done that. It'd be like, TLC session. Are you smashing me? Or are you smashing your ex? During the fucking session, isn't it a fuck? Like, what the fuck? But why he or she saying that? Because what you said, right? So that's called self-sabotaging it. Or I get scared, right? And I go back to my ex. But once again, if I didn't let her go, that's why they have triangulation. When I sit there, I got my girlfriend, I still have my ex-wives, and then my girlfriend doesn't know I'm messing around with my ex-wives, and I'm juggling my feelings. That's called triangulation. But at the same time, aka analogy-wise, or as they call it, my new girlfriend's a rebound. That's why you ladies gotta get fucking. You gotta judge and read everybody. Investigate the situation, because if not, you don't want to get hurt in the situation. You did your part, you give love to the fullest, and now I cheat on my girlfriend. I go back to my ex-girlfriend, or I go back to girls like my ex-girlfriend that are narcissistic wise, and they just toxic love. I got the new girlfriend. She's verbally physical with my ass. I feel good. This is what I know. Yeah, I'm a security blanket. The bubble. I'm scared. We all want love, quote unquote. But if you're not ready for it, you're gonna hurt people. That's what hurt people is. I'll give you an empathetic woman. She's not verbally physically abusive. It's all love and respect wise, right? But here's the kicker. I'm not ready for it. I thought, but thinking is not knowing, and I get scared. And the other corny ass line, you know what? I'm the squash relationship because it's not you, it's me. Because yeah, it is you, but here's the kicker. You shouldn't have got involved with them. But with that said, but why did you get involved with them? Because I'm lonely. I'm scared to fall back into start my healing, awake, eventually woke journey. So I wanted a body by my side. Because the damn about loneliness, you want a person by your side. So either your ex is by your side or a new partner by your side. You're body hopping. taking that no time to heal. So with that said, that's why I say this. Trigger warning: addiction, loneliness, trauma bonds, all equal what? Codependency wise. All you ever needed who? The person in the mirror. So that's why anyone that's body hopping, you're broken codependent. Typically us men, aka boys. That's why ladies, be very, very observant who you're gonna have by your side. And with that said, in time when you're working yourself, control your heart feelings. Being an empathetic person, especially the female side, your flaw, like my flaw was, when you're empathetic, heart and feelings. You see the good in everybody, that's your flaw. By you saying, I see the good in people, that's your flaw. It's why? Because you got to see the good in yourself first and foremost, and then the potential to be and match energy every which way. Are they acting nice? Are they being nice? Are they in a relationship? They got a relationship with the situation. You break it down to the fullest. Because if you don't control your heart feelings, you're going to catch them by your side. I tell people analogy-wise, right? So, if you're more empathetic-wise, right, especially more on the female side, I tell them, scenario, if I'm going through a breakup-wise, right, it's an analogy. It's raining outside, it's cold and wet, right? I'm a little puppy outside. You bring me in, right? Feed me, clothe me, bathe me, talk to me all good shit, right? Soothe me up. And in the mornings, when the night is sunny, I leave, right? So what are you doing? And now you give me advice, you said all the good stuff as a friend associate, not as a partner. The downfall if you don't control your hard feelings, what are you going to do? Keep me home from the puppy I go to become a dog, right? Full grown dog wise, and now I become older wise, an adult, and I bite the hand that feeds me. How so? Because you pick me up when I was down, and from there wise, I become verbally, physically abusive with her wise, and then she's gonna be like, yo, like, especially when I say you're just like my ex, all this shit, I'm comparing to my ex, I didn't take time to heal. And that's why if you don't control your hard feelings, especially the women, you're all gonna be date elusive disciples every which way. Because I can act nice, I can't be nice, I can offer you toxic love and lust, not love, because I don't know what love is. Especially hella narcissistic wise, which I would give you the categories, the ones that are the worst ones. That's why you avoid it every which way. That's why I tell females in my DM, especially like, I'm a single father of 8 kids, right? So I tell females that have kiddos, like, I ask them, yo, you doing co-parenting? Because if they're interested, or even in general, I ask them, interested, not interested in me wise, I'll be like, co-parenting? How's that coming along? Like, oh, I don't co-parent. Like, is he involved? Is it bothering you and the kiddos? Or they say, oh, no, he's not involved at all. He left a long time ago, MIA. Okay, cool. They say, oh, yeah, no, he's here involved, but there is no co-parenting. He just causes drama and bullshit. Then what do? I investigate, because I'm doing my research, right? And ladies, pay attention. Do the research, too. If you're a single parent, right? Another person that's a single parent, make sure there's, ask the questions. Y'all co-parenting. Got to make that shit. Establish that. But yes, we are co-parenting. Okay, if it's co-parenting, is it going smoothly? Or is there altercations? And sometimes they'll be like, they might be like, oh, well, there's some good questions. Like, I just want to know, because on my side, I'm just like, on my side, co-parenting, my ex and I, we cool. Like, she's got her hubby, all the good stuff, goes to visit, whatever situations. How do you do on your side? Because you got to investigate that, especially as single parents dating single parents wise, right? Because the scenario to the females, they say, like, oh, no, well, he's problems with bullshit, causes drama. To me, that's a red flag. Like, not against her, against him. How so? Analogy, I tell people, either you're single parents or you're a single person with no kids want to date single parents. Remember this analogy. When you date me, right? You date myself, 8 kiddos, 2 baby moms. The first one's not there. The second one's there, and her hubby. It's a analogy. It's all happy family. You don't have to be BFF with my ex and her hubby, but we're gonna see each other, talk and vibe every which way. Because when the kids are on my side with us, if I had a partner, then we're all good. They got my number, they got my ex, my girl number, all that shit. Because the situation happens, or let's say they're like me. They live an hour away from where I'm from. So if they're coming this side of town, if I'm at work, but she's, let's say my girlfriend living here wise, then, she can get RBA. They'll call me on my work, but my girl's at home. You can drop the kids out with them while you go do your little, shopping, whatever. That's called co-parenting, right? And it takes a while to get there. Because as an individual, on the weekends, I go with my ex-wives. So I go there. So now it's only Saturday and Sunday because it's Saturday night to Sunday night every 24 hours because I do Seattle Farmers Market, right? So with that, before that, I'll go there either Friday night or early Saturday morning, and come back Sunday night. I go over there, see a night over there. I see my ex and her hubby, lovey-dovey, kissing, bullshit, and everyone's like, "How do you do that?" Because you forgive, not forget, you let go, you do closure for yourself. That's why I have my oxymoron on my neck. I love you for leaving me. So I do love my ex for leaving me. She did not leave me. Would be 8 years miserable, 9 years miserable. Fuck that shit. It hurts, yes. Oh hell yeah, it does hurt. But the only reason why it hurts, because you're broken codependent. No, you don't need no universe. You want people if they want you. That's the shit. And then that's when you start the healing and awakening journey, It hurts hella bad because you're detoxing from codependency. I miss my ex. Right, you miss your ex, but they don't miss you. If they're trying to say they miss you, they're just doing that because they want to see you taken back. If you're taken back, then they know they can cheat on you 1,000 times, which they shall. I pray for you. That's it. You know, that's why have a support team, because if from their wise you don't take your ex back, that's the intent not to. Because if you do, it's gonna be your hell on earth. I'm telling you, it's very unjust. You don't want to be going through that at all. Because in this lifetime, how many analogy, not physically, how many times you want to die in relationships? Tell me that shit feels good. You know, as an individual, it took me 39 of my life, 39, to figure all this, to comprehend all the shit I'm telling you, all my tattoos, how plenty more to come, petty words. 95% will be words, 5% will be images for analogies wise. But I'm blessed at 42, 18 at heart, but 42 on the outside. So the last 3 years of my life, blessed. No toxic relationships, nothing. You know, no stress, no overthinking. When I sleep, I die. Overthinking stops. Time is irrelevant. I love the universe. Every day above ground, get to tell the same story, man. I love it. Just trying to simplify it every which way, because behind the screen, I want you to get your life back. I want you to, so you don't feel alone. I'm always in your pocket, free therapy, life coach, all that great jazz. Because it's about you. It's not about I. I am blessed in life. I show a lot of respect, all that good shit. That's why I see out at the farm market, they be like, yo, what up, Mr. Positive? Like, what up? How you guys doing? Because they be like, man, you ask everyone, you know, you talk to at the farmer's market, how you doing? How's it going? How's life? How's your mansion? How's kids? And be like, yeah. Why? Because I want to make sure they're okay, you know, because your head's your best friend, your worst enemy, especially the man, because a lot of us don't talk to people about our feelings. We just bundle them up, stay quiet, and wear the mask mouths. Don't do that shit to yourself, because that is very unjust. Very, very unjust. Where am I from? I'm from, easy to say, Seattle, Washington. If I say Yakima, Washington, you'd be like, huh, Yakima what? Seattle, Washington. I'm 3 hours east from them, but yeah, Seattle, Washington wise. Yeah. Born and raised as far as Eastern Washington, but yeah, all I know is Alaska for fishing, Washington State, Oregon a little bit, and then California. That's all I know. In time, you know, in my head, you know, in my head I'm already famous, right? Joe Rogan status, all that good shit, but notice with the Joe Rogan, like, you know, his like pod and all stuff is cool, but it's all like, you know, his bosses write the shit up for him. The bosses get the people to interview. Like, I don't do blue pill talk. You know, he does, but because once again, that is his job. And that's, you know, he's instructed from his bosses. I just do strictly repo talk. Life, relationship, where I suffered, and empathy, narcissistic, good and bad people. How we function spiritually, emotionally, mentally as beings. That's what I focus on. That's what I care about. I'm like the market, right? The farmer's market. Which I'm going to call it. You have these cats that are, you know, like the IT guys are freaking coders, programs, 6 figures plus, Microsoft, Amazon, businesses. And I love to tell them, you know, because they're going, when I ask them, how you doing? How's your head? How's your matching? And we talk about the match, then well, to my next analogy, like, you know, we have doors of pain, etc. They're like, damn, that's a good analogy. And we started talking and vibing, right? And then they're going through depression, going through a breakup, or trauma. We talking about it. And then I'd be like, you know, I know you're financially, I go, if you're financially well off, you're way more rich than I am, right? In my lifetime, I'm like, but I go, I don't worry about that. I go, because you're blue pill rich, which I'm happy you're doing good. I'm happy you have your money, you know, like, good for your status. But I go, I'm red pill rich. I go, I close up the door of pain. I love respect everybody. I have nothing against nobody at all, right? So I tell them, look at what you're doing is you're looking for love and happiness, and people are man-made bullshit. So you're talking about how you travel, all that's just badass. You know, you take pictures, it's cool, but every night when you go to sleep, you can't go to sleep, right? Sit there with insomnia, anxiety. You might fall to man-made bullshit, pills, drugs, alcohol to numb you up and go to sleep. But that's, you know, you don't need it. Like, nothing's wrong with drinking if it's casual drinking. If you're drinking to black out, if you're drinking to go to sleep like that because that's what helps you all the time, then you're born codependent. Like, no, you should want to, not need it. Casual drinking is cool. That's what I tell people when they're trying to say this, like, you know, the alcoholics, they, oh, you know, I've been drank for 10 years. Like, that's cool, but why are you scared to have one beer? Half a beer, quarter beer, you know, one shot, whatever situation. But if you're scared that, you know, like, I like to give them shit. Are you scared that, you know, you just can't have a quarter shot, whatever situation is? That you gotta, you know, you need the bottle, then you're both codependent. You codependent the bottle. You still want to numb and run from your problems, so you run from it. So that's what I'm saying. Analogy: the bottle does not need you. You need the bottle, right? So casual drink is cool if you can control yourself. Not then you're gonna be stuck on for a minute because you're running from your problem. Like, let's talk about it, and so on and so on. That's my intent to everybody. That's why I tell about the markets. That they'll be like, yeah, you're my fruit guy, you're my therapist, and you're my computer guy. I was like, yeah, I'm just telling a story, man. That's all I am. And that's like my pops would be like last year was like, because I got more tattoos, right? And I'm verbally talking about this, like, once again, with the females, because they're talking about their partners. the exes, co-parenting. Like, how do you do all that co-parenting? Well, I had a support team first and foremost, and forgive, not forget, and let them go. Because if you don't, the jab, but he talks shit to me, like, right? Because here's the kicker, he's talking shit to you because he's trying to see if it hurts you with his words, if it triggers you. If he does, he's gonna keep doing it and keep poking the bear until you verbally, physically become, abusive with him, potential wise, or he wants to ruin your day. So that's how you keep it humble. You have nothing positive to say about the kids, keep that thought to yourself. And when he's talking shit to you, just take the kids, or if you're dropping the kids off for a situation, just walk away. Don't say shit, just walk away. He's blowing you up, reject his shit, don't say nothing. If he's talking shit to Texas, reverse psychology, copy and paste. I know it's gonna hurt. Yes, you're not a mean person, but guess what? You're dealing with lose a disciple, so how do you get him happy? Kill him with kindness and reverse psychology. Everything they call, say, just reverse psychology. That's how you do it. And then that's why I tell him, that it shouldn't have to be like that. But remember, men are more narcissistic wise, so you tell him you should work on yourself, or you gotta let me go. What? And that's why, once again, as an individual, if you're doing it, if you're saying you're doing co-parenting best as, but you're still bickering with your ex-wives, as it is, your kids are traumatized in this situation, right? You saw the potential, the verbal shit flying, potential physical with each other wise. So they're already traumatized by that. And now you're trying to do co-parenting best at, and you start beefing after the relationship. Your kids will be so fucking traumatized. Don't be surprised when your kids do the same shit you're doing. Toxic relationships, every which way, to be verbally, physically abused. And everyone knows, you tell them this to the relationship, but if you didn't leave it, and let's say you're there, or let's say it took you 10 years, they could be in a toxic relationship for 12 years, 15 years. They're verbally, physically ass whooped, etc. wise. That's their journey, but they're doing what you do in the general cycle. The intent that you break it and you hold the hand, guide them. That's what as an individual, like my kids, especially my daughters, well, even my boys, like the cool thing about technology wise, if you use it correctly, we talking and vibing, networking on what I'm doing, right? Incorrectly, then tagging is cheating, passing boundaries, all that good shit, right? As an individual, the father, I say my lifestyle, I tell my kiddos, like, yo, the day me and your partner wise, they want to be verbally abusive to you, especially physically, you don't got to do shit. That is your choice. You're trying to bond. I get that. I was you. But as your father, as your friend, etc., like great jazz, I will handle it my way. And I will tell your partner, chill out. I know there's altercation, no one's perfect, but you should talk about it. But if you want to get physical with my kiddos, I'm letting you know they won't do it, but I will. I will call I will call the boys in blue, remind you this is America, not Mexico, and you will deal with the justice system every which way. They won't do it, they can hate. I don't care if my kids hate me because I was them, all the good shit as far as that. No, I'm doing them a favor. But more likely they'll go back to you. But with that said, that's your other ish. But as a father individual, I'm on social media, I will make you famous. What? I would also make you famous. Because you make a TikTok about you, share your face. This is my daughter, this is her boyfriend Juan, John, whatever the fuck his name is, right? I'm going to say your last name because, legal issues wise, but, and when people, who the fuck, I'm going to sue for defamation. You can't sue for defamation if you're verbally physically with my daughter's ass. You can't lie in court now. Let's say you got to catch a DV case. There's the proof in the pudding. All the good shit. So you're mad because I'm making you famous, and that's my kid. So with that said, what do you worry about? Reputation. That's why all like on TikTok, especially like keyboard warriors, talk this shit, all that. Like, well, keyboard. I love doing the video responsibility. Well, first and foremost, you're a keyboard warrior. And why? Because you worry about your reputation. Tell them, hey, keyboard warrior, remember this word? It's called reputation. That's why you're a cyberbully. You're talking shit, but you chose the wrong person to talk shit to because I'm calling you out. Yes, you have no profile, you're random, but on all my platforms, I'm doing this video response. So I'll make a TikTok, remove the watermark, and put them on other platforms so everyone knows user 12345, that's you, that you're, to trigger you, lose a disciple. So that's my job. Hey, Mary Lynn, I'm blessed. How you doing? How's it going? How's life? So with that said, that's what I do as an individual. Use social media correctly wise. I tell everybody, use it. People talking shit to you, being bullied, making famous on social media. Verbalize the situation. If not, then I don't want to be mean. Then cool, fuck it, don't say nothing. Let them bully you and talk shit to you. Go for it. Stay in your feelings about it. Every time you see them, especially on social media, they're talking shit to me. Block them. If not, then just get off social media, get off the app. But why do you gotta run from the situation? You keep doing that for the rest of your life, running from people, running from words, altercations? Like, nah. And remember, everyone goes to shit life. So when someone's talking shit about you, and whatever they're saying to you, if it's not you, if it's not relate to you wise, on their side they're doing deflection and projection. What's deflection? They have their own personal issues. They don't want to talk about it. Wear the mask mouths, and now they throw it project onto you wise. If they can see they hurt you with their words and get you in your feelings, they don't stop. They keep poking the bear. And if you don't verbalize your boundaries, rather say no, then they keep doing it. Because you allow them to. So you can run away from them, but then they keep bullying you wise. But how do you stop bullying? You make them famous, man. That's what me as an individual, like my daughter, she's been in cyber school, but next year she wants to go back to school. I was like, yo, we'll try this school thing again. But here in Little Mexico, I dislike this place, man. Because all these blue pillars, especially in the Spanish culture, that's why when she was in school, the altercation with bullying, and I even told the principal, like, yo, bring the parents here. Because they see me with my tattoos. I know they think gaming my fuel. So I go, yo, there will be no physical altercation. Trust that. There will be a verbal altercation, but it's on my conversation. I just want to meet their parents. I want to see if the father is a good guy, square empathetic, or a certain narcissist, a statistic. If I see that he rolls up the game with my fuel, I'll be all. I already know your issue in the house. You're the issue. That's what your kids are the way it is, and potentially have their buddies here that are little bullies and bullshit because they're narcissists like you are. I would like to meet their buddies, friends, so on and so on, and their parents and bullshit. And that's why the principal, we just want an altercation. I was like, miss, there won't be an altercation. It's just words. I just want to see who her parents are because I judge everybody. She's like, what do you mean only God can judge? I was like, that's blue pill conversations. No, I judge everybody. You got the right to judge me. Brown person with tattoos. Gangbanging my future drug dealer. Now read me. How do I carry myself? What do I talk about? What do my petty words say? Anything with brown culture? Gangbanging my field. None of the above. It's just petty ass words, but these words are the answers to life. To get so simple for you as an individual to work on yourself if you choose to want to choose your choice. If not, we're the mass smiles, dying and crying, and that's why I tell her we'll try school this year, see what's up. But if it gets out of hand and bullshit bullying, then back to cyber school. And in reality, school, if you break down school to the fullest, especially an adult, I tell my kids, you don't need school. Math, cell phone, basically, basic math and that shit, changing, that's it. Socializing, I don't talk about history, I don't talk about English. All it is just train you to be workers and blue, white colors and blue colors and bullshit. That's all it's for. But you tell people in the Matrix, you can't beat it. Maybe if you get in top G, Andrew Tate, you verbalize how to beat. You can't beat the Matrix, man. You maintain it: job, roof over your head, and a car. That's it. That's all you do in life. You can go after. Remember, the more money status you make at work and social media, people in narcissists that run the universe, they don't want to use and abuse you every fucking which way. So you just keep it humble, love, respect every which way. Because if you have 1,000 supercars, like what happened at Tate, look at that. You don't call people out, man. That's what I say all the time. People are narcissistic to trigger you, lose your disciples. Yes, you might have dropped 1,000 bodies, did a lot wrong in your life, but did you know that you can change your life whenever you want to? The past has been written. You can't fucking reverse people's deaths. You did what you did, right? But let's talk about why you did what you did. Do communication comprehension, forgive, not forget, and let that situation go. Keep it in the present. The cool thing about the past was, if you do on the past, once again, you won't ever progress in life. I promise you won't. You self-sabotage a lot of relationships, a lot of situations in your environment because of you, not because of whomever it is, because of you. So the intent is to, as far as the past, and time when you're working with a support team, study it, my red flags, exits, scenario red flags, what I miss, and when you can comprehend it, then what do? Share. I tell people, share notes, knowledge, and wisdom to the universe. Forewarn the universe what you've been through, what you dealt, what your wrongdoings. And from there, as the person that you're talking to, you give them what? Ideas, options, scenarios. So when they get in that scenario, oh, what? He or she talked about this. Oh, shit. Now, what are you going to choose? Every time I want if you choose wrong, hey, I was you. Trip, fall, and, you might fall down hard for a minute, but the cool thing is when you keep progressing yourself, you got a support team. Each time you trip, fall, you get up a little faster. And that's what I say now. I trip, I fall. I trip, I don't fall. That's my situation. Everything in life, that's all I do is just adapt. Every which way. Like me, when my ex broke up with me last year, wise, right? It's been 13 months now, 14 months, something like that. I already lost track. Anyways, she squashed the situation. Cool. I told no hard feelings, all love, respect, to the fullest. I didn't go through my feelings. I know it's funny to say this, but it's something sound narcissistic. But I don't care because that's the truth. My second baby mom's, right? The bad breakup in 2020. May 3rd, 2020, that's when I died, exterior-wise. As an individual, that's the last female ever shed tears for. I don't need a partner, I want a partner. So I could have 10,000 girlfriends after this. I won't shed a tear, nothing. I don't own her, she does not own I. That's why I verbalize the potential to be. See that door right there? You can leave, I can leave whenever you want to. But the intent, we talk about it, right? And then, this she cheats. If she cheats, she felt to lust. If I cheat, I felt to lust. I have no self-will. If you can't control your lust, the answer is you have no self-will. That's the answer for everyone in the universe. Typically, men cheat. Why? Default to lust, no self-will, right? The traditional saying, once a cheater, always a cheater, once a player. With you, yes. If I have my girlfriend, I cheat on her, and she gave me chances. With her, yes. I have potential, I'll keep doing that to her, because she forgave me, right? She gave me chances. The intent scenario, let's say I cheat on her, there's no chances. What the smartest thing to do is no chances. The next relationship I get into, I don't cheat. If I keep cheating after her, the next relationship, that's called I'm broken codependent, easily fall to lust, no self-will. Why? Because it's called a habit and addiction. I'm addicted to lust. I can't be in a monogamous relationship at all. I should be an open, poly swinger, friend and fits, fuck buddy relationships. Not monogamous, not one person. They can't. I don't know how to. That's the shit. That's the answer for everybody. Why do women cheat? Because she gave me 1,000 chances. She's not giving me 1,001. So spiritually, emotionally, mentally, she checked out. And that takes a lot for a female to do that. And what we as men, we doing? We're pushing her away slowly, not knowing. Trust me, I know that now. I found it the hard way. And I can sit there, I can cheat my girlfriend 1,000 times. Babe, I love you, you're my main one, you're my wife. But these are just bitches, right? But when she does it one time, and I did 1,000 times, that one time, to me, it's 10,000 times. Because she broke trust and loyalty. Even though I've been doing that shit fucking 1,000 times. Yeah. And it's gonna hurt hella bad. Trust, it's gonna hurt hella bad. But the only reason why, because you're broken codependent. You don't need, you want. You want people if they want you. If they're match energy, take energy. If they are taking energy, why do you allow them? As an individual, why do you allow it? Because that's my kid, that's my partner, that's my parents. What is it? I don't want to hurt their feelings. There's your fucking flaw. Then don't hurt their feelings. Sit there like a punching bag and let them take you for everything. They'll take for love, whatever the situation they want from you to take for it, and you would just hand it to them. Right? And then you try to build courage. You know what? Next time they say this, I'm going to say no. Yeah, it's an awesome thought process up here, but, you know, because you use a whole plan, whatever, you gaslight yourself. Like, no. And then when verbally happens, they ask you for money, and you had it, I'm going to tell them no. Verbally, yes. How much you need? And they'll be like, what the fuck? Because what? You don't go with your intuition. That's why I say the flaw for if you're empathetic. 95% you're broken codependent. So being more empathetic, empath-wise, your flaw is your heart feelings. That's your flaw. What do you worry about? Love, time, death. Why worry about love and time and death? Time's irrelevant. Death is inevitable. You can't stop it. Love, why worry about love? Because you worry about when am I going to get love? I offer love. When am I going to get it back? When am I going to get the favor returned? But if you don't know what love is, then how are you supposed to get something you don't know about? You know what toxic love is? When you love somebody, it doesn't love you back. Toxic love. When they're verbally physically whipping your ass, toxic love. When they hurt you with petty ass words, toxic love. You know that shit, but you don't know what love is. That's why I tell people, us men are more narcissistic. We're consistent with toxic love. We're inconsistent with love. Women are what? More empathetic. They're consistent with love and lust. Whoever they're with, for the most part, they're with them 1,000 every which way. So that's the shit. So with that said, work on yourself. Once again, I'm making it sound hella easy once again, but it's because once again, I had a support team 3 years ago on Love My Death. I have my tatted 10 light workers on Love My Death. I have 4 locally, one of my boys, 3 females, and those females are like they're my computer customers, right? And then 3 females through IG and Facebook. Those girls I did not know from Adams. They reached out to me. They saw me. I was doing my Facebook lives, IG and YouTube lives, and they're like, "Yo, for being a male, especially in the Spanish culture, you're doing good. Like, you're calling everybody out." And that's why one of my locals, one of my support teams, my light worker, she even told me, she's like, because at that time, I was gonna open up my computer shop, all the good shit. Everything's falling in line, and then the breakup happened, and I fucking died. Hurt hella bad. And she even told me, she's like, you work all this time, you already have everything prepped up. You're pretty much there. Like in the valley, you're the guy to go to. That's why I'm doing work with you as. And then she's like, you're about to call the whole culture out, Hispanic and Spaniards. I'm like, yeah. She's like, you're about to lose your business, right? You're just there. I was like, in life you got, like they say, in life you gotta make sacrifices, right? I sacrifice this business. I give no fucks because this is very unjust. I'm not perfect. We have our flaws, but I'm figuring out why we have flaws. Why these in the Spanish culture, why I say Spanish culture, why relationships fail, why we have so many baby mom, baby fathers out here, so much fucking tension, why the women say they're like dummies, no respect, but it's the truth. And us males fucking man whole body hop. Not all of us, a lot of us are. And she's like, but you're just there. I was like, fuck it. Yeah, if I don't make it because of this, it is what it is, quote unquote. But no, because in life you gotta make sacrifices. And I sacrifice my business to get people's life back, to help them hold, especially the females in the Spanish culture. So you don't say like your mommy, auntie, grandma, great grandma did. That bullshit mammy title. I stayed with your grandfather 40 years. Yeah, you fucking did miserably as fuck. Fuck that title. All my family give me shit. Well, look at your situation. And nothing is wrong being alone. I get them shit. Like, hey, I've been celibate 13 months chilling, or whatever, 14 months now, right? Single chilling. Y'all relationships toxic as fuck. I tell them, I don't miss your relationships. Fuck that shit, you know? And they get mad. I go, hey, the door's always there, man. You can leave whenever you want to. But we got kids. Have you heard of co-parenting? You know? We got all this time. Yes, stay there for the fucking time, culture, religion, family. Do what you got to do. But remember this. When you're miserable with your partner and you can't do nothing with him, him or her, in the same bed, but you're fucking basically single to shit, I pray for you and that's it. I go my day. The door's always here. We always talking vibe, but that is your choice. If that's what you want to do, then do so. My power too, and that's it. But as an individual, no. I won't ever be in that, ever. That's why the potential to be with, like I say all the time, we'll talk about it. Day one. I don't do like dates. We're going on dates. There's no such thing as dates in my head. It's one date and that's it. Where am I from? I'm from, to keep it simple, I'm from Seattle, Washington. Where are you from, I'm asking? But whatchamacallit, that's what I'm saying. Like, we'll do one date. We do goldfish talk. We basically talk about everything day one. Because the policy basically is like, I want to get to know you today, not tomorrow. Let's go on dates. Dude, like, yo, I'm 18 and a half, but 42 on the outside. We're not doing all these dates. Nah, just one, that's it. If you can't have own conversation, then I'm too much for you. We just be friends and associates. And some people get offended. Well, why not a partner? Because you can't talk to me like, are you adults? Oh, communication comprehension. Or analogy, you're an adult high schooler. Communication, no comprehension. And I get it. Yes, you have females introverts. That's why I say we'll talk about it slowly. Set it, build up to the point where we actually meet face to face. Because like some people ask me, why you meet face to face? Because even on shit, we do Zoom call, whatever you're comfortable with, wise, right? But I want to see you face to face, wise. Why? Because I'm studying you, I'm judging you, and I'm reading you. If you're circle narcissistic, like broken heart, or square empathetic, love full heart, right? So I'm studying your body language, your tone of voice, where your eyes are at, and your energy. The conversation will tell me everything about you, wise. And it's all right there. So that's why if you can't have that conversation, then I'm too much for you. That's why before I get off here in a minute, because I'm freaking tired, I gotta get out and go work a couple hours. But with that said, that's like day naps. Fucking, as an individual, fucking garbage. Deadass. Like, no, if I offend you, that's my job. But if y'all doing day naps, you're actually paying for all those like coins and stars and bullshit. Like, you're paying for conversations with people. Like, if you're paying for conversations with people to go on these dates and bullshit to get to know people, but you're not going to pay that money to go see a therapist, counselor, then you struggling. You're fucking desperate in life. Fuck that shit. No. Back in my time, fucking chat lines were free. Be it chat lines in the social media, phone calls. Now you got to pay for all this shit. Like, whatever, all the day naps. I have like 3, 4 of them, or 5 of them. I'm trying them out. They're all the same shit. They're garbage. I'm not paying for who viewed my profile, who likes me. Like, what I give a shit about that? Like, these day naps are making $1 zillion out of people. A fucking zillion. It's mind-blowing. Deadass. But there's 2 apps that I use because you can go live on there. Like, what? Hell yeah. I'm going to start going live on those apps because I've tried twice already. And females is right there. Hey, like, you're in a day nap and you're knocking on it. And it's like, yeah, because I am not paying for this conversation. I'm on my live. Jump on my live. Make your comments right here. Jump on the live if the app allows you to, you said otherwise, and so on and so on. Because I was there with one female, right? 42, 18 at heart, right? And this other female, she's from Portland, Oregon, right? And she's 44. And we're having a conversation. Remember, fresh day naps, don't know shit about them. Get part of my time back in the day was. So, like, if I want to message some female, whatever, I forgot what app it was. They're like, you can message them and you like 4 messages. After that, you gotta, pay for a subscription. I'm like, what the fuck? Really? So it was $30 for, what was it? It was $20 for 1 month or $30 for 3 months. I'm like, well, the math, fuck it. $30, $10 a month, cool, why not? Right? So do that. And from there, was her and I going back and forth. Right? Oh, no, I take it back. So, yeah, I did the pay the subscription was, message twice, and from there, she asked to buy, like, coins. Or, yeah, coins, right? They said 40 coins for, like, $12. Like, cool. I'm thinking, once again, fresh day nap, doing shit about them. And why not? Cool. Pay $12. I'm thinking 40 messages. Oh, no. Y'all do day naps. I don't know if they're all the same, but so far the ones I've been on, they're pretty much the same. So when you buy the coins for like 40 coins for fucking $12, you better make that message worth your while. If you just say no, there's 10 coins. I thought it was 40 messages, not paying attention. So her and I go back and forth. She had me questions, gave her a simple answer. And then after the fifth question, answer the fifth question she asked me, it says I have to buy another 40 coins. I was like, what the fuck already? But I was like, obviously I'm new to this, so what I do? Pay another $12, and I told her straight out. She's like, I love the way you speak, your energy, you're spiritual, all that, because I'm giving open-minded answers. I go, straight out. I'm just letting you know, Wise. I'm not gonna pay for this conversation. So here's my, you don't have to respond. Your choice. It's all about respecting your boundaries. But with that said, here's my IG, here's my Facebook, here's my email address, here's my phone number. You can do whatever you want with it, but I'm just letting you know I am not paying no more for this conversation. I just donated $60 to this app. You know how much teriyaki that is? Because me and the thought, yo, buy me teriyaki. I love you. I love teriyaki, right? So with that said, I go, I'm not gonna respond to any of this stuff or pay for this, right? So 2 days later, I was in my live, right? And she actually messaged back. She's like, I swear I love this. She asked like, who's together? How was the relationship to be? And I was like, and I was on the live like, you see this, guys? The fuck? I'm an adult. I worked with myself. She's an adult high schooler. She's 2 years older than I am. So she's a girl. She's not a woman. What kind of question is that? Like, dude, are we in middle school, high school? I gave you all my information. You don't have to respond, but you still like you really want to pay $12 to respond to you again. Hey, I just told you I'm not paying for this. I just did. No, I only deal with women. Maturity level, 18 years old to 50 years old, whatever situation is, right? It's your maturity level. If you can't talk to me, I get it, introverts, but you can't feel my energy. Like, I'm not passing boundaries. Like, damn, girl, you're on point. Nice body. Send me a picture. All that lustful bullshit. No. Then you struggling. That's why in time you should work yourself to judge and read people. Am I acting nice? Am I being nice? Am I offering you love or toxic love? Lust. If you can't comprehend that, I will destroy you every which way. Every which way. And that's why people, when you're narcissistic, they don't know what they're doing. They're just rolling. But here's the best part. When you work yourself, it's so obvious. It's in front of your face. All the answers to life and people are in front of your face. If you sit down at Starbucks, McDonald's, observe everybody around you. Everyone. So to see if they're good. Gorda, what's all you doing? Or who's that snake making all that shit? Who's making all that noise? Oh, okay, cool. I thought he was ripping stuff. Like, oh, here we go again. Anyways. But yeah, that's everybody, man. They see even at the markets, man. That's all female. That's what my dad says. Like, yo, you make girls cry. I was like, that's not my intent to. Just to hold my conversation. Because they're going to breakups, divorces. They're trying to do co-parenting. I'm just breaking it down right there at the market and shit. Some girls be like, she's talking to my husband, my boyfriend. I was like, whenever. I know this now because of co-parenting. That's what I say all the single moms, the mothers. Y'all have the hardest job in the universe because being a mom is not easy. Co-parenting is not easy. And then when you become mom and dad, and I became dad and mom, yeah, it's a whole different world. But that's what I tell everybody. I tell my kiddos, take your time, man. No kid, no marriage guarantees a long-term healthy relationship. Judge and read people, comprehend people to the fullest. If not, you're going to join the baby mom, baby father crew. And then try to do co-parenting. I'm here crying and shit. Like, I can't fish in her stay back a whole and guide you. That's the benefit situation because I was you. So that's what that said. Like the person said on Big O earlier, why it's like you make, relations not even sound worth it. Because if you break it down for the most part, they're not worth it. Especially being a female. Because once again, y'all have it the hardest. As men are narcissistic wise. Then you have culture, religion, environments. So there's little categories to get to that point. But that's why in time, when you have a support team, you can judge and read people correctly wise. Then potentially, you will have a good relationship by your side. But with that said, when you become a power couple, if you both love, if you both comprehend this conversation, right? You become a power couple. The intent as an individual, you control your narcissist traits, the lustful side. You love and lust your partner only wise. So scenario, if a girl passes boundaries, hit me up and give me a compliment, I tell, hey, thank you for the comment, but I got a girlfriend, I got a wife, right? And let's say she says sorry. I'll be, oh no, you don't have to say sorry. You're totally cool, You didn't know I had a girlfriend in this conversation. Now I'm verbalizing it. Now she showed low respect, no passing boundaries. That's respectful, right? Because she has low respect. But let's say she keep passing boundaries. What do? I can either keep entertaining the situation, right? Or I verbalize, hey, shit out, queen. I just told you I have a girlfriend. You still passing boundaries. Please keep it respectful. If you don't, I'm about to push you away. And what I love to do when they pass boundaries, and especially in a relationship, I love to shit out. Scenario. Let's say you're my girlfriend. My girlfriend is you, and she's doing what you're doing. How would you like that? Flip the script, right? And they get their feelings. I have girls tear up and shit. Like, I'm not being rude to you. I'm just giving you a scenario. Like, I imagine there out here in Seattle, there's many guys that are single, right? And yeah, you can like me all you want. That's cool. It's just feelings. Control them. But I promise you, there's something out there also. And look at how we do this. A conversation. You came here to buy produce, and now you're passing boundaries. And I'm verbalizing. I didn't have to tell you this. I wanted to. Do my narcissist traits. Cool. Let's go after work. I told my dad because I car with my pops. We said I was going to drive to Seattle to work together. Otherwise, I told my father, said, I'm after work. I'm gonna, she's gonna pick me up. She'll give me a ride home. And what am I gonna do? I have a girlfriend. You might narcissist trait my less, and I'm doing TLC with this new girl, a customer in Seattle. I'm doing benefits. Why have a girlfriend? My choice. Right? And sitting down, if I have a girlfriend, same thing on her side. Is she gonna fall to less? If she does, no self-will. And with that said, that's how it's at people. When you become a power couple, you have the whole world envious against you guys. Why? Because people in relationships, because people relationship-wise, they're going through shit in life, right? So they see you like, damn, gorda. I swear that dog, man. Luna. I don't want to get up with my ankles. It's the whole process. Oreo. Just chill, dude. I swear, dude. Anyways, everyone's gonna want what you have because they see that you're happy. You're kissing, lovey-dovey in front of everybody. Wise, like me when I have my friend of my partners, I'd be kissing, telling what's in front of everybody, and guys be older adults go get a room. I'd be like, don't be jealous because you don't got this. They go, you have an affection on your side. That's your shit, not my shit. That's the thing, and then people don't want to have what you have, but that's how you gotta verbalize your boundaries. You gotta be ready for the test. Lucifer's a beast of what he does. If he can't get to you as an individual, he'll use everyone around you to test your relationship. That's why, like Matrix talk. Like part 1, when you see, Neo walking with Morpheus, and then they're going through the scene where the Matrix, etc. And there's a bunch of, in the crosswalk, whatever, in the crossing the street, and you see that girl in the red dress. There's this offering less. There's a disciple every which way. You gotta be ready for that. Because your partner, she could be blessed on point, but this one grows thicker, whatever, is younger, so on and so on. That is just love. That is just less than cosmetics. If you know you're blessed and you're blessed, why do you want to test infidelity-wise? Because if you can't control your lust, you're going to fall to every which way because you have no self-will. So with that said, when you comprehend that and you're doing that, why do you want to tell people dreams to be in relationships? Once again, monogamous, don't do those. Do poly, open swinger, every which way. But as an individual, what I say is, if you're in open poly relationships, I say this. If I trick you, it's my job. That's my, I'll talk to you, elaborate, right? I tell them, I don't hear none of you feelings. What? None of you. If you can't handle one person by your side, but you want to do 2 or plus, I pray for them, that's it. They cheated. Y'all cheat each other day one. That is your choice, religion. That's cool, whatever. But once again, as an individual, I will have no sympathy empathy for you guys at all. And especially like when you're doing a polyamorous relationship, the male typically wants a girl in the situation, right? But he doesn't want his girlfriend, wife to mess with another guy, right? Double standards bullshit. So ladies, don't do that to yourself at all. Especially this scenario. If I'm in a relationship, right, with my partner, and she wants to do like, I don't want to do it, but she wants to be all this spice up the relationship wise, whatever. And let's do like a menage a trois, threesome. I'm like, nah, I'm good. But she keeps, pressuring me, right? No. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. If he or she keeps insisting, then you got to make a choice for yourself. Like, do I stay here or do I leave? They're passing boundaries and I don't want to do that. But that is definitely my choice. But people are scared of feelings, and you're in that situation, okay, we'll do it. I tell ladies all the time, do that, people please what you're doing, and when you have obligations, tell me how that shit feels. Like me when I do my friend in Seattle, I'm doing my friend with one female and that's it. They offer me many times to do threesome. I'm a homegirl, I could bring another female, like nope. They're like, why? Because there's a scenario. I'm not with you, I'm not your boyfriend, I'm my girlfriend, right? So why don't you do friend with them at a different time? Like, no, we want to do it together. Like, no, because here's a scenario, right? Let's say that's your friend, you want to bring in the mix, do a threesome, but let's say I love the way she vibes, her energy's better, wise, she tastes better, we have better conversations. I start spending more time with her versus you, wise, and I met you first. Y'all gonna have conversations because of why would I ruin a friendship? Once again, why don't you do friend events at a different time? And so on. So that's myself individual-wise. That's why we can do poly open string relationships. You got to talk about it. What's your jealousy issue was? If I'm not what you're telling me, vice versa, it's open relationship. Are you going to care about talking to a female in front of your face? Or if I start to hit on somebody in front of your face? And vice versa. If you don't talk about that, you're going to have altercations. Once again, God, the universe, and I eat up popcorn for entertainment. I don't feel sorry for none of you guys. I'll be saying like, damn, that sucks. Yeah, you can't handle one person. You want to do multiple. Make that shit make sense. And that's what people in pause getting the feelings about it. Like, oh, tell me I'm lying. You're gonna catch your feelings because why? When you lay down people, what happens? Catch feelings, babies, or STDs. That's all you got. So if you can't control your heart feelings, you're gonna catch a lot of feelings for situations. So you gotta be ready for that. That's what I tell people. You gotta know what you want in life. If not, enjoy your toxicity, enjoy your toxic love, enjoy being confused. Then what? Who are you talking to? Oh, I'm talking. Well, so I'm on Twitch live. I'm on Likey, Big O, and then Facebook. Usually I do TikTok live, but I'm not doing no more TikTok live because I've been there almost 3 years. But TikTok, it's the best platform, yes, but at the same time the worst one because it has the most butterflies, unicorns in the universe. So I do 3D, 3D 70 Repo Talk, life, relationship, suffered, empath, narcissist, good and bad people, how we function spiritual, emotional, mental being. On TikTok, especially the boys, they hate me. Because why? I tell the truth, keep it honest every which way, especially when you got keyboard warriors trying to talk to BS. I call them out, but yo, jump on the live, what? And my lives there's only maybe 6 to 10 people, and typically mainly females, and they're boys in their feelings, and they report me for hate speech. I'm like, you can report me to hurt my feelings, because I'll do a TikTok about it, but this is my point being. That's why I said I just announced on TikTok, on both my platforms, like, nope, no more TikTok lives. You can catch me with other lives, whatever, but I said on TikTok, I even pinned it. I challenge all therapists, counselors, psychiatrists, psychologists, life coach, relationship coach, every single one of you. Teach me some shit I don't know. All you boys, Alpha, Machista, Narcissist, having my farm for a reason. I challenge all you boys. 99% you can't teach me shit in life. I don't give a shit. BBLs, OnlyFans, 1,000 supercars. I'm happy you have mammy bullshit. But how you born codependent? How you in toxic relationships? Make that shit make sense. So that's why I do my other platforms. And eventually when I catch up myself, all these lives will be my podcast and my YouTube, and I'll make 1-minute TikTok clips on it so everyone can see what I talk about. And I tell you all the time, I challenge the whole universe. I don't care who you are. I'm 1% of the universe. I'm one of the referees. I call everybody out. 95% of you, you're getting your feelings about it. Girls and women, they're talking about me wise because I'm represent, for the most part, girls, women, and single mothers. I'm a male, time, female story, especially in Spanish culture. And all these boys can say, they call me your simp, beta, man, I don't die with words, you guys do. Simple as that, because that's why boys and girls get their feelings. Men and women will ask questions to see what's going on and go from there on, so on and so on, to figure out why I'm saying what I'm saying, why my tattoos and all that shit. That's why. And see, at the farmer's market, when therapists, counselors, psychiatrists, life coach, notch graders, they see me there. They be like, why'd you put all these tattoos on your face? I'm like, they're just words. I'm like, but those words can hurt people. Like, it potentially can, but they're just petty words. I go, why you know these words? She's like, do you know what they mean? I'm like, oh, they're on me for a reason. Yes, I do. I comprehend them 1,000. I show up, see this? 1,000. If I want to play stupid, I'll keep it 100 with you. They'll be, well, I'm a therapist. I'm a counselor, life coach. I'll be, awesome. How are you certified? Yeah. How long you been doing it for? I'll be cool. Let's do all my debate. 5-10 minute conversation. I break it down because I tell them, yo, life's for you the cherry top. Telling the story, the analogies, and they're just being the feelings. Some typical females, they might agree, If not, what happens? They get in the feelings, they'll walk away, and they won't even. It goes to the point that I triggered them so bad with the honest truth that they don't even come back. And they were regular customers for so long. And I was telling them, have a good day, stay blessed. God loves you. Kill them with kindness, and they won't say nothing. They give you the look of death. I'm like, that's how people, If looks could kill, lives would be dead. If we had superpowers like beauty and shit, please the universe would be dead all day, every day. Because when you can't get your narcissist traits, you want to zap people and they're gone, dude. The universe would be dead. It'd be the war would not even last that long. Because everybody has their own specific powers and shit. So now, since we don't have powers, what do? IQ level. Lucifer disciple and narcissist, there's their IQ level. They can handle words, feelings, and emotions at all. This conversation is too much for them. And who's that typically? The boys, the narcissist, energy vampire boys. Simple as that. That's why I say always hit to the fullest. Because once again, I call out the whole universe. I want everyone to fall back when they chose to. That's their choice to work on themselves. If not, they're gonna just be fucking bitter, hateful. $0 in the pocket or $20 in the pocket. How the hell your movie star? That's how I give people that are movie stars and shit. Like, you're rich and famous, but you're still broken, codependent, and toxic relationships. How the hell you're rich and famous? You have no financial struggles for the most part, and you still crack it, alcoholic tweaker. I bitch about my depression, mental health, all that. Like, yeah, everyone got that shit. So why don't you have a support team to talk about it? Well, no, my therapist. Just because I'm a therapist doesn't make me a good therapist. That's why I tell people, just because you go to church, talk about the Bible, go door to door, read the Bible with people, does not make me a good person. Not make me godly. How many people do that shit and they're fucking passing boundaries all the time, sleeping with people and shit? And but I love God. I was like, oh, and they play a sob story. You know, my kids and all this shit on social media, and people feel sorry because God will take care of you tonight. And then you give people money and they fucking play your fiddle. They take you for everything. Yeah, awesome. That's what they say, like in the Bible talk. Lucifer cannot step in God's house. He'll catch on fire. But who can? Lucifer's disciples. Who's that? All you alphas, machistas, narcissists, energy vampires. The boys and girls that are gangbanging, mafiosos, doing wrong, drinking and driving, all that good shit like what I dealt with last night. Anyone that's negative, to trigger you, you are a Lucifer's disciple. Dead ass. Keep it very simple. That's all I do. What? I call you devil's kid. And what are you gonna do about it? You hit me? Boys in blue. Caveman, go to your dog kennel. We deserve to be. Think about it, about these petty ass words that I trigger you with, especially if I don't even from Adams, and let me know how that shit works out for you. That's that to my own kids. Like, there's two of them that time. You don't change your ways. I will not be surprised when your mom and dad and your side come and guess what? So-and-so's locked up. I go, no way. Those kids are angels. They would never do that. And I'll be sarcastic as fuck. I'll be, yo, just let me know when they get out. And when they get out, I'll give them shit. Damn, what up, Lucifer disciples, you little caveman? You already went once. You already become a statistic. And then they get pissed off. They, oh, you getting mad? Oh, because I'm your father giving you shit. Yeah, I will give you shit. And you want to be a statistic and be so. Be a Lucifer disciple, and I don't care. I prayed for you, and that's it. And no sympathy for you at all. And here's the best part. I'm giving you all the answers to life. But that is your choice. You have to comprehend whenever you want to. That's it. I go on my day. That's the downfall of being a parent, quote unquote, a father, mother, whatever situation is. A lot of parents don't talk about it, but I love talking about it. Like, the shitty part about being a parent, right, is that I have 8 kids, right? All my 8 kids can become crack alcoholic tweakers. They could all be in toxic relations. They become verbally, physically abused, become addicts and off their domes, off people's domes, be in and out of jail. All of them can. That's the shitty thing about being a parent, especially now that I know. And for the most part, they get to that point because, yes, we have child trauma, but the main issue is relationships. Deadass. Relationships destroy the fuck out of you every which way. You know, you're not a bad person, you're not a stalker, but why are you stalking your exes for? Because I want to be with you? That's her choice. Yes, it destroyed. Yeah, it hurts. Fuck yeah, it does. But why are you doing what you're doing? You know? And so on and so on. Then you bring kids in the mix. Oh, yeah, you think kids in a fixed relationship? That's not going to happen. It'll be a good feeling for a second, but it just, once again, band-aids to happiness. It's all that's just band-aids. You know, like, I love all my kids, don't get me wrong. You know, but it's just not comprehend the situation. It's just like, it's a shitty situation and a shitty environment, but the positive is because of times now and technology-wise, what am I doing? I don't have to be here for, 2 hours and 40 minutes almost doing this, but it's my choice. Why? Because I'm just telling a story. All you kids, all you people behind the screen that have no kids, in the love and respectful manner, you're blessed. You don't have kids, but people that don't have kids go into relationship issues, right? And they're dealing with the exes because they're local, all that good shit. I tell them, yo, like, dead ass, like, make that shit make sense. Did you know you can leave whenever you want to? What? The door's right there, you can leave. If you're broken up and you're worried about them, then why don't you move somewhere else for now? Be like fucking Forrest Gump and run. You have no ties to that person other than your trauma bond bullshit. I get it. I was you. Now, I tell them, you're struggling, shedding tears now? Bring a kid in the mix. Bring multiple kids. Become a baby mom, baby father. Multiple baby father. Do that. You're in the struggle hard. That's why you have categories. You go through breakup. That's the first one, right? And then from there, wise, if you fall through mammy bullshit, drugs, alcohol, pills, second hurdle. Then you got the third one. What? You have you become parents and shit. Then from there, wise, typically the outcome if the relationship ends, the father stays there. Does co-parenting. Typically it doesn't happen. He gives up and leaves. So the mother becomes the mother and the father. So yeah, and the mother's got the 5 categories going on. I have 4 scenario, right? But with that said, it shouldn't get to that point. But the reason being it gets to that point because we have no guidance, we have no support team. Just I tell my kids, just because my parent doesn't make me a parent. It's just a fucking title and that's it. I just wing in life and that's it. Go to work and that's it. You know, and that's what I see like at TikTok. The narcissists treat everybody and the mother better than you. Like, right, because guess what? We're not sleeping with our parents, coworkers, friends, all that shit. So we show a lot of respect to them for the most part because they're not giving a shit. We come back home, fuck, I gotta deal with her. Fuck, he's coming home, son of a bitch. Yeah, coming back to analogy, you coming back to your hell on earth. It ain't no fucking temple. And from there, wise, you're walking on eggshells. You sleep in the same fucking bed, nothing happens. You have conversations, altercations. Yeah, don't miss that shit. My mom makes me want to die, but I can't because I have my son and can't leave him. And what do I do? Oh, awesome conversation. question. I got you. So with that said, Z04. So with that said, like, remember this. With your mom of us, right? Once again, just because we're parents doesn't make us parents. A lot of us parents are winging life. You mothers have it the hardest. If the father is there and not supportive, guess what? Like they say on TikTok, your mother's in a relationship, but she's basically single. If she's doing everything and the father ain't doing shit other than providing, and that's all he's doing, he's not there for emotional and emotional and physical support and shit. She's doing everything, and that's a lot of pressure. And then you bring kids in the mix. Why is the intent is like they'd be like, oh both my parents are narcissists. Potentially, but if you break it down, like if you listen to talk to your family and share your aunties, uncles, and cousins, like, yo, has my mom always been mean like this? But oh no, your mom was cool, but your father, the transition. So she finally got fed up with this shit, and now she's using her narcissistic traits to try to match his. And they got altercations. He leaves the house. She's heated, and then she does the verbal abuse, potentially physical abuse on the kiddos. Happens all the fucking time. That was not the intent, but it can happen because she's got too much shit going on. She's overwhelmed with her overthinking, anxiety, PTSD, all this shit, but she has no one to talk to. Especially, once again, if you don't have a support team, how are you going to work on yourself? How can you fix yourself by yourself? It's highly impossible. You can't. Trust me, a lot of wear the mask smiles. So with that said, all you can do in reality for the most part, have a support team. If not, I'm always in your pocket, you DM all day, every day, and you just focus on you and your kiddo. That's it. Like, a lot of people want to off their domes and get out of here, right? Because it's easy to leave. Off your dome, it's over, right? There is no, that I know so far, there's no credits and shit. Maybe there is after life. But, it's done deal. The downfall situation is the repercussions, the people you leave behind. Because the thing is, let's say, whoever you leave behind, right? And then that's the last conversation they have with you. Like when my brother passed, luckily we had a good conversation. But let's say we had an altercation, weapon heads, and he passed away the next day, which happened, right? But our situation was positive. And then from there, what happens? We can, let's say he passed away, we had a location. I live with the guilt for years to be, or it could be so much pressure wise that off my dome because I can't deal with it, right? And that's why the intent is not to do that. But the only reason why we have that thought of offing our domes is because we're tired of what? Toxic love. You loving people that don't love you back. Fathers, friends, family, especially your partners, right? Tired of the pain from the situation, overthinking on my neck, and then cherry top, insomnia. You can't go to sleep. You try to. And you potentially go fall to man-made bullshit. Drugs, alcohol, pills to numb up. All you're doing is running from your problems. But if you have a support team, I promise you 1,000, you have a better chance. Everyone that show you love, respect, they're your therapists, counselors. And on top of that, we give you any type of shit. It's because we do what? We have a lot of respect for you, and we do constructive criticism. You're about the decision that you believe is correct. But we're from the outside looking like, no, I was you, or that was my friend, that was my ex-wife. I promise you it's not going to work out that way. And we'll give you shit. You might get your feelings about it, but hey, you don't got to listen to me. But I'm just warning you, you about to fall on your face. I promise you that. I was you. That was my ex, and so on and so on. So with that said, that's why, if you can, work on yourself. Focus on yourself. Focus your energy on you first and foremost, then your kiddo. That's your priority. If you live with your parents, you live with your mother-wise, I tell everybody, I talk to a bunch of teenagers, right? And my own kiddos, like, go to the room. Go to the room and chill in the room, and that's it. If your parents give you shit while you're in the room, because I'm just chilling, I'm studying. If you're, once again, if you're older, 18 and above, live with your parents, just go to work, do whatever you gotta do, but stay in the room because you want to avoid your parents' best ass. Show them respect, keep it humble because they got their own personal issue. If they're talking shit to you, if they don't have a support team, they're doing deflection, personal issues, no one to talk to, or they want to talk about it, wear the mask mouths, behind it, they're dying and crying, right? And they're projecting all this shit to you. You're stupid, you're ugly, fat, I don't want you, I don't want you in the house, and you're getting triggered, right? They're fucking hurtful words because that's your parent talking shit to you. But they don't know what they are. They don't know how to function. So with that said, just keep it cautious. Best stay at home if you're with them. Stay in the room with them. If you live separately wise, show them love and respect from a distance. Until you work on yourself and give verbalized boundaries. You shit on mom, like, I'll come visit you with the kids, grandkids, all that great jazz. But if you keep passing boundaries, then I won't come here. I won't be the kids. Or I'll keep it really short, etc. So on and so on. It shouldn't have to get to that point, but it can. I promise you that. Been there, done that. Don't miss that. I'm blessed to have a support team. If I want a support team, I'll be a lot of you still struggling. And it sucks. It shouldn't be like that, but it's all about a support team. I promise you that 1,000. If you don't have no one, on your pocket, DM me, free therapy, life coach, all that great jazz. I just tell a story, it's all I do. Z, I tell you, I'm always I'm always in your pocket if you want to talk and vibe, for sure. You know, so let me see, 2 seconds. Cool. Whoops. Mark, did someone write on you or is them tattoos? I love that. You know, they're tattoos. No, it's not a Sharpie. It's permanent. I love my tattoos. It's a map to life. It's answers to life. To crash course how to get your life back. That's what it is. But awesome comment. Because once again, as an individual, like as men, we don't have no voice at all no more. Only if you're on this in the I'm tired. From the social media world, if you're social media famous, you have a powerful voice. If you're actor and all that shit in the industry wise, then you have a voice. Oreo, ahorita, man. But as far as a regular person, you don't have no voice at all. So what I do, ink therapy, petty ass words, but it's an answer to life. It's a map to life. It's very direct. Yo, 95. I'm gonna tell you pretty soon. 95% you're both codependent and you don't even know why. Toxic relationships, having kiddos, all this shit you don't even know why. Like, and then on top of that, if you don't know how to judge and read people, am I acting nice? Am I being nice? Am I offering you love or toxic love? If you can't read nor judge me, I will destroy you every which way. I promise you that. Especially the women, please. I know exactly what to say to you. And that's what that said. Everyone has narcissist traits. The intent is to control them. If you can't control your narcissist traits, you'll be verbally, physically abused with people. You will be body hopping like crazy, destroying people left to right. And to analogy, you're a elusive disciple. And that's why, as kids, teenagers, don't be too hard on your parents, because if they can't teach you about empath narcissists, reactive abuse, deflection, projection, trauma bonds, how to get over breakups, how we function spiritually, emotionally as beings, then they're blue pills like you blew every which way. They can't teach you nothing more than they already know. And they're stuck in a general cycle like you are. But the intent as an individual, you break it. Once you break it, I promise you 1,000, you're ahead of the game. But with that said, like tell people analogy-wise, you ready to die? What? You might lose everybody. Because when you start thinking positive, spiritual, all this shit, they think you're crazy. In Spanish culture, I'm considered crazy. My family and friends, please, they're like, yo, that girl destroyed you. I'm like, yeah, initially she did, but it was for a reason, Now I comprehend it. Do you think women look good with tats? I love female with tattoos, but here's the kicker. With the female wise, first and foremost, female run the universe. Physically, cosmetically, verbally, spiritually, every which way. So when a female has tattoos, it's called sex appeal. It's lust. So like me, where I'm from, Little Mexico wise, I can't really get jobs locally wise because of my tattoos. But there's many females with tattoos, way prettier ink, all that good shit, and they get a job easy. Why? Because they're offering lust, right? It's sex appeal. That's exactly what it is. So that's why they're being the owner, the manager. Yes, they're gonna be people in, because why? The guy's gonna be there. I'm pumping gas, even though it's like $10 a gallon. Down the road is $6, but that girl right there, she's hot. Even though she's married, kids, and everything, going for the eye candy, lust every which way. So that's what happens in that situation. I have nothing against that situation at all. More parts of females, but as an individual, just because she's beautiful, BBLs, OnlyFans or tattoos, like we could be friends and associates. If she can't teach me anything I'm saying about this and guide others in life, then I will be her friend and associate. I will not be her partner, because I'll be too much weight for her, and way too much for her. And that's why I tell people, I'll followed you back, Mark. But that's up to everybody. Like, be attracted to the potential to be wise, but remember, see through more than just that. But it's your choice. Like, you want to have the toxic trophy wife, trophy husband. What's that? When you love somebody that doesn't love you back. When everyone can look and touch your partner, but you can look at your partner, but you can't touch them. That's called a toxic trophy wife, trophy husband. When you have a trophy wife, trophy husband, you're doing what I'm doing on my conversation. You love and love each other only. You both help people who go through relationship issues. There's no passing boundaries. Then that's a real trophy wife, trophy husband. You're both blessed, which is nowadays kind of rare for the most part. But when people hear this conversation, you're talking and vibing, they can comprehend where you're coming from, And maybe they can work on themselves, or they can work on themselves, because if it's been a toxic relationship for the long run, that's how people like to bounce back from that. It's kind of hard, especially when infidelity happens. It's highly impossible. Because let's say I have a girlfriend, she cheats on me, wise, right? I forgive her. Let's say she doesn't ever cheat at all, right? Ever. No verbally passing boundaries, emotion cheating, nor the physical, right? But here's the kicker: she cheated on I I forgave her, right? But here's the kicker: in my head, I can gas that mother. Maybe she's cheating when she goes out to friends or family. Are you going with your mother or are you going with some guy? I can give her shit, right? Gas and manipulate which ways, and I can potentially push her away. So that's that people. You got to think about it really good when we give a person a second chance. If they did it once, it's a higher chance to do it again. If you died the first time, it hurt hella bad. You want to do the second time? The third time? Fourth time? If you're doing 3, 4, 5, you're trauma bonded. They own you. You're going to be there for a minute because of codependency wise. And the intent not to be doing that, but it can happen. That's why as an individual, you got to be very cautious. So it's to flirt. As far as tattoos wise, it's on the individual wise. You know, a lot of females on especially these platforms that dead ass. You know, like you can go any female live on any platform, especially if she's offering lust. You know, leggings, see through everything wise. Yes, she's doing her narcissist traits, but she's doing it for the dollar. You know, pride, ego, lust, greed, power. She knows what she has to offer as far as cosmetically wise, and she ain't got to say shit in the live. You know how many females in the live just sitting there watching TV, showing everything off, and all these cyber tricks are gifting away, gift, follows, likes, all this shit. I just have to go on the live and just be like, damn, look at that. Just my point being, OnlyFans is so saturated, fucking retarded. Other than against them, they can make the money, but like when they come in my DMs, hey, how you doing? They're all fucking robots. Hey, how you doing? How's your night? Where you from? I play stupid as hell. I'll be like, once again, you play stupid, I play stupider. I'll be like, oh, I'm from Seattle. Oh, no, I'm from Seattle. I just moved there too. I'll be like, yeah, really good part, you know, and just play it off and you know, I want to get to know you. I'll be like, you want to get to know me or your wallets? And I send a positive message, it's like a Bible. And like, what do you want? What are you trying to sell? I'm like, well, I'm not trying to sell what you're trying to sell. What do I want? Nothing. I'm just letting you know that if you ever go into shit in life, I'm always in your pocket. And they block me, report me, whatever. I'll be laughing like, damn. Make that shit make sense. Being positive is wrong. But if I was talking about lust, because obviously I get it. I know what she's doing. She's trying to have me subscribe all that good shit. I was like, nope, thank you. If I want to do that shit, there's Pornhub, all these porn websites I wanted that, right? Local shit I want to, right? That's just lust. That's what I told her. I told all the OnlyFans, I have to call them out. I go, check out. No respect when I say this, but I'll be like, other than offering, yes, you're beautiful, nice and fine, right? Nice body, etc. wise, but offering me toxic love, lust, what else do you bring to the table? Yes, I go, yes, you're gonna make a lot of money with what you're doing. What you're offering. I have nothing against it, but what do you bring to the table as an individual? What can you think about breakups? How do you function spiritually, emotionally, mentally as a being? Can you teach me anything in life that's positive? And then I love when they'll get triggered. Like, what do you bring to the table? I got this. I guess, yes, you have many things, and I'm happy for you. But with that said, you're mammy rich, blue pill rich. I'm red pill rich. So with that said, you can't teach me shit in life at all. And then they'll get triggered. Well, you can't pull me. I'll be like, why would I pull someone that's broken codependent if you can't teach me shit in life? You're a dime a dozen. Over there, Oreo. Oh, so their OnlyFans are everywhere. I have nothing against it, but with that said, once again, you're a dime a dozen. You can't teach me nothing in life. I pray for you in that sin. I go on my day. But with that said, I'm always in your pocket, you know? Oh, I know. It's not anything my daughter done. Let me go. Let me move. I'm gonna limp away because I got an accident last night. Oh shit. I'm already pretty bad. Oh man. 2 seconds, guys. Watch me walk slowly. Gosh, damn. No, you step. Oreo, douchebag. Apúrale. Come on, hurry up. Vente a la casa, man. Come on. Oreo, come on. Del lado. Let's go. Home. Home. Go. Oreo, don't you start your shit. Oh my fucking God. Let's go. go home. Oh, you be quiet. Come on, Snake, apúrate, man. Home. I swear. Let's go home, come on. Este lado. Dude, this is so annoying. No, my freaking dogs. Apúrate, yo le quedo bien. Snakes, home now. Oh yeah, you be quiet. God damn, I swear, you know. Oh my god. Shit. Don't mind me limping slowly. Oh my gosh. My ankles are still swollen from the accident. Oh shit, yesterday morning. Oh, bitch. And those are my daughter's dogs, man. I swear, like, I try to tell all the kids out there, leaning to my daughter, like, don't bring animals in the household without asking parents or whoever you're gonna live with. So annoying. That's what I was barking, especially Oreo. He's always barking. It's like, I have my own kids as it is, and cats outside. I get my daughter's dogs. So annoying. But anyways, back to the OnlyFans shit. Yeah, I think once again, I'm not against OnlyFans. It's oversaturated. I see all of them are. A lot of them are. You know, there are any app, big old IKEA, Facebook, their stories, their posts, all they offer is less. OnlyFans automatically. They're making $1 zillion, but I tell them, yo, you're broken, codependent. You can't do me shit in life. And I love when they get triggered. Well, you can't pull me, baby girl. I would not want to have a person like you by my side that's broken, codependent. Because you're making posts, which you already do. I watch your stuff. And you talk about depression, mental health, anxiety. I'm like, make that shit make sense. You have money and power. You're rich people status when you're sleeping. And rich people, you're making money while you're sleeping. And if in there where you're talking about that bullshit, so your life coach, huh? Yep. Life coach, free therapy. All day, every day. I keep it very simple for everyone in the universe. Very simple. I don't give a shit. Blue pillars talk. If I want to be famous on social media, be a blue pillar. What do you guys debate about? Man-made bullshit. Race, religion, politics, COVID, man versus women, high-value man, what color is your Bugatti, drugs, alcohol, pills. That shit's irrelevant. That's why I love people that are blue pillars that teach about, slavery and Incas, Aztecs, all this bullshit, I mean, that's cool, it's awesome, but make this make sense. You're knowledgeable about that. You can teach people about that stuff, but how, as an individual, how you're a crackhead, alcoholic, tweaker, how do you have depression, anxiety, PTSD, suicidal thoughts, how are you going through breakups and you die and cry about one person? You know about all this man-made bullshit, but for your personal life as an individual, you're struggling. Make that shit make sense. $0 in your pocket or $2 in your pocket. I don't care what you got. You're blue pill rich. That's why me as an individual in Seattle, the markets, I love debating 1,000. I mean, yes, blue pill rich, you have more money than I do. But with that said, when I go to sleep at night, I die. Time is irrelevant. Don't ever worry about toxic relationships. I don't need people. I want people. You need people, and they don't need you, and you're going through breakups, and you're dying and crying. Make that shit make sense. And they'll either get mad. The boys get in the feelings. They get all serious and have a good day. God loves you. Stay fresh. And they get in the feelings. And then the girls, they all talk about it. They don't ship. That's why I love Seattle. That's why Seattle. If you remember Seattle, the females are extroverts. They're not shy at all. They'll shoot their shot from the ghettos, downtown Seattle, the ghettos, south side to the north side of the suburbs. They're not shy. They'll shoot their shot, no problem. That's what I love about the females in Seattle. Not scared to have conversations. Here in Eastern Washington, Mexico, fucking scared, man. That's how my homies tell me. You're way too much. Oh yeah, they ain't no potential in the valley. Fuck no. Spanish culture, Hispanic, fuck no. I'm way too much for them. The white girls potentially wise, but even then they're scared because there's racial tension. It's like, dude, it's 2023, but Eastern Washington is 1950 Rolodex times. Like the white females see me with tattoos, right? Even before my tattoos, right? And I see females with ink therapy. I love ink therapy, right? Because I like to ask them, hey, who did it for you, what's the story behind it, and then they'll get all nervous, and I'll be out loud like, just because I'm a brown person doesn't mean we're all the same. I'm not a gangbanger, I'm a filthy drug dealer, especially now with my tattoos. And then when I'll be like, I was asking, I'm not asking for your number, no passing boundaries. I go, I love your ink. It's nice. Who did it for you? What's the story behind it? Analogy and so on. So I'll be, oh, sorry. No, you don't have time to sorry. I get it. Insecurity issues, all that is cool. Nothing against you, So with that said, that's why it's about conversations-wise. That's why I love what I do to the fullest, and I love the West of the best side, Seattle, as an individual, because that's all I really know. California, honestly speaking, I haven't gone to California since last year, before I got all these tattoos. So the downfall in Blue Pill talk, if I go to California, especially where my family is at, it's a lot of gangbangers, mafiosos and shit. So I'm definitely gonna get regulated. So being a brown person, Blue Pill talk, I can't wear no red, no blue, certain colors because I get regulated. Now with my tattoos, I'm definitely get regulated. Where are you from? What do you claim? I fucking 5 W's. Something to forget I'm brown, right? Because I typically live in the suburbs for the most part, away from the fucking ghettos and hood bullshit. So when I go down with my family and I get regulated, I'll be like, oh yeah, I forgot I'm brown. And what you claim? Where you from? Like, bro, I came Empathists, Narcissists, getting bad people, God, and Lucifer. You know what that is? The fuck does that mean? Exactly what does it mean? So with that said, I am not you. I don't do your occupation. I don't gangbang. Don't give a shit about drugs. That is your life. Nothing against it. Pray for that's it. I'm here visiting my family. I don't care about the block. And the downfall of the situation, dealing with elusive disciples, gang with mafiosos, they don't go by rules of God. They can fucking off my dome there and then for saying that, because they get triggered by petty ass words. Especially now when I'm blunt, I don't give a shit. So that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to live as long as possible. So as an individual, you got to study your environment, what you're saying, etc. Because you might not last long. Because got somebody that wants to go to Mexico. I already heard stories about Mexico. Even my grandpa told me, until you see the news show that Mexico is nice, I wouldn't go visit Mexico because you're from the States. You're Chicano. You speak Spanish, common sense, you're from America. And from there, was you with your tattoos? No. That's a big old no. So yeah, I recommend go anywhere. Go any other country but here. You're gonna get regulated. You have a lot of family and friends. It's a major risk for you guys because like the movies, all that shit, Sicario bullshit, yeah, that can happen to you, man. Because they can say, oh, you're American, your family has money, all that shit, rancid, they don't pay up, chop you in pieces. Yeah, it can happen to the high, especially the man. Women, it can happen, not really, more on the male side, all that good shit. I'm like, yeah. So that's Blue Pill talk. You see, if I want to sit down with gangs and mafias and all that shit, Blue Pill conversation on these platforms, I can make $1 zillion dollars off this. I have so many followers and bullshit. That's why I love calling it the smash culture, especially the fucking boys. That's why they block me all the time. There's this guy that's famous on TikTok. Only reason why he's famous, he's talking about Aztec, Incas, Chicano versus Mexicanos, Boricua, Dominican. Just like blue pill, and I called him out because one of my followers, young Ebony Queen wise, she's like, what are you talking about? Is like you say, blue pillers talk. That just keeps you in the matrix. Don't even make you comprehend it. I was like, right. And that's the only reason why his numbers are high, because he's teaching about blue pill shit. Why do when I was a blue piller, I would debate about Chicano versus Mexicano, the Cubans, and Dominicans, and Spaniards, and all this shit. Because I knew about it. But I didn't, now that I'm a red pillar, I don't care about that. And I ain't called them out. I told them, shit out, you can't teach me shit in life. You're educating people about man-made bullshit. But he was going through, I think he was going through a situation where he's going through depression, anxiety, and he's young, like 25, 27, right? I told him, baby boy, I'm 42. How the hell are you 35 years going through depression, but you know all about Incas and Aztecs? Look at your numbers. You are making money off blue pill shit, but you still have depression. Make that shit make sense. What do? Block. And I was like, and I grabbed my other account because I got 2 accounts. I jump on there. Well, it's my second account. See, you did your job. You ran from your problems, and that's why you have depression. You won't ever evolve in life, but you would teach everybody about man-made bullshit. You will make money off this. You will be blue pill rich. I'm red pill rich. So if you don't get your life back, you can block me now with this second account, but the door's always open. Give me your hand, I'll hold you and guide you. If not, stay a statistic, teach the world about that bullshit, and I have no sympathy, empathy for you at all. Narcissist traits, I control that shit, I own that shit. You can't control it. I triggered you and you blocked me on my other account. You ran from the situation because the truth hurts. Because why? I just told the universe that I saw you get educated about man-made bullshit. And you have 1 million followers, all that shit. I don't give a shit. That's what I told him. Before you blocked me on my second account, I challenge you over in debate. Let's do a Zoom call. Let's do live right now. But you won't take it. Then block me. Do your job. Run from your problems. What do you do? Block me. I was like, yep, that's why I love brown boys, man. They can't teach me shit in life at all. At all. That's why as an individual, I want to be the Spanish girl a Hispanic thing in Spain, a Hispanic woman, a Hispanic is she's working herself, is she speaks what I'm speaking, or close enough to me. If not, I am way, way too much for her. I'll be with every other race but Spanish. For that reason, too much. Especially when I call the family culture in front of it. She's not ready for it. That's not my problem. I'll remind her, I don't need you, I want you. The door is always there. You can leave, I can leave. If I'm too much for you, you're not going to hurt my feelings. I won't ever shed a tear for any female. Like, you don't believe me? As my, my current, recent ex-wife about 13, 14 months ago. She broke it off. And this is how you can see people going through shit in life, right? Especially into a breakup. Especially on social media. I imagine y'all see people on social media that are famous because either they are famous in general, raw real life, or they're famous social media-wise, right? And they go to breakup. What do they say? Guess what, guys? My girlfriend broke up with me last night, going through my feelings, so I'm gonna take a little break from social media. That person right there, broken codependent, every fucking which way. They're about to hit rock bottom potential wise, fall to drugs, alcohol, pills, really fucking fast. If they have a support team, which typically males, females, you have a support team, they potentially become winos, so on and so on. But that's why the intent is not to get to that point. You can run from your problems, do so. But the only reason why you get hit rock bottom because you're broken codependent. I need him. I need her. Why? If they don't want you, don't need you. They're not by your side. They've been verbally, physically abusive. Why do you need them by your side? Because we're brainwashed. We need people in life. That's the flaw. You don't need people in life. The only person you need in the whole fucking universe is the person in the mirror. That's it. I tell people, which I'm going to tell my back eventually this year. It's going to have the Exodus cross. At the very top, you see right here, it's going to say, and I'll make shirts of it. It's going to say, whatever your God is, everyone's raised different in the universe, God positive, whatever. If you're atheist, positive, yin, yang, whatever you want to use, same shit. With that said, I was going to say, as long as you live godly, all the 10 commandments, Jesus, like as an individual, you are blessed as an individual. I say it 2 times to emphasize you, not your dad, not your partner, not your kid, not your coworker, you. If you live it, we talking and vibing. Love and respect to the fullest. If you don't live it, then you gotta go through shit in life. So with that said, you cannot speak on no one's behalf but your behalf. You can say what you've been through, how they act, how they are. But that's what I tell the females. If you are godly, 10 commandments, and I already know you are, and I'm not doing that, I'm not matching energy, I'm verbally, physically abusive, then why do you have me on my side? Why are you scared to leave me? Did you know there's potential after they're doing what you're doing? But you're praying, planning, hoping. I know, I did the same shit. But the downfall is the longer you're the individual, it's gonna hurt. You bring kids in the mix, it's gonna hurt really fucking bad. You go through divorce, oh shit, it's gonna get worse. And then the longer you're with them, it's gonna hurt really bad. That's why, I don't like to use the word hope, right? Because word is like, it's a gas I'm manipulating yourself. But the idea, yesterday, Saturday-wise, now it's Monday, I believe. Oh shit, Monday morning. So the idea Monday-wise, I'll take it back, Saturday morning, is to go to the farm market in Seattle, Esquire, right? And then I met this cool white lady. She's younger than I am. I'm 42. She's 18 at heart, right? But she's like 35ish, 36ish wise, right? And once again, I love Seattle. Females are not fucking shy at all. Extroverts. And she's talking to me, right? I'm asking about the produce, the fruit, etc. And she's seen my tattoos, and she's like, "Can I ask you something?" And go for it. Off subject. No, go for it. What's up? She's like, "Why'd you do all your tattoos for?" I could tell us the story, but why? I was like, "Oh well, quick crash course. This is my ex's name. My second being Moss. Respectfully, my other boys went through a bad breakup, so I broke down how it functioned, how it failed, my wrongdoings, and I was breaking it down, etc. The mansion, she's like, tearing up a little bit. She's like, "Yeah, that codependent is kind of hard." Like, "Oh yeah, initially it's really, really hard. Because why? Going through divorce, going through a breakup, get to see your partner face to face. Are they giving you shit, getting you feelings? They're bragging about the new partner, you're getting your feelings. It's a battle. But the intent is to focus on yourself best as. I go, you definitely I say you have to have a support team. The word have is for the trigger. You want a support team, right? So with that said, you gotta focus on that best ass, and it's not. And if they try to give you shit, tell me if it's not about the kids. Keep that negative thought to yourself. If they're talking shit, if you're dropping the kids up to them or you're picking them up, if they're talking shit, just go walk away. Don't say nothing. Try not to get involved, because all they're trying to do, because the energy vampire is being narcissistic, they're trying to take your energy, right? And she's like, "Yeah, actually, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm literally going through a divorce right now, and he's in his feelings about it, etc. Cause I wanted it." I was like, "Yeah, cause he pushed you away. I know. It's us men are narcissistic. You're like, we're not raised about this shit. We're not taught about this shit. We just thought, yo, you're the man, get a job, take care of the household, the wife takes care of the crib, all that fucking shit. It's the downfall of that situation. I go, you women take the hit. You put mother, father wise, basically single in a relationship, all that. She's just like tearing up. She's like, you're speaking pretty good. I was like, yeah, I found it the hard way. So now I just tell a story. I'm not a victim. I'm not a warrior survivor. I go, you going through it now, you have the right to use the terms like I did initially. Because you are a victim, you are a warrior, and you're fighting this shit. You're trying to survive the situation, right? And she didn't remember this. When you go through a breakup and divorce, it fucking hurts bad. So you don't gotta verbalize yes. Like she just nodded her head. She's tearing up, nodding her head. I go, you don't have to say nothing. I know it's a lot. It takes a lot of energy to say yes. Because it's you know, you're hurting. It was you. That's why I say, you see my neck? Your pain is my pain. I die like you die. The model for the whole universe. And initially when I was going to break up, it was only for empath and that's it. Only empaths. Team squares, all that good shit, right? Because I was going to break up. I would call my ex a narcissist. You know, she's a narcissist, all this shit. Everyone has narcissist traits. Everyone would be narcissistic wise, but the intent is you work on yourself as an individual, figure out why it failed, and so on and so on. And she's just like, you know, she's like, thanks for this conversation. I go, no, and she's all, so you do free therapy life coach? And I have my hoodie on. She's like, yeah. She's all, maybe next time I come, we'll talk more. Like, hey, whenever you want to. I go, I'm here. I love the markets in general because, I go, analogy, this is my heaven on earth. No racial tension, no bullshit, love, respect. You females are not scared to ask questions. The males, they get some type of way, but they keep it humble, respectfully wise. Y'all don't. Like, I take it back. So I take it back. You do keep it respectful, but you don't. Look at it. You came in buy produce, see my tattoos. You asked me a question, and we're on one conversation. I donated from Adams, and 30 minutes we're here talking and vibing. You did not spend 30 minutes here. You just asked about a question and got up and left. But what am I doing? You said certain sentences, but you started choking up, right? Because you're going through divorce, the breakup. It fucking hurts bad. So what am I doing? You said a couple words. I am finishing your sentence-wise. I'm elaborating and give you all the scenario options that I can, ideas that I can. And she's like, you're good. I was like, yeah, personal experience-wise, because it's hard. It sucks. And no one deserves this shit, right? And then the kids want the parents to be together. The downfall, the parents don't know what the kids are going through. I think about the kids don't know what their parents are going through. And that's why the intent, quote-unquote, is to do co-parenting best ass, quote-unquote. That's the shit. And that's where it becomes hard. I go as an individual behind the screen, and I told her, I go, right now, I'm going to tell you this really fast, but you're in your head, like, how is that possible? I go, the first hard part, you forgive, not forget, and let them go. What? If you don't let them go, do closure for yourself. And you're matching your ex-husband. He lives in your head. That door pain, like, see right here, says ex, because the most person that's currently that hurt you, he owns the door of pain. You just popcorn watching, collab, abuse, mind face, and, living rent-free in your home. So when are you going to kick him out? He can give you closure, but will you accept it? Will you take it? That's the question. And if you're not satisfied, you might, like, he was being authentic every which way. It's because you haven't let him go. You won't accept that at all. So the intent is you do closure for yourself. That's what I told her. When you can let him go 1,000, you can tell him in his face. I told my ex, I love you for leaving me, because I do. I told my ex, I do. It hurt. It sucked the way you did it, yes. But, it's everything happens for a reason in life, quote unquote, which I dislike that fucking term because why, as an individual, right? I can't speak on the universe. As an individual, why am I saying what I'm saying? Because I chose to, 3 years ago, went through the breakup, got fucking destroyed every which way, but I decided to fall back, study this shit, that there's got to be a reason why the relationship failed, why we bumping heads. How did it fail so hard? Why were we really toxic, to each other wise? But the others were cool. But with each other, very toxic for each other wise. I'm the verbal abuser. She's a physical abuser. Both of us narcissist traits, but why did she become physical with me? Because she's doing reactive abuse on my neck. Because I'm triggering with petty ass words. Because I know I can destroy her with her past. I can make fun of her, etc. The intent is not to do that, but I do it because of my narcissist traits. Because why? You talk shit, I talk more shit. And so on and so on. I can't put my pride and ego away. I triggered her, keep it humble. I'll walk away, get some air. Or tell her, hey, you know what, let's switch the subject because this is triggering you wise. Maybe another time, another day, we could try to fall back on this or work on this. That's the correct way to do it. The downfall of you having good partners by your side, someone hold you and guide you, which is typically us men, we're narcissistic wise, the work continues. And relations must be a work, no competition at all. But it is because, once again, if you want to keep it very simple for the whole universe, yeah, God, Lucifer, yes. But just ask your parents, dad, mom, you know what empath narcissist is? Deflection, projection, reactive abuse, trauma bonds, soul ties. If I went through a breakup, can you teach me how to... Oh, you're still... Mom and dad are still together 50 years. Miserably as fuck, but you're still together. They can't teach you shit. So they're blue pillars degenerative cycle. They're teaching you what their, your grandpa taught me, their great grand. It's so much degenerative cycle. The intent as an individual, you break it. That's what I told him. I call him Miss Kelly, because not really gonna say this, like, like you got, like, Friday the movie and shit, Miss Parker. That's lust. That's the lacayas, people in the streets. Like, she's beautiful and probably nice body, but all she can, I know 1,000 that being a person in the street, all she can offer me is toxic love, lust, drama, and trauma bonds. That's it. She can't offer me love because she doesn't know what love is. Now, Miss Kelly from the suburbs, she can offer me toxic. She can offer me love and lust because I can tell she's really square empathetic wise. She did not have to talk to me at all, especially when it comes to being a brown person. Blue pill talk. Like I told her, you have to judge me. She's like, I don't. I know you did. Everyone does. Brown person, tattoos, gangbang, my first drug dealer. But now what am I doing? Talking to you. Now you're judging me, not reading me. Now you got comfortable with having my conversation, and you don't know me from Adams. You didn't have to sit here and have this conversation at all. And I go, I'm helping other customers. You just got up and left. But why? You stayed longer because you wanted to hear what I had to say, right? You want to hear the rest of the story. And then from there was my debate, my conversation, right? And I'm holding your hands. Free therapy, right? And once again, I'm telling her that she's just tearing up. She's just not her head. I go, see? It's cool. I go, 3 years ago, I was you doing this, but I'm doing the market. You see me telling the customers. So everyone saw me as I'm a socialist. But I tell people if I got paid to talk, I would be a zillionaire. But I went to 3 years ago doing Breakup, and my customers, man, I respect them. They knew I was going through it. I was quiet as fuck because I would tell them, there was to a point where I couldn't even talk. It was strictly like, price for it. There were some days of like, I couldn't even talk. So what I do, got my cell phone. Here's one here. I got my cell phone. I would get my calculator, $8.99. I couldn't even say $8.99 because I'm like in my head, trying to do co-parenting the Breakup. In my head, I need her back, this and that. Like, yeah, you don't need them. You want them if they want you. Obviously, she wasn't there. It's cool. Everything happens for a reason. So I told her, like, it takes a lot, So don't give up. Day by day, baby steps. And that she's like, I like that you say that. No, because it's day by day, baby steps. I go, yesterday's the past has been written, right? If you dwell on it, then it beats you up. The intent to comprehend it. Tomorrow, the future hasn't happened. You might not wake up tomorrow. Keep in the present today. That's what you can do. She's like, thank you for the conversation. I was like, yeah, no, thank you for opening your mouth and let's talking about it. I go, if you stay strong, it'll fall into place. I promise you 1,000. Right now, I know I tell you, you don't want to hear this, but I'm going to tell you, like my 10 life was telling me, every day above ground, it's a blessing in disguise. I know it hurts and it sucks to hear that, right? Like, you don't deserve to be, I don't know if it was physical, but I keep it verbal abuse. He cheated. No one deserves that shit. I get it. But I promise you 1,000 in time, if you still focus on yourself, cooperate the best as, and focus your energy on the person in the mirror, it is a blessing in disguise. The next potential to be, match energy, level standard, the love language. I promise you in time, it'll fall into place. And I tell them, I'm always here. So it's the intent was to see her on Saturday because she said she would probably come back. We could talk some more. I was like, yeah, but 3 a.m. Saturday, got in a bad car accident. I posted on my platforms, drunk driver, drunk or high young cat. He was driving eastbound, westbound lane, my lane, basically. So, yeah, it was a pretty bad. Lucky I didn't freeze. I didn't panic, nothing. I was just mad bothered that I was like, yo, I'm trying to live as long as possible in this lifetime. Now I have this person coming at me with, the headlights and shit. I'm going 72. They're going 80 plus on the wrong lane and shit. And, yeah, so we bounced. Lucky, once again, I didn't freeze over nothing. So, bounced off each other. My ankles are swollen pretty bad, Body's banged up pretty good. My pops, his shoulder, chest, back, and right thigh. Pretty beat up, swollen. No, none of us broke bones, but yeah, that's the top people. These bodies are weak, man. I say, actually, the analogy, like, which time we get tied on me, you got to take care of your body so body takes care of you guys, right? So the intent as an individual, but remember that everything happens for a reason in life. So with that said, like, young cat got drunk, right? Hurt people, he's hurting. Hurt people, hurt us. My pops and I ran an accident. But why? Because why is he drunk or high, whatever drugs he's on? Because he's running from his problems. And obviously, especially if he's Spanish also, Chicano Mexicano, he probably, if his father narcissistic, which more like he is, as men, we're not supposed to talk about feelings about it. Oh, you a bitch. Only girl talk about the feelings. And that's gaslight manipulative, aka narcissism and bullshit. So they just keep themselves. That is very unhealthy. And that's why I tell people, when shit happens to you, it's deeper than just an accident, people are drinking and driving. You can be distracted on the cell phone, or you're so distracted you're overthinking. In your scenario, I'm driving through, going through an intersection, right? In my head, it's a green light, right? So I drive through it, boom. I T-bone somebody, or I get T-boned. And everyone saw it, and I believe in my head, because I'm sitting there overthinking that it's a green light. And everyone's like, no, you just blew a red light, man. What? Yeah, you just blew. Everyone's telling you that, and you're gonna be, remember, your head's your best friend, your worst enemy. So whatever you believe to 1,000. And even if it's the whole world against you, the whole fucking block, no, dude, you straight up blew that red light. You didn't see it? Everyone's honking. You didn't hear no horns, nothing. But since you were sitting, you're overthinking so much because you're going through what? Your child trauma. More typically, for the most part, relationships, that ass. So with that said, you and your partner on altercation. You just left the home, going to work. You're heated, so you sit with anger, right? And you don't know how to calm yourself down. You're just thinking, fuck, I'm gonna go. And you might even go back there, continue on bitching and bullshit, having a verbal argument, potentially get a physical argument, and now you catch a DB case and shit, right? Because you're not satisfied with this outcome, but that's why, quote unquote, you don't bring your problems to work. Yeah, easier said than done when you're going dealing with the person narcissistic wise. It's easier said than done, but the intent is not to, but it can happen. So with that said, to tell people, whatever happens to you in life is deeper than just people in a car accident or drinking and driving. But why are they drinking and driving? Why did they get to that point? Common sense, when you're drunk or high, whatever, you don't get in a vehicle and drive, right? But when you're gone so high and you're so drunk, you're not functioning, right? And everyone around you observing you, and no one decides to take the fucking keys from your ass. But that's my homeboy, that's my life. That's why here to Mexico, I don't go nowhere, deadass, because I know it's a bad environment. It's all that bullshit, wrong place, the wrong time. No, where I'm from, there's no such thing as that. This is little Mexico, ghetto hood, mafiosos, gangbangers there were being crazy as fuck. And no one's, I love it because I was scared to say shit. I love saying on Facebook, Yakima's bad and the valley's bad. I was like, yeah, there's a reason why it's bad and no one wants to say it. I'll give you a hint. It ain't the white folk. And our parents from little Mexico, El Salvador, wherever they come from. Because if they do something wrong, they can lose their papers and everything. Guess what, boys and girls? It's us Chicanos. That's what people. Chicano, Mexican-American. So I'm Mexican, right? My parents are from Mexico, but I was born in America. So here's the kicker. In my head, I can't ever get deported. So if you're Japanese, Dominican, I don't give a Russian, but you're born in America, but your family's original for a country, remember, us, we're American citizens, so we can't get deported ever. Why do you think I dropped that 20 bodies? That's what I tell them. Why do you think the value's fucked? It's us Chicanos. We're the fuck up the universe in this shithole. And you're whitewash, you're against our peoples. I'm like, because I'm speaking of facts. I go, imagine scenario, they pass a law tomorrow. Guess what, boys and girls? If you're not white, black, or native in America, I don't give a shit if your parents are from wherever the fuck, what country they're from. You're born here, that law does not exist no more. So your parents aren't from here, they paperwork, green card, you do the same shit. Everything will change. These gamers like, what? I get deported? Yes, sir. Fuck, you become angels or take the risk and go back to your country you was never born from. They don't know shit about. But now you got that best dads and live down there. Everything will change. But once again, they don't do that because why? Lucid disciples make the fucking world go round in the narcissistic world. That's why they're always in and out of jail. But that's their choice. But what do? Keep it very simple. Anyone that's doing wrong in the streets, in relationships, you're fucking verbally, physically abusive. Analogy, you're a lucid disciple. I said it. Hurt your feelings, give no fucks. That's my narcissist traits that I control. I know how to control. Now what are you going to do about it? You're going to change your way to be a better partner? Or you're going to be verbally, physically, fuck this guy, he's stupid. I'm not a lucid disciple. I know I'm an angel. Maybe to other people around you because you're not laying down with them. But your partner, you're a piece of shit. Yeah. Which is your choice. Premeditated. All that good shit. Well, shit, my childhood, then fucking work on your childhood. Don't be in relationships. That's not your parent. That's your partner, quote unquote. And then we take it on our kids. It's like a lot of situations going on, but that's why it's intent in the relationship, which takes time to encourage the string to walk away. Or if you go to breakup, don't be in relationships at all. Take a break, just chill. Nothing is wrong with being alone. What beats you up is loneliness. Why? I need people. You don't need, you want if they want you. So with that said, date yourself. What? Take yourself fucking out to eat. Travel the universe. Do whatever. Ask all the potentials to be, right? The next potential, I'm going to ask them, what's your favorite color? What do you like to eat? All the bullshit question, ask them, the potentials. Why don't you ask yourself that? What do you like to eat? What do you do for fun? I promise you a lot of you can't answer the simple petty ass questions. Because you focus all your energy and the potentials to be that you forget about yourself. Trust me, I was you. Fucking, what do you do for fun? I don't know. But if you're with a partner, you'll do whatever. You'll say whatever, that you do for them. You adapt to whatever they do. And why do you think in relationships, fucking, we get in altercations over petty ass food? Like you ask your baby, what you want to eat? I don't know. She says, I don't know, right? And I'd be like, well, I'm gonna go teriyaki. Well, do you want teriyaki? Well, 'cause I love teriyaki, right? I'm the cheapest day in the universe, so I love teriyaki. So I'm gonna teriyaki or like Little Caesars or, Olive Garden, right? And she'd be like, oh, you can get whatever. But let's say I go, fuck it, I'm gonna get teriyaki, and I bring teriyaki back. I don't want to eat that, right? We should go Olive Garden. Well, I asked you before I left. I didn't even text you, and get whatever, babe. Doesn't matter to me. I bought teriyaki. Now you're triggered. Now I'm altercation, right? So next time, what am I gonna do? Instead of asking her, I'm gonna just buy both. And let's say I buy both, she won't be like, I'm not in the mood for teriyaki nor Olive Garden. You should have got me Red Lobster. Fuck, you can't win, right? But why? Because she's not verbalized what she wants, or she thinks that, oh well, if I say what I want, I'm gonna hurt his feelings, trigger him. No, like me with my daughters and stuff, like me, I love teriyaki, right? So let's say they don't want to eat teriyaki. They want to eat like Burger Ranch, like burger joint. So what do? We'll go to Burger Ranch, get your food. I'm going to teriyaki joint, right? Or Chinese joint where we're going. And with that said, I tell people, because they say, typically a lot of restaurants, they have a sign, hey, you can't bring in drinks, you can't bring in food. I always tell, like me, I'm, for the most part, where I'm from, it's small, but so everyone kind of knows me. I tell them, hey, miss, I know you have the sign-in policy, but with that said, I will pay extra, because I'm not going to have my daughter sit in the vehicle, nor am I going to sit over there. So with that said, is it cool if she eats her food here? I'll pay extra. I'll give her shit $10-20 extra. They'd be looking at me like, really? Like, yeah, I'm serious. I'll pay extra. I just want my daughter to sit down comfortable and get my food and shut and be comfortable. I'm not doing the whole drive home with the sweating. I don't do that shit. They'd be, no, don't worry about it. You serious? I'll pay. And I usually tip the waiters, waitress, whoever it is. What does the face tat represent? Oh, awesome. I'll break it down really fast. So basically, it's a crash course to life for everybody in the universe. To simplify life, to make it so easy. It's like the map to life. So you have NF the rap artist, right? If you don't have to like rap, but if you go to Spotify, YouTube, type in NF, letter NF, type in mansion. So I took his song and made it my way. So I say, in your mansion, all the doors are pain wide open. Why? Because you haven't let go of your exes, past pain, toxic love, trauma, and child trauma. That's why you have anxiety, depression, paranoia, PTSD, suicidal thoughts, low self-esteem, anger issues. The bottom says triggers, all capital letters, overthinking, reactive abuse. If you don't know what reactive abuse is, that's when you become verbally and potentially physically abusive with your partner, an environment, let's say it's a party, barbecue, whatever, or yourself. You don't want to hit your partner or anybody else, but they triggered you and now you're punching yourself, throwing yourself around, beating yourself up. You're doing reactive abuse because you're reacting to the word scenario that triggered you. If you don't know how to control your triggers or you don't acknowledge them, the intent will not become very physically abusive, but it happened. And that's why I say everyone's got BPD, empathy, borderline bipolar personality disorder, and narcissistic personality disorder. But if that's not true to some questions, why your feelings, why your sugar petty ass other words, right? Everything starts with you as an individual. So with that said, then right here on the side it says Lucifer side, the bad side of you, hate, it says narcissist, pride, ego, lust, greed, power. The good side of you, God side, whatever you believe in, love, empathist, empath, you're proud and humble. Bible talk, which I've been looking for the answer. I've been born raised a Catholic, right? But the answer's been in the Bible because it's a crash course to life. Oldest book in the universe, all that great jazz. Anyways, so why I say everyone has BPD, empathy, because Bible talk, Genesis 2:16 through 17. Yeah, that's when God told Adam, check out, you can eat wherever you want to, but not from the Garden Eden. Not from the tree of knowledge. You eat from the tree of knowledge, you will certainly die. An analogy, not physically an analogy, but since Lucifer gaslighted, manipulated Eve, why would God do that with the will? Why would he kill you? Eat the apple. It doesn't happen to you. Lucifer, aka the serpent, didn't put a gun to her head. Gaslight, manipulate. She ate from there. Oh, he's right. He's right. I didn't die. Give it to Adam. Adam respects his wife. Hate from their wives, right? So that's why I say everyone's got BPD, empathy, because that's when they saw what? Oh shit! They saw the truth. And they're all, when God came down, they run from God, hiding and shit, right? And then with that, so people get to feel that's not true. Okay, if that's not true, Bible talk, Genesis talk, right? Who's your first narcissistic sociopath psychopath? Adam and Eve's kid. Cain killed Abel over what? Not drugs, not pills, not OnlyFans, gang mafiosos, Russia, Ukraine, man-made bullshit. Cain killed Abel over jealousy because Lucifer gaslighted Cain. Check out, because remember, I think the Bible talk says, God was there talking to Abel, then Cain brought, his cattle, the best herd, whatever. Don't quote me now, but let's say he brought the best horse. Check out, God, I got this badass pretty horse with the woo. God was like, that's nice, and he, that's cool, it's nice, and then he can, go back to Abel's conversation, right? And that's when Lucifer gaslighted Cain. He's like, yo, God loves Abel a little more than you. What are you going to do about it? And what happened? He got in his feelings some type of way. He took his brother out. Literally took his brother out. And then what happens? God comes down. What's up? Kane, how you doing? I'm good. Hey, where's your brother Abel? I don't know. Maybe he's out there chilling in the crib. Maybe he's in the garden. God's like, that's kind of funny because, where I built your father from the ground, that's where I smell your brother's blood. Oh, you killed your brother. What happened? He got banned. He lied. He got all that good shit. So there you go. Everyone's got BP to empathy. That's why if you read the Bible, it's all forewarning to where it is nowadays. The difference is, back in the day, people had more respect for the most part. Then you have, environments and shit. Nowadays, 2023, yeah, it's out the door for the most part. Especially here in America. Third world countries more traditional. America is fucking mopped up every which way. It's so much traditions out the door. But with that said, as an individual, that's why you have the right. But it's your choice. You don't have to. You can be blue pill talk. Only God can judge. Believe that. And then in your head, as long as you live godly, positive, then in your head, everyone's going to show me no respect. Yeah, you're about to get mopped up. I promise you that. That's why I tell people. Rebel talk, God gave us free will, judge me. Brown person with tattoos. And that's why I have say what I say to the fullest, because they're petty ass words. And when you get feelings, let's talk about it if you want to. Not block me, don't ever come back, your choice. But I remind you, the door's always open whenever you want to talk about it, because I want you to get your life back. I'm blessed. From 39 years old, now 42, to my last dying breath, I won't be able to talk relationship. I just be everybody. I won't ever deal with toxicity in my life, because I call you out for your bullshit. So you get asked about your tats a lot. Oh yeah, transparency 1,000 every day. Here, Little Mexico, where I'm from. No, this is Little Mexico. He's from Washington. I'm used to the devil. Like the older folk, they look at me because this. First of all, this is wrong. I'm the devil every which way. So they look at me, they turn their head. Little kids, the little kids, Curious George. They'll walk up to me and ask me, But the girls are getting more comfortable with the situation. I got the gym, especially on my shirts. So I my shirts, I have my sayings in my back, etc. Wise, like this one has which all my sayings, I tell people that's why words are either healing, soothing, beautiful, or very destructive. They're very powerful or very, very destructive. So you know what? I'm going to start saying my saying. So this one says, hurt people, capital H, capital P, all capitals, hurt people. So scenario, my accident last night, right? So a person's drinking and driving, or they're high on drugs. That's a person that's hurt, right? Hurt people. And they hurt people, my father and I. But I know why, because he's going through shit life. And that's why I made my post, which I'm going to make him, I'm going to tag him, etc. If I can find him. I have to be like, yo, baby, I have nothing against you, baby boy, but whatever you go through shit life, like, don't fall to the man-made drugs, alcohol, pills again. Number run from your problems. If you do, the next person you hit, you potentially might take yourself out or take them out. Because whatever you're going through your personal issue-wise, talk to somebody about it. Here's the best part. I'm on social media. You can reach out to me. Free therapy life coach. I get it. You got therapists can't charge you a lot. I do it for free. And then the bottom it says healed people, which I'm healed, heal people. So that's what we do. And it's 1,000. Which why? Keep it 1,000. Ron Real. I'm not here to sell dreams. If I want to sell dreams, I keep it 100. That's why. And then from there, hashtag 3Ds and red pill. And in the front of it says, I have a tat on this bicep. It says, the only person you need, chase, compete, submit any validation from is who? The person in the mirror. All you ever need is you. So when I'm at the gym, the streets, they're reading this, they be like, they ask me questions, especially the females. The females love it. Like I have one right here that says, it's not mine, it's Ace Metaphor and a lot of other people that are, they're life coaches, relationship coaches. And it's very true. It says like, can the side chick can become the main chick, but she will become from the person that he was cheating with to the person that he's cheating on. I was like, yep, drop the mic, the honest truth. That's why the intent is not to get him involved in people's relationships, aka triangulation. That's why the intent is to control your heart feelings. Hear your friends, family, partners going through relationship issues, right? But you be see those in the positive way and give them advice. The downfall, if you can't control your heart feelings, you will have sympathy and empathy for them, and you will potentially catch feelings, and they're by your side while they're going through a divorce, while they're in a toxic relationship. Yeah, you don't want to get involved in that. Shit's gonna be a fucking ugly mess every which way. But I pray for your plan that you progress in the situation. Not, it's gonna be messy. So trying to be there. What's the red pill? Okay, so like the best analogy, I'm gonna tat eventually this year on my forearm. So I have a lot of tattoos to come. 95% would be words. That's why my tattoos are pretty much easy. For the most part, because they're words, I have a lot more to come. I gotta finish in June. I have like 4 or 5 sessions. So finish this arm, add my other one. So all my main things that I say will be in my body, especially my back, etc. So with that said, the best breakdown of the whole universe to make Crash Course of life is watch The Matrix, the movie. That's the best analogy of what's going on. So with that said, blue pillars, which I'm gonna tat right here, is to say 2DC blue pill, and to have a blue pill. Y'all debate about man-made bullshit, race, religion, politics, COVID, man versus women, high value men, high value women, what color is your Bugatti, drugs, alcohol, pills, slavery, and bullshit. That is man-made bullshit. You want everyone life. It does makes money, entertainment, keep you feeling on top of your feelings. That's what I'm saying. You want everyone evolve. You can teach about people and educate people about that bullshit, but as an individual, you'll still be a crackhead, alcoholic, tweaker, booger, sugar, toxic relationships, broken, codependent, every which way, and you won't know why. But you educate everybody about what you know of man-made bullshit. Take the red pill, 3D center in the matrix wise. That's when you fall back. You don't get relationships at all, and you start dissecting why my relationship failed. What was my red flags? What were my ex's red flags? Why the relationship failed? How was I doing before I hooked up with them? And then go dig deeper. Your exes, all the way down to your child trauma. The last door of pain, to make it simple in your mansion, is your child trauma. If you break it down as kids, we got really physically abused, right? I got ass is kicked, but we shed tears to be laughing, right? We wouldn't sit with depression for the most part. We wouldn't sit with anxiety and shit. For the most part, when we hit that part is where if you break it down and be honest with yourself, when you got in relationships. That's what I tell middle school, high school, and the whole universe. Why are you in relationships for? Because you have heart and feelings. You have an attraction. That's awesome. But I promise you 1,000 as a middle school, high schooler, y'all gonna go to breakups and all that shit, trauma bonds, and especially the social media wise. Here's the best part: you haven't graduated yet, right? When you graduate and go to the matrix with us older adults, I tell any female, all you 18 to 35-year-old females, teach me anything about life, anything positive, trauma bonds, soul ties, deflection, projection, reactive abuse, this shit, empath, narcissist. If you can't teach me anything, I promise you 1,000, I give you my narcissist traits, act nice, offer you toxic love and lust, and you ain't know how to read it. And I will destroy you every which way. And after we lay down with each other, exchange energy, become one, soul tie trauma bonds, I own you. Analogy, I'm the slave master, she's a slave. How so? Because if I cheated on her 1 time, 3 times, 4 times, many chances, I own her. She don't go nowhere and the younger she is, the more, no reason I say, but it's the truth. The more naive and gullible you are, especially the female, because typically female are empathetic wise. So I tell female time, if you can't judge or read me, I will destroy you. That's my choice. So I'm verbally telling you that. Imagine the people that are narcissistic, which is a lot of men, aka boys, and they don't know what they are. They just know, yeah, she's nice, she's on point, I can play like a fiddle, and they will. I promise you they will. And when you sit there, everyone tells you should leave, you can leave whenever you want. You won't leave because you don't know how to leave. You believe that I need them. You believe you're being mean by giving up on them. Yeah, gaslight, manipulate your own self. But that's the shit. That's why I have my tattoo for that reason, to trigger the whole universe, especially the boys. I'll give them no shit, especially in the Spanish culture. As an individual, Blue Botak, Chicano, Mexican American, right? Red Botak, I'm just a being. And the bitch about culture, I am my own culture, my own being. We're all equals not knowing. You ever do drugs before? Negative. The only thing drugs in my life is like drink liquor a little bit, like Fireball. I want to do my E-therapy because these bodies are fucking weak and my tolerance is 0. And, Bob Marley marijuana, like once in a while, like very seldomly. Like I love the way it smells. I don't care for it. I don't need it. A lot of people that are broken codependent, they need marijuana. They need drug. The marijuana is the safest drug in the universe, but it can't kill you at all. Too much THC, it feels like, trust me, been there, you feel like you're gonna die, but you won't. You have too much of it, your body just overdoses and you pass out. It's the safest drug in the universe, but yes, I promise you 1,000. You too much THC, you will feel like you will hyperventilate, all that good shit, been there, done that, but it can't kill you. You don't believe me? Let's do a marathon. What? Grab one person for every drug, for cigarette, Advil, I don't give a fuck what it is. One person, marathon with the whole drug in the universe, guess who's gonna survive after the OD? The person doing ganji. Everybody else, their body will give up because they're abusing it. That's why it's called an addiction. So with that said, but as an individual, no, I look like it. That's why I be in here, little Mexico, right? The rest of the time in Spanish, I do the computer and stuff, and they'd be like, hey, want a beer? And in Spanish, I'd be like, nah, I don't drink. I go drink very seldom. Really? And they'd be like, you want drugs? I'd be like laughing like, I don't do drugs. Really? I go, I look like 10 kilos, man, but I don't do drugs. Yeah, you got water? Like, what do you do? What do you mean? For fun. I just do lives one-on-ones. I don't party kick it? Nope. At all? Nope. Why? Nah, I go here? No. This is the ghetto hoods, man. If I was in Seattle, the north side, the suburbs, oh yes. Nothing's gonna happen there. They're gonna just get wild and drunk, etc. They're hella funny. Downtown Seattle, the ghetto hoods? No, hell no. It's like here. Someone's about to get a shot. That's why I chip on Seattle on the north side. When they go downtown Seattle on the south side, the ghetto, those clubs, bars, dude, like, you're from the suburbs, squares to the fullest. Now you go to the south side ghettos, the circles, the people that are more narcissistic wise, and you get an altercation. You want to bring your girlfriend there and your peoples there? Hell no. As an individual, like that's why you can't find love at the drugs. I mean, at the drugs, at the bars, clubs, or house parties. 95% there for lust, toxic love, and that's it. 3% there actually to have fun and vibe and have a good time, quote unquote. 2%, I'm 2%. I don't want to be there. I'm the DD. I'm making sure everyone behaves, not misbehaves. There's the answer. That's why I don't go to that. If it ain't no squares, I won't go to it. Any which way. And me, in Seattle, I went there 4 times. Deadass, 4 times to a club, bar, and I always get altercations. I always get checked. Because I'm the guy on the wall just chilling, observing. That's all I do. Observe. And the female walks up to me. I'm not a drinker. And they walk up, hey, how you doing? How's it going? But hello, how's it going? You know, who you here with? I go, there's my peoples over there, my friend, my buddy said it was. And they'd be like, what you drinking? I'd be like, H2O. What? Water? They'd be laughing. I'd be like, I hand them the cup. Take a sip. What's this? Have you ever heard of water? You don't drink? Like, nah, I don't drink. So why you here? Well, I don't want to be here. I'm the DD, and that's my buddy. You gotta make sure to behave. So you're drunk, etc. Gotta take care of my altercations, take care of best ass. But I don't want to be here because this is not my scene. And I'd be, oh, I'm asking you, who you here with? I'd be, oh, my buddies. You here with your partner? I'm single. So I already know, boom, single, etc. Then what happens? She leaves, whatever, she does her thing, and then I get regulated every single time. So a guy walks up to me, yo, you talking to my girl? I'm like, well, first and foremost, she told me she has no dude at all. But with that said, more power to you. You can have her. I'm not getting involved in this shit. And then my boys walk up to me, what's up with you, man? You good? Like, I'm good, but this is why I don't come here. Why? What happened? Tell me what happened. The fuck? And like, no altercations, baby boy. I'm getting out of here. This is why I don't come to clubs. You know, I did that 4 times. I'm not saying they're all bad, but no, I already know the deal. Ghetto hoods, if you make circle and squares together, a true recipe to toxic relationship, disaster. Why I think I tell people, if you don't believe me, go to Seattle or anywhere in the suburbs. The ghetto always wants to come to the suburbs. Why? Because they'll try to hook up the preppies and shit, the rich girls, etc., right? And typically they have security and shit, and then they don't let the ghetto hood in. What happens? They get in the feelings because rejection, protection, start breaking windows, pulling guns, popping rounds, because the ghetto wants to come to the north side, the hood. That's all. That's the shit. I already know the situation. That's what individual. I'm square. I'm trying to live as long as possible so I avoid trouble. I'm always observant. That's why, like, which I'm gonna get tatted on me wise. But Erica Badu, she says a badass analogy, which is beautiful, which makes sense. That's a cool thing when you're more awakened, woken in the journey as far as in the Matrix satellites, right? We have our own analogies and metaphors. So what she says Earth. I say universe, right? So I'm gonna take her saying, but I say universe. I say that what she says. I'll say what her saying. How about that? She says 85% of the Earth are followers. Then you have 10% that are creators, and you have 5% that are observers. The 10% creators are trying to find the 5% observers and take them out because they don't want the 5% observers to talk to the 85% followers to wake them up. And I was like, fuck, that makes total fucking sense. So what I say universe, not Earth. Because all you ETs watching this, yes, I know there's ETs out there. It's highly impossible because look at the technology, right? But they're highly advanced, galaxy and shit. But they have the same issues as humans do. Fucking have relationship issues, fucking drinking and driving, all this bullshit, gangs, all this shit, rebels. But they don't know why. The individuals were taught incorrectly. We're not talking about empath and narcissists. How we function spiritually, emotionally, mentally, being-wise, that you don't need people, you want people. That is our flaws. And that's why I say 95%. Either is born codependent. And that's why, as observers, I say I'm 1%. To call everybody out. You say you're woke, I challenge you. I'm on debate. I should not trigger you at all with this conversation. You'd be like, that's why if I trigger them, especially on Facebook, I'll be like, yep, you're not a goddess, nor are you a god, you're a demi. Because if you're a goddess, I would not got you in your feelings at all. You would comprehend everything I just told you. So you're awakened, you're not woke, I'm woke. And then they feelings to block me, all this shit, you're stupid. I'm like, damn, and God loves you too. And that's the fun part of the situation. That's why as an individual, I say I'm trying to live as long as possible. So I say the same conversation every day, broke down on lives, one-on-ones. And I was supposed to ask questions on Facebook because a lot of my followers, hey, can you ask questions and elaborate? Because they're like, I can't go on your lives. They'll go on here, but they won't say nothing. They want to ask questions. I'm like, and I get it. It takes extreme courage. People are watching you. I go, you can make a fake profile account, but I go, it's just a question, but I get it. All eyes on you, all the good stuff. I go, so I'll read you questions from Facebook, IG, my emails, and I'll just elaborate and stuff. And they're like, when are you gonna do your, when are you gonna catch up with your your YouTube and your podcast? I was like, I know I'm like 13 months behind. I just barely posted up like 2 nights ago or 3 nights ago. One of my TikTok stitches, which is like what 19 parts. So I'm gonna put another one that's like 12 parts. My big old Twitch live. So the intent was to have it in order, but I'm so far behind that I'm gonna just put dates and time and that's it. You know, I can't. It's too. It'll be too much time to keep it in order. So it's whatever. That's my fault because I do so many one-on-ones. It's retarded. Every day above ground. Check my cell phone. New DMs. You know, it's a broken record, but I love it. Like some of my one-on-ones that are fresh. You know, like I watch your live and watching. Like you don't get tired of what you're saying. Like I know I'm asking the same question. No, because you're going through it. I'm not. I was you. I'm gonna hold your hand, guide you, and give you everything I can, every scenario option I give you for you can be ahead of self. Especially I tell them if you're younger than I am, let's say they're 25, 30. I go. It took me 39 years. 39. You're 30 years old. Yeah. To challenge you, you have 9 years to beat me. I'll hold your hand. I want you to beat me. I will hold your hand, guide you to beat me. Cause man, imagine being 35 years old. 5 years from now, it's a long time, right? But when you become old, time's irrelevant. So you imagine being 35, you're saying what I'm saying, you're blessed. You don't worry about shit in life. You're fucking good then. Then you're good. Because every day above ground, another day to live. Hell yeah. I tell them it's your choice if you choose to, but take everything I've taught you and share it to the universe. Because someone's going to be going through what you're going through. And when you're saying what I'm saying, and you're woke or at least awake and woke-wise, then you won't get your feelings about it. You know exactly how to feel because that was you. And they ask me, will I be there with you? I go, you could potentially be there, 3/4 of the mountain or on top. If you're awakened, 3/4 of the mountain. If you're woke, on top of the mountain. Like, what do you mean? I sit on the mountain, which I'm getting, a little angel that was whispering. I sit on top of the mountain with God, Lucifer, the universe, and I. We are for eat our popcorn for entertainment. You guys are going through shit. I'm laughing at you, but I'm laughing with you because I'm laughing at myself. I was going through the same shit. Like, dude, like I was crying about one individual, dying and crying, one individual. That's fucking wild. One. But once again, because the longer you're with the individual, it's gonna hurt. Because you remember that in time, when you fall back with yourself and you comprehend this, you and I cannot get back, nobody back what? Love, time, and emotions. So when you comprehend that, why are you wasting the wrong individuals in your environment, especially by your side? Why? Because they're beautiful, BBLs, OnlyFans, 6 figures, 1,000 supercars. Awesome, they got man-made bullshit, they're cosmetically beautiful, all that good stuff. And then, how about this part? Like, for the females and males that modify the body. Like, in your head, like, I don't want to work out. That's your choice, right? Well, definitely. So you want to cheat the system? Cool. BBLs, whatever. Do what you got to do in your head to make this vessel beautiful in your eyes. But remember, this is cosmetics. That's all it is cosmetics. So with that said, when you have your BBLs, OnlyFans, all the good shit, right? You modify the body. Do what you got to do to make it, satisfied in your eyes. And now that you feel beautiful, quote unquote. So when you have that done, how the hell are you going to be, to make it sense-wise, how do you still have depression and anxiety? Still a bitch about mental health. How you still in toxic relationships? And the best part of the situation is, you modify the body to the fullest, right, to satisfy your eyes and your head that you're beautiful. And when your ex reaches out to you, you're still ugly and fat and stupid. And you will believe that every which way because you forgave them potentially. Not forget because you can't forget, but you haven't let them go. So if you don't let them go, do closure for yourself, they'll still destroy you with their words. That shit sucks. And that's why I tell all these OnlyFans not to be rude to them, but to call them out. Other than offer me, yes, you're beautiful, but you're dime a dozen. OnlyFans are everywhere, it's saturated. So with that said, other than you offer me lust, toxic love, drama, traumas, and trauma, what do you bring to the table as an individual? How do you sit spiritual, emotional, mental with your mansion? What can you teach me in life? What can you teach anybody in life? Or are you going to bitch about your anxiety, depression, PTSD, mental health? I got BPD, MPD, like on TikTok. Because of BPD, I can't be in healthy relationships. Fucking everyone got that shit. So if you know that, quote unquote, stop using that bullshit as an excuse. Then don't be in relationships at all. But you don't need, you want. I get it. You miss the physical touch. The downfall situation, if you can't control your heart feelings, someone physically touches you, you're going to lay down with them. You're going to be by their sides. And you're going to be good for 30 days, 90 days tops. What? That's all I'm going to give you. Starts with lust, love, toxic love, that sparks over. Y'all bang like bunnies for 30 days, 90 days tops. You would both be beautiful, right, cosmetically wise, but you have nothing in common. Opposites try all this shit. Like, dude, we don't even know each other. Yeah. What'd you expect? So with that said, that's what you should fall back working yourself. If you choose to want to choose your choice, that's the shit. That's why this body is just a vessel. We just borrowing it. That's how you're doing. We're all equals, not knowing. All the man versus women, all fucking blue pill conversations. I swear, man. Like, no, we're all equals. It's just on you individual. When you're blessed, you're blessed. That's why anyone gives me shit, any platform, face to face, I be like, yo, you ready for words? What? Are you ready for words? Because I'll demolish you. I promise you that. And here's the time. I'm just verbalizing. If you were to have the online debate, publicly wise, social media, in your mansion, if I trick you, getting your feelings, I add a door of pain. Every time you hear about me, see, you can block me. Fuck that guy. Fuck me, but I'm blessed. And I live in your mansion. Every time, once again, you type of fuck that guy, he's crazy. Remember, there's anyone that talks shit about you, anyone, especially if they don't know you, who gives a shit what they're saying? As long as whatever they're saying about you ain't truth, and you know the truth is not know that, then you blessed. But verbalize that shit. Don't be say it with your chest, man. I tell them, I have nothing against you, man, at all. I tried to do my job, but with that said, your match in your head, that door pain, I own it. I own it every fucking day. I go on my day, I have nothing against you. The door's always open here, we don't talk vibe. But keep talking shit about me, nothing hurt my feelings. You hurt your own, so I'm not knowing. You're doing deflection projection. I'm telling you the answers. And I go home my day. How does it feel? You have the door pain that I own now. Every time you think about me, you see me, fuck that guy. I don't even talk to you no more at all. That's the shit. That's why they say, like, you want people to, you want people to watch you eat, but not at your table, right? As in, that's when you go through your healing process, right? When you become awakened and woke-wise, I tell people, I want you to eat at my table, and with that said, I want you to eat with me. And when you try to leave, I'm going to ask you, why are you leaving? Oh, well, because you're progressing or you're woke, etc. It's not a reasonable competition. You can be woke also. Why do you want to leave? Just keep talking and vibing. Let's figure this out so you can become woke. I want you to eat at my table, and I want you to become woke. I don't want you to leave. But the door is I'm not forcing you to be here. That's your choice. But I remind you, you can always come back whenever you want to. That's when you know you're awake and woke, because when you're awakened, your healing journey. He can use that traditional blue book term. I want you to watch me, but not at my table, because it could be altercations at the table wise. As you progress wise, you want to be at your table because you can talk about it. That's a cool thing when you can talk to your exes, people that hurt you, about what happened. I remember, sorries can't fix shit, but if you can tell them, like, do closure for yourself, elaborate, and just remember, like, reach out to the people you hurt. When you work on yourself, you reach out, like I did. All my exes, that hurt and I hurt them, and childhood trauma, all this shit I've been through. Everyone that hurt me, I hurt them. I talked to every single one of them. And I tell them, you don't have to say shit at all. Let me say what I gotta say, and that's it. After you fuck me, block me, I don't care. I'm just letting you know I'm doing closure myself. I got my head, here's my sorries can't fix shit, but I keep it in the present. I have nothing against you. You can hate me still, that's your choice. But, I'm always here going talking vibe. And yeah, they just sit there quiet, they won't say nothing. Some actually like, damn, I'm happy you worked on yourself. I go, yeah, I'm sorry, like, I have no support team. I didn't know how to do this, but lucky now I had a support team. And I love my 10M light workers. I tell them, like, when they help me, for 88 days, I tell them, like, I have no money to give you and shit. Like, no, we don't want money. I don't want money. Just tell my story. I can't do what you're doing. I can't be on social media. Locally, where I'm from, I help people locally wise. I reach out to you because, as a man, you're on social media saying all this. That takes a lot of strength and courage. Especially talking on the Spanish culture. I was like, nah, I'm just telling a story. She's like, yeah, so that's all I ask. Whatever I taught you, share it to the universe. I was like, most definitely. And I took that shit and ran with it, because that's what they're telling me. I know you don't want to hear it. For 88 days, they told me that. All 10 of them. I know you don't want to hear it, but you got to hear it. You don't need her by your side. You want her by your side. With that said, obviously she doesn't want you. Stay strong. If you go back to her, I won't be surprised. I was you, right? But stay strong, and we're here for you. So with that said, remember this. To blessing in disguise. Stay by them baby steps. And I'm like, fuck, it hurts today. Like, no one deserves that shit, but trust me, I promise you 1,000, it's day by day baby steps. And that's why I say analogy wise, like, when you go through a breakup, right? Depression, all that shit, but especially a breakup, analogy, a minute is an hour is a day is a week, so on and so on. That's what it feels like. 88 days it felt like going through each day fucking felt like years. Like, damn, wake up, like, cool, I feel good, right? Got the kiddos, co-parenting, I gotta learn how to cook all this shit, because I didn't know how to do none of that. Take care of the household, right? And then from there, I should call, text about the kids, and I'll be like, fuck, here we go, bond like a bitch again. Gosh damn, what I do? Try to respond, if it's about the kids, keep about the kids best as about us. I try to keep it humble best as about us. And I reach out to all my light workers, all 10 of them. One of them potentially will respond, but they told me, let's say you can't get hold of all 10 of us. you gotta deal with yourself. You know that, right? So what I started doing, Oreo, be quiet, go to sleep already. I swear, dude. Fuck. That dog's gonna get me home, man. I'm tired of this. Anyways, I swear. Oreo, be quiet. Anyways, sorry guys. Jeez, little fucking Louise, shoot me. That's why the neighbors that had him, they fucking let him go again because they couldn't deal with this shit. Ugh. Anyways, so what I do, I got my phone, audio blogs, and then I'm with the courage, video blogs. Get the ego, man. Seriously. So with that said, that's what I tell people. You want me to call like a bitch? I can send you audios, man. Email you the audios. And I love to hear it because I'm like, damn, I was going through it fucking bad. One individual out of the whole universe, I'm dying and crying, falling like a bitch. And when I say I no disrespect to nobody, I'm just saying in general as myself. When I listen to that, I just be laughing like, but the cool thing was only 88 days. Ex's name, I let it go in 88 days, 100%. 14, 7 later, 1,000. That's why I say 1,000. Everyone's like, why you say 1,000? If you want to talk about it, I want everything from you. You can try to sell me a dream, but when I call you on your shit, be like, yo, I'm not the one. The old version of me, blue pill of me, yes. You could. I was young and, a little naive. But I'm a red pillar, man. Stop bullshitting. Especially as a partner to be. I don't give a shit how beautiful you are, BBLs, OnlyFans. You can be Kim Kardashian money. I give no fucks. If you're born codependent, as a friend associate, and how by my side at all. And some people they'll get in the feelings about that. So you think you're better than me? Did I ever say that? No. I can't face change or save you. I promise you that. I comprehend that now. So with that said, you can try to face change, save people. And how's that work out for you guys? Why are you shedding tears about people? Why are you chasing people that don't chase you back? They're taking energy, not match energy. So with that said, that's the shit, man. That's why every day you book around tell the same story. Because I want people to get the life back in fucking relationships. Because, make you, break you, definitely destroy you. You don't want to keep getting destroyed in relationships, man. That's a young generation that they're giving up on relationships. They'll be like, oh, I'm born in the generation. You're born in the right generation, just that we're not raised about this shit. Imagine in schools, middle school, high school, and college, it was a mandatory class that you have to learn about empath, narcissist, deflection, projection, reactive abuse, how everyone functions spiritually, emotionally, mentally as beings. Notice when I said, but fuck the culture, religion, all that mammy bullshit. Put that shit aside. Like, am I acting nice? Am I being nice? Am I offering you love or toxic love or lust? If you can't read nor judge me, then I will destroy you. Everyone will destroy you narcissistic wise, or people that have mastered the narcissist traits. They use it for good or bad. That's how people judge and read everybody for who they really are. I have a tattoo on my arm right here. Am I broken, ugly, lost, healing inside? Am I matching your energy, taking energy? Control and protect your energy, environment, peace, best ass. The analogy, to make it simple, really simple, as an individual, right? Every day above ground, you got free will, choice to whatever, right, wrong, positive, negative, drugs, like off your dome, whatever you want to do, that is your choice. You use excuses in life to blame people for your shit, which is definitely your choice. In the beginning, you had a right to do that if you have no guidance. I get it, I was you, right? Fuck my ex, all that shit, yeah, but no, it's deeper than that. Anyways, so with that said, when you work on yourself, then you progress. If not, keep blaming everybody for your mistakes. And when you're doing that, it's called excuses. SOS, stuck and stupid. 1 + 1 = 3 wrong answer. The right answer is 1 + 1 = 2, right? When you do self-accountability. This is my wrongdoings, their wrongdoings, and you comprehend it, right? So with that said, that's why you gotta just read them. Now will destroy you every which way. Every which way. And that's the shit. You don't want to keep getting destroyed in relationships. You don't want to put your heart feelings, if it's your all to an individual, if you can't judge and read them. Because everyone wants to destroy you. Especially, why do you think they say, Tisha's saying, the good guys, good girls always end up last? It's the fucking facts, like I did. My first baby mom de la calle, in Spanish, English. Street mentality, a person from the streets, right? So you don't have to be from the ghetto hoods. You can be from the suburbs. You have the jockeys, the females that fucking concede themselves. I call them de la calle. It's the same category. They're just preppies and shit, right? Nothing against them. But they use their lust and beauty and charisma and bullshit, but they use it for wrong reasons. To gas them, especially the females. Because they know they have their body. They can offer this. If the guy is weak, whatever they're into wise, they're going to fall for it, right? And they take them for the money, all that good shit, right? So with that said, my first baby mom, she knew exactly what she was doing with me. I was almost the V card, virgin card, until I was almost 21 years old. Traditional ways, right? Whoever laid down with, white picket fence, family, all that shit. Like in the movies, guess what, boys and girls? It don't happen that way. It could potentially happen if you're both on the same page. Nowadays, not really, right? So with that said, I got mopped up. All right, Parker, have a good day. Or night, morning, or whatever. I'm sorry. And I got mopped up every fucking which way. I give her props. Remember this. When you work at yourself, you can give everyone that hits you the props. Those disciples are beasts at what they do, but they don't know what they are. Like right now, she hasn't talked to her daughter for 10 years now. She knows where we live. She knows her phone numbers. Her choice. I have nothing against her. I praise her that she's working herself, evolved, not in the streets anymore, as far as the Lakai mentality-wise. But let's say we bump into each other, or I see her, or whatever, and she is. I know when she sees me, or if she watches my social media, she sees my tattoos. But if she hasn't, let's say we bump into each other, she'd probably be like, what the fuck's all this? I'm like, well, let me tell you a story. Now I know why relationships fail. Now I know shitty culture, everything, all that. I know all this shit. Have nothing against you. And you're still, I'm 42, she's 42 also. So you're still doing the same shit. So yet all this time, our daughter's been with us, wife, or with myself, my ex-wives, 10 years, and you're still involved yet. You're still running the street being wild. They're like, I am cool. Who's a disciple? Keep destroying these guys, playing like a fiddle for the money, offer less, toxic, all that shit. And I might even trigger her. Hey, baby girl, you want to hit me? Boys in blue. America is in Mexico. You know the deal is. Put your fighting ego away. But I haven't seen you for 10 years and you're triggered. But the honest truth, right? That's on you. I have nothing against you. Thank you, Miss Trill. Nothing yet, but thank you. Oh, Miss Trill, so I apologize about that. But anyways, and that's the shit. And that's the type of, I have nothing against them. That's why, once again, when you work on yourself, you will comprehend everything that happened to you. From fucking day one as a child to whatever age that you're awakened work-wise. And that's the beauty about the situation. I have nothing against nobody. I love the whole universe. That's why I tell you the markets. What up, Mr. Positive? What up, guys? How you doing? How's it going? Any customers tell me, like, watch this guy. He asks everybody if he can, how you doing? How's it going? He bullshits adults / young adults, teenagers. How your parents doing? Oh, I don't talk to my parents. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe in time, you could, potentially talk to them. They'll be like, I don't want to talk to them ever. I go, a little out of subject. You don't have to comprehend anything I said, but you have the right to feel like that right now. But I'm going to tell you, as a father, as a parent, quote unquote, just because we're parents and fathers doesn't make us parents. You know that, right? A lot of us going through shit in life. We don't know how to talk to our partners, especially the males, and our kids. So I get where you're coming from. You have the right to say that, but potentially in time, if your parents worked on yourself, or a situation, you can potentially have this conversation down the road. But that is your choice. And then they'll be like, stay quiet, keep it humble. Or they'll be like, I like the way you said that. I go, well, you don't know this about me, but I'm a single father of 8 kids, 2 baby moms, so I know how it is now. So a lot of us parents say things to our kiddos who shouldn't have said nothing to them, or take our anger towards them or to you, but it's called, show my neck, see? It's called reactive use. Let's say your father and mother bump heads, both the parents, take it out on you, That was not the intent, but they're at war with each other. And it sucks, You as kiddos are punching bags, right? And some of the fucking, they'll tear up or, can I give you a hug? Oh, yeah, I love hugs. Hugs are beautiful. I go, I get it, man. I was you. So, it's a lot going on, but day by day baby steps, and that's what I do to my last dying breath. Tell the same story. Because I know the answers, Anytime, you guys will know the answers, but the cool thing having a support team, tell stories, analogies, metaphors, scenarios, options, ideas. You have a lot to play with. Because the cool thing about that is it gives you ideas. You're like, that kind of makes sense now. We just said, can you repeat yourself? And I repeat, I tell people, like, when more you're awake and woke, you have patience for people. If you haven't started your healing journey, fuck no, you're very impatient because you already have a lot of shit going on in general, right? Healing and awakening, you build patience. Because everyone has to be like, how do you have patience for everybody? I go, the one person that triggered me, my narcissist traits, are my kiddos, my 5 boys. Oye, ¿qué te dije, man? My 5 boys. But because they're kids, in my head, they should know this, but obviously they're kids. But the cool thing is, I work on myself more. If they trigger me or bother me, because remember, pros and cons having a bunch of kids. The pros is what? Every kid can learn from each other, little super sponges, especially my youngest son, right? He's 3 going on 4. Cons is, every time I see them on the weekends, they all want to talk to me at the same time. So if I tell them, hey, y'all, just one at a time, please, one or all going to get in feelings, They say I'm crying, I go, pick them up or down. It's a lot. So I tell my kiddos, I love you, but remember this, on this side, you have your mom and dad. On my side, mom, no dad. I mean, dad, no mom. So that's it. I'm with a partner, you know. Because then if I had a partner, like she can hold one of y'all, both of y'all, to keep it distracted while I'm talking to your brothers. So it's pros and cons, right? But if it's a blessing for sure, and also a lesson. That's why I tell everybody, like, take your time. Please take your time having kiddos, because once again, I said many times, kiddos, no marriage can guarantee a long-term healthy relationship at all. Can't. Highly impossible. It's a good concept, good idea. The movie is beautiful, but it's a movie for a reason. If you don't both as couples, whatever you are, right, communication comprehension, I promise you 1,000 is gonna be a war zone, big competition. And then if you haven't worked on your insecurities, your past, then you bring it to the present. Oh, I'm jealous, all that shit. Before I wasn't jealous as an individual, you know, I'm actually my exes can control cleavage, Daisy Dukes, whatever they're into. I don't give a shit. My family give me shit, friendship give me shit. Because in Spanish culture, women supposed to be like a nun, not show body off, right? So with that said, I'd be like, yeah, she can cheat whenever she wants. That's her choice, right? But now, as an individual, now that I'm woke, please, I don't need her. I want her. So I tell people, scenario, I have a girlfriend, which I don't, but let's say I did. Tomorrow she wakes up, she wants to, remember, it's about self-love. As an individual, true happiness, unconditional love, and support shows who? The person in the mirror, first and foremost. You don't need it. You should want minds and vice versa. Match energy, I like jazz, right? So let's say I have a girlfriend scenario. Tomorrow she wakes up above ground. She wants to wear pasting in the thong. I'm going to Walmart like that. I wouldn't give a shit. I know for sure that I have security and everyone give a shit, but and everyone be like, dude, like, yeah, I can't even enjoy it. I don't care, you know. Try and that with that say, control your lust. Control your lust. Obviously, there's beauty and cosmetics everywhere, but with that said, if you can't control your lust, you can be gawking. Like you get common sense. You have eyes. You stare. Well, she's showing everything off, you know, and that's it. Go on your day. But if you can't do that, you can't control your lust at all. So you're probably past bound to be staring at the girl in front of you. And then the girl's going to get mad at that girl. Let's say my girlfriend, she does that. Every girl's going to get mad at my girlfriend doing that. And they'll be like, tie your girlfriend with the clothes on. I'm like, well, that's what she wanted to wear today. Well, everyone's staring. Their choice. Your man's staring. Then he can't control his lust. Simple as that. Why, you know, I could be around females. Y'all do. You can wear the same shit. But yep, she's on point. She takes her body. I go on my day because I lust and love my partner only. I know what I have on my side. I'm blessed. She's blessed. So on and so on. That's what I tell people. You can't control your lust. You're always going to stare too hard. Simple as that. So you got to be cautious with that. If you want to test yourself, go to the ghetto hoods. Summertime, they show everything. Literally everything. Go to Vegas. You want to see the lustful state? Go to Florida. Go to Miami, Florida. Go out of Florida. That's the tropical area, right? So there's OnlyFans everywhere showing everything off. That's what you test yourself. How are you going to do with your lust? If you can't control it, you're always going to fall to it. Start with emotional cheating, especially the cell phone, with your IG, with your snap. Then it becomes the physical cheating. But I love my girl, I love my guy. Yeah, you have love for them. If you love them, you will not be passing boundaries. But that is your choice, every which way. It's all on you as an individual. So with that said, guys, I'm about to get off like in 3 minutes. I gotta wake up in 3 hours. Damn. I love talking, man. That's why I love talking. If I got paid to talk, it'd be Zayner. That's why I tell you, in my head, I'm already famous. Joe Rogan status, but just rebel talk. But the downfall of my situation, I've been focusing too much, like on my one-on-ones, which is nothing wrong with that. But and then promoting everybody else's TikToks, Facebooks, their podcasts and stuff. So now I gotta start working on my podcast and start pushing my content. So this is what I say every day above ground. So when you're used to me, I say the same shit, ask the same questions, give the same answers. But I love it because I'm trying to simplify it for you guys. So you don't feel alone, so you're overthinking, confused. Like, just because you're beautiful, that's awesome cosmetically wise. But in your mansion, spiritual, emotion, mentally, are you beautiful inside? That's the shit. If you're mad and bitter, then you're broken, like you lost every which way. You're not healing or you healed. So you're not ready for a relationship. You want it, but are you ready for it? And that's the shit. That's what I talk about, especially the females. Boys, don't focus on them. The males, they can reach out, which is only 2% that I talk to, which is on them. This, once again, all the shit I'm saying is not forced upon at all. My side, 1,000, I'm doing communication comprehension. Your side, hearing it, communication, you can sit here and talk and vibe, your choice. But with that said, I'm just, for the girls, women, and single, especially the single moms, like, I'm here for you guys. Like, don't stop being in toxic relationships. Stop putting all your heart into one individual. And in time, judging everybody, like, cosmetics, yes, be attracted, but when they brag about Gucci and Prada, OnlyFans, all this cosmetic, that's man-made bullshit. That does not make, just because they have OnlyFans, 1,000 supercars, does not make him a nice person. Just because I go to church, talk about God, have tattoos, which I don't, but let's say I have tattoos of rosaries, the Virgin Mary, and Jesus, but I'm being a manhole body hopping, gangbanging mafioso and shit, that doesn't make me a good person. It's just cosmetics. Just because I talk about God. I'm talking about God, but I'm dropping bodies. Make that shit make sense, man. No. But that is your choice. Once again, if you want the bad guy, bad girl, I did the same to my first baby mom, but that's why I learned from my situation with my first baby mom. No more de la calles, no more go from the streets. Friends and associates, yes. If she's worked on herself potentially wise, but the analogy, like they say, you can leave the hood, but the hood leave you. Because people from the hood are real narcissistic. Too much pride and ego. They're way worried about what you're about the crowd. They can't be their own crowd, right? So with that said, that's why I want to have that by my side, ever. Because I know the situation. So with that said, every day above ground, everything starts with you. Right now, I'm about to get off, I'm exhausted, right? Once again, my body started recovering from the accident. But right now, I lay my head down, I'm going to pass out, die. No dreams. The only time I dream, when I have power naps, I can sleep anywhere. 5-10 minutes, I do like power naps every day, everywhere, because I'm always exhausted. So many one-on-ones, and like me, I'm about to go to sleep. I might even get phone calls in a half hour, because that happens all the time. When you sleep, and I go, I was, but what's going on? Let's talk about it. Oh, no, you woke me up, not bothered by it. Let's talk about it. And we'll be there talking for an hour, 2, 3 hours, and I only sleep I'm only sleep like half hour of sleep. But lucky, I'm not sitting there overthinking, no more insomnia. So I already know. Cool, get off this live, whatever. Pass out, die. And I get up, someone called me, wake me up from my sleep, talk to them for whatever time, pass out and die from my alarm. I'm good. That's the beauty about being woke. You just chilling and living life to the fullest. Like, you comprehend everyone, how they function, why the universe is so messed up for the time being. And from there, I just hold people's hand, guide them so they don't feel alone. That's the beauty about technology. Correctly, talking about vibing, this is called networking. Incorrectly, entanglements. Because if I want to pass boundaries, scenario, if I have a girlfriend, I love respect for all that good shit, right? But don't not control my lust. All my one-on-ones, I talk, like my female, my one-on-ones tell me, like, all these females you talk to one-on-ones, and what you call it, in your DMs that pass boundaries, like, you don't have interest in none of them. I go, nah, Ruben, I say they're beautiful. You see who will follow me, vice versa. But they're still going through it. I can't fix it or save them. But how do you do it? Because I control my heart and feelings. I control my sympathy, empathy for them. If you can't control it, you're going to have all these people by your side. So it's like your soft story, play a victim. You want to fix them, save them, give them the world. And you know you can. But the downfall is you're ready for it. They're not ready for it. But you don't know that yet. And you're going to take them in and then destroy you. And then tell you, I didn't mean to hurt you. Yeah, they didn't mean to, but they wasn't ready for you. And that's why I say you got to be ready for the situation. If not, then you'll get destroyed once again. And that's why the downfall of the situation is, if you're the good guy, good girl, right, and you give people chances, you try to fix and save people, and they keep doing you wrong, right? That was not the attempt, but they weren't ready for it. Then what happens to you? It's what happened to me. Fuck it, I'm done. I'm tired of being nice, godly, like 10 commandments, all this shit. I did it, positive best as. I got destroyed. Fuck this shit. What do? Whole face, benefits, rolling. I lost control. Why? Because I couldn't control my lust. That's why I comprehend women every which way. But lucky I had my sister Leslie. She checked me. I love her for that. That's a cool thing about support team. Even if you didn't ask her, they're just there. Like let's say, analogy, like God talks to you through people. You know that, right? Miracles, the people you talk to hold you and guide you. That's God through them. Wise, I'm telling the story and that's it. So hold you and guide you. Like, well, I got options. I got options. Good choices. You got choices. You don't just feel like, oh well, I'm godly. Yeah, you're doing your part, but the people around you are not doing their part. The environment is bad. So why are you in that bad environment? Because my family, friends that grew up here, awesome. You can come and visit, you know that, right? Or stay there because of that. You're scared to leave the bubble and then go into the matrix to see what's out there, Oreo, ahorita salen. I swear. Anyways, I swear, dude, this is retarded. I'm about to get off. But anyways, that's why I do what I do every day above ground. So you don't beat yourself up, Just don't sit there with your own thinking, anxiety, depression. Like, everyone got that shit, but there's a reason why you have it. And the main reason, once again, relationships. If you're in it, reach out to people. Because it takes strength and courage to take that and walk away and save yourself. It takes a lot. I promise you it does. But the cool thing is that when you walk away from the situation and you have a support team, you won't feel alone. And even if you do go back to your ex, which is a high potential you will, because if you're trauma bonded, then if your family friends are there supporting you wise, they won't give up on you. Just at that time, as a friend associate, not as a partner, I will pick you up a down times 1,000. I won't ever give up on you at all. Even if you fall yourself a down time the same person for the next 10 years, I'll be like, hey, every day above ground, the door's right there. You know that, right? You know, and I get it. It's because it's your journey. I can't fish in or save you. I can hold your hand, guide you, give you every scenario option, but it is your journey, healing, awakening, eventually woke journey. You know, and that's how I tell everybody, like scenario, like right. Let's say God gave me the power, quote unquote, right? Before I get off, that he allowed me to take the power from all you guys. If I could take all your hurting, your mansion, all the stuff that's going on with you guys, as mines, I know how to work on it. And I could probably do it, right? And take care of it myself. It would be a lot of journeys, but I'll do it, right? Because I already know what to say to myself, right? But you guys, it's as you didn't do the healing, awakening, awakening, eventually woke journey, and I took that from you as my own, quote unquote. The question to you guys is, will you do the same mistakes again? Will you still go back and toxic relationships? And like the answer is, if it's a high potential, you will. Because now you feel good. I have no anxiety, I have no depression, no PTSD. I love the universe, care like I did when I was younger before I got relationships. Like, that's a good feeling to have. Can you have that for life? That's the question. Or are you going to have it for 1 week, a month, before you get another relationship, and now you got your day and loses disciple again? Because you did not know how to judge and read people. Because you don't have the personal experience-wise. You had it until I took it from you. Because, you know what? I'll take care of it. You know, don't worry. I won't shed tears. I'll be good. I just been going through my ups and downs, but I know how to deal with it. But you guys, I took it from you, wise, and then from there, wise, more like you will fall into your face. And they're like, oh, well, I tried my part. You know, there you are again. You know, I'll be like, but that's the thing. That's why they say everyone goes through their own journey. But the intent is like, you don't do it by yourself. Try not to do it by yourself, because it's going to be, I promise you 1,000, it's highly impossible to fix yourself by yourself. But a support team, or even if you have a support team, you go on social media, like TikTok-wise, the main one, watch all the TikTok videos, Empath, Narcissists, Breakup, Deflection, Projection. Hear everybody's stories. Everyone has their own way of speaking. That's a support team wise, because you won't be as confused. Because remember, if you don't reach out to people or go to little groups, etc. wise, you'll have so much knowledge and wisdom and it's maxed out. You reach full capacity. The downfall is you don't know how to fix yourself. I have depression. Why do I have depression? Well, no one taught me that I should ask myself questions. I'm triggered. Why am I triggered? What? But if you talk to yourself, you're crazy. Who told you that? I talk to myself every day, even publicly wise. Everyone looks at me crazy because I'm having a full conversation with myself, you know? So with that said, like, you get triggered, any negative feeling, you're bothered, triggered, why? Ask yourself that, why? And then dig deeper really fast. Ask yourself, last night, how did I sleep? No dreams, nightmares? Cool. And then did I wake up during? No, I just want to sleep, woke up, potty, use the restroom, that's it, right? This morning when I woke up, how was it feeling? Good? Cool, you're good. So last night, no nightmares, potty, morning good. From this morning to whoever you call your support team, what triggered you? What got you sad? What got your anxiety, your depression, PTSD? I don't know. I promise you 1,000. You know, let's talk about it. Let's break it down. You know, did you see something, or what would you do? Let's break down what you did this morning. So let's say they call me at noon. So from this morning 8 o'clock to noon, so that's 4 hours. So what'd you do in 4 hours? Where'd you go? Who'd you talk to? What'd you observe? And so on and so on. And when we were talking about it, we're breaking it down. And be like, oh, you know what it was? I saw a couple walking around 11 o'clock, older couple holding hands and kissing and stuff. And I got depression because you miss your ex. That's the codependency part. There it is. But why? Because you want to have that, but are you ready for that? What? I am. Are you sure you're ready for that? Because if you're not, then someone's more empathetic than you are, is probably more healed than you are. It's going to give you a chance, a downfall. If you're not ready for it, you're going to hurt them, destroy them. How? And I just tell them, bring it down, because hurt people. You might get scared because you're used to toxic love. You used to be getting yelled at, verbally, physically abused, regulated, etc. You can't do this, you can't talk, you can't do shit in this phone. Now you're a person that gives you basically your free will. Do whatever you like. Show no respect. Will you show them no respect? Will you push them away? Will you cheat on them? Will you go back to your ex? If your ex says, babe, I miss you, let's be together again. Will you leave your ex? Will you leave your current partner that's giving the whole world to go back to your ex, to go back to potentially they might have worked themselves, or back to them selling your dream, and they give you a message to you, like my first day mom. There was a potential to be wise. I was stopping my benefits. She would have been a potential, but like I say, Lucifer. If Lucifer can't get to you as an individual, he'll use everyone around you, and he will. I promise you that. That's his job, to gas and manipulate. So what she do? I had a potential to be. One of my friends told her about her. He said, why is she reached out to me? Because why? It's harder when you have kids because you want to be a family, quote unquote, right? So what she do? She reached out to me. Yo, I go by Marge, right? So I go Marge, and then my friend Margarito, and then Rito, right? So with that said, she said, let's be a family again with the woo. And what she do? I believed it. So I left the girl I was, living down with nothing. Nothing happened between us. Why? It wasn't going to be a potential to be. And she told me, where you leave? I go with my ex. She wants to work at family. She said, don't leave. She's just selling you a dream. And she could see it. Remember this. The people from the outside looking in, we observe what's going on. We tell you exactly what's about to happen to you. The downfall when you're the one living it, and when you're praying, plan, hoping that you and your ex, especially when kids are involved, they become a family again or couple again, you won't believe what they're saying because you don't know what you're about to fall into. And what happened? I drove back there all in a hurry and shit. I get there, you know what she told me? She said, I was just messing with you, man. I was just testing. I knew you'd come back. And I go back to her and see if she takes you back. Well, how could I do that? Because I already know what's going to happen. She said, no, because that's the shit. That's why I was like, you know what? I'm not ready for it. That's what I tell people. Losers who can't get to you, the individual who uses everyone around you. You got to be ready for it. That's why, Mike Tyson, there was an interview on him, on one of the pods, they were asking him, which is a beautiful analogy, they asked him, like in your lifetime, what was the best years of your life? And you know what his crazy answer was? When I heard it, I was dumbfounded also. He's like, well, for me, individual, my best years of my life when I was in prison for 3 years. And all the guys looked at him like, I imagine everyone behind the screen looked at him, and I was like, they're like, what? In prison for 3 years? That was your best years of your life? He's like, you were making 25 minutes, I think they said 20 minutes a fight. He's like, right, you did. Yes, you are correct. I had everything. I did have everything. Because I'm going to tell you this, when I was in prison for 3 years, I had a lot of reflection to do, right? So with that said, I lost everything. I lost everything going to prison, right? But you know what the beautiful thing about the situation when I worked on myself? Is that what? I have nothing to give. So nobody called me. No one called me at all. Family, friends. Because what would they call me for? Money, 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 money. Favors, favors, right? I have nothing to give at all. So I'm going to tell you this. Like I learned when I was in prison. We all pray, plan, hope we get partners, money, status, and fame. We manifest, right? But here's the kicker. When we get it from God, right? You whatever you pray for, you got for it. Here's the kicker. You got it, and now can you keep it? And when you lose it, how'd you lose it? Why? Like I did. I lose everything. I wanted all this, right? I thought I was ready for it. But God doesn't give it to you, but are you ready for it? I thought I was ready. I lost everything in life. But the positive is I worked on myself. Now I comprehend. I cherish everything. I cherish time. I cherish love. I can, read people correctly, guys, if they actually acting nice, being nice. And I was like, fucking, that's deep. Oyo, yeah, cámate, man. And that's beautiful. It's the truth, man. And God's going to give it to you, but you're ready for it. If you lose everything that you pray for, manifested for, you wasn't ready for it, ever. So, and when you lose it, don't be too hard on yourself. Oreo! I swear, man, I'm about to get off, guys, because my dog's, well, not my dog, my daughter's dog's bothering me. And that's why, it sounds bad, man, but it's the damn truth. Like, I didn't, so pinche madre. Sorry, that's cussing in Spanish. Oreo right now, baby boy. You should be sleeping by now, dude. But you always wake up because you're just bored, I swear. Anyways, analogy. Him barking bothers me, right? So as for myself and individual-wise, that, like I told him when he came back here, man, you're not really being rude to you, but you are my hell on earth. Your brother, see him quiet, chill. He's my heaven on earth. Deadass. So it's analogy for everyone in the universe. Anything that, Oreo! God damn, sorry. Everyone that makes you happy, anything that makes you happy, individual, is your heaven on earth. Everything that bothers you, triggers you, like this shit, analogy for yourself, eso pinche madre, is your hell on earth. So every day above ground, control that shit. It's about your environment. Like if you deal with this, it's not my dog, it's my daughter's dog. Simple as that. Like it sucks that I gotta deal with the situation, right? And I'm just like, that's why when he escaped, I was like, nah, I'm not bothered, I'm like, yo, pray he does good out there, pray no one hits him. But obviously it's some neighbor, I could hear him barking like 2 nights ago. And they let him go because they were doing this shit. They're like, fuck this. No wonder, the person come looking for the dog. Hell no. Now he's back here again like, son of a bitch. So I tell him, baby boy, I'm sorry, Dave. But no, whatever you're barking about, I don't speak dog. So with that said, but your brother didn't do what you're doing. And so on and so on. That's why I tell everybody analogies, which I made a shirt. Whatever makes you happy, everyday above ground, is your heaven on earth. You see the birds chilling, good. A couple walking, good. The sun, that's an analogy. Focus on positivity in life, and don't focus too much on negativity, which is stress, anxiety, depression. That is negativity. That is an analogy for yourself. That is your hell on earth. Why are you beating yourself up with anxiety? Talk to yourself. What I have anxiety? What I kick in? What I see? Who did I talk to? Max said, something said, whatever it is. The cool thing, you always talk to yourself, because I can hold you and guide you, give you scenarios, and we talk about it. That's cool. That's why when you keep doing it for yourself, then you progress in life. Because remember, you have a support team, but everyone has lives. I can go to work. It's my boss, is the coach, my boy, right? But let's say he was strict, can't be in the phone. I can get all these DMs all day. I'd be like, only lunchtime I can respond to everybody, but I'm only one person. I get like hella DMs. I'm gonna do audio calls, phone calls, and that's what I do like during the day now. I do big old live Twitch lives and likey lives at work, like 30-minute session, lunch sessions, or a little hour sometimes, because it depends if it's slow at work. Cool, you know, I can talk about it for a second. I'm trying to avoid, not really gonna say this. I'm trying to stop doing like, you know, late like this sessions, because I gotta make time for myself. I put too much hours in the whole world, which I love doing, but the body's gotta see sometime. I'm not a robot, you know, so I gotta sleep sometime. That's why now it's time about to get off. It's 4 a.m. I gotta wake up in 2 hours. So yeah, but the pause right now, I'm about to sleep. I'll die right away. That's the beauty about being woke. When you sleep, you die. It's beautiful as hell. It's peace. It's peaceful. I love it. You know, like I tell my family friends trip on me. Like when I sleep, like my power house, like 5-10 minutes, I'm dead asleep, but I'm still awake. You know, I'm still like, you know, but I can pass out no problem. You know, it's crazy. Like, how you do that? I'm at peace with myself. I love myself. That's why I tell people before I get off, in time when you're working yourself, you know, when you love yourself, you know, we're not one, because the real world in the universe is the person in the mirror every day above ground, right? So when you love yourself, mind, body, heart, soul, and soul of 1,000, you will comprehend that true happiness, unconditional love starts with you, the person in the mirror. Not your kids, not your parents, not your job, none of this, not social media, nothing. You. Everything starts with you. And then from there, wise, the potential by your side, match energy, not take energy. So if you have a beautiful home and you're blessed with your partner, that's analogy. That's your temple. That's your heaven on earth. You're blessed. If you go in the streets, into the matrix wise, right? People are going through shit in life. So when you're working on yourself more, you can be more observant. You know how to speak, act correctly wise. From there wise, you know, you can deal with people that are being narcissistic wise. You know, remind them, you know, not alone. What? Here if you want to talk and vibe. You don't have to do. They be like, fuck you. Don't entertain. Be okay, you know. Well, I'm just letting you know. You be talking vibe. You did your part. At least when bad day, shitty traffic, etc. You go back home. You're happy to see if you have kiddos. Your kiddos. You have to see your partner, because it sucks when you have kids involved. Like a lot of us parents are miserable in our relationships, not knowing, and you're happy to see your kids, right? But you don't want to do it with your partner. Especially what I used to do, what a lot of guys do. They work multiple jobs, right? It's I don't want to see my kids. The money's cool and all, let me wrong, but I didn't want to do with my partner. Because I have a conversation with her, especially my first baby mom. Fuck, this was disciple to the fullest that like I am. Analogy, I'm the girl, she's the guy. That's how bad it was. And with that said, before I get off, I know I've been saying that for a minute, but with that said, like, yo, like, I think up to myself, wise, right? This is you know when you're bad relationship to the fullest, like when they're being really physically abusive, you ain't shit, right? Especially the TLC part, because the TLC just become one, show the respect to each other, and love it to the fullest, right? Love and lust each other only. But typically narcissistic, lose disciples, it's some corny ass shit. And then especially when you're like, I got a schedule to have TLC with you, that's some corny ass shit. And on top of that, we have no TLC for, you know, weeks, months. I think to myself, how the hell did I do it? No TLC for 9 months, begging, praying, planning, hoping, take TLC, and when we get it, bam, that shit, stick it in, do what you gotta do. The fuck? I'm like, dude. But remember, I can't be too hard on myself, because I went by traditional ways, religion, culture, the way I was taught, and then the movies, and yeah, they fucking did not work out at all from the situation. But now, you know, I'm, you know, then 39, now 42, the last 2 years of my life, like, no, TLC, we talk about everything, because 80% relationships fail because of TLC. One person likes it, one person loves it. You do this shit together, opposite track, it's not gonna work out. People are narcissistic, they like it, they don't love it. They love it for 30 days, 90 days tops. After that, it's done. They're gonna find another potential to be. It's his phone, a zillion options. And then they're doing the triangulation, have this drama, all this shit going on. And you're there praying, and hoping, like a dumb. Trust me, I was you every which way. That's why, as an individual, I talk about day one, the potential to be, there's no dates. There's only one date, and we talk about everything, especially that part. What do you love about it? What do you dislike about it? Because if you don't, I love this, you don't love that, we're not doing this. It's not gonna work out. And some females getting feelings. So because of that, I promise you 1,000, it's not gonna work out. And but if you want to find the hard way, we can do this. And when I get it, believe you get it, believe. I won't shed tears. You might shed tears and work to yourself to the fullest. And we tell her, well, you love me because of this. But yeah, I did love it because I love it. She hates it. And I told her, I forewarned her, I wasn't trying to hurt her. So now I'll still be a friend associate. She could block me, say no, play the role of victim. It hurt my feelings. We could talk about it on social media. I don't care, you know. But I forewarned her. I didn't lie to her and said her dream. Nope. But now, you know, she doesn't forgive me. That's her choice. And if she doesn't let me go, which is her choice, I add a door of pain. That's a type of female to be like, I'm not trying to hurt you. I add a door of pain in your mansion at all. I have my tattoos for a reason. I'm not trying to be part of that situation at all. Just hold your hand, guide you. That's all I'm trying to do. So I want this to work out. In my head, I'm going for long-term, last dying breath, traditional ways, quote unquote. But nowadays, it's kind of hard to find because a lot of people know what they want. They want it, but not ready for it. That's why I say what I say to the fullest. Every which way. The potential to be, we match each other's energy, level, and love language. We love and love each other only. We become each other's friends, brothers, lovers, partners, and therapists. Now you blessed. You already know 1,000 you're both blessed. And the intent is that, you know, nobody falls to lust. Because Lucifer's disciples, people narcissistic, and people using narcissist traits, they're going to try to go after us, you know, test our loyalty by offering lust. Simple as that. You both got to be ready for it. So that's all that, you know, how my one-on-ones, the potentials to be, they're working themselves. It's going to happen to you, but you see, you're still going through the phases of the healing, awaken. You're not even woke yet. So it's a high potential, especially only the healing, awakening wise, you will fall to lust. That was not your intent, but you don't control your greed wise, your lust, you will fall to it. Then what? Who do you blame? You can blame Lucifer. That's his job to gas them in, but you're like, hey, I didn't put a gun to your head. I gave you the lust. God gave me free will. And, you know, like I tell people, I tell Lucifer, I worked on myself, right? I tell Lucifer, Papi, you can always change whenever you want to. He says, I could change, but I put a range here because you humans are gullible, naive. And we are very gullible and naive. I tell people, why do you think we try to do good in life? God's been, you know, guiding you for warning, whatever your God is, right? And Lucifer's voice a little bit louder, where he tells you, pray, plan, hope. I promise you he will change his ways. She'll change his ways. Stay there. Don't give up on the family. God's like, yeah, that's not going to happen, man. Pray, plan, hope that you build courage and strength to walk away. Save yourself, which is your choice. It's all right there in your face, man. So with that said, love y'all. I'm about to get off. Remember, day by day, baby steps. I'm not sure for a reason. Free therapy, life coach. Don't ever feel alone. I'm always in your pocket. So I apologize. Right now, I'm slowing down a lot more because I'm exhausted. Running out of batteries, gotta go. So that's a, you know, you can tell, you know, I'm tired. And that's why if I drink and I get buzzed when I get my e-therapy, that's my tattoo is Bobby like, yo, Rito, what's up? You should drink more, man. I can understand you more. I was like, yeah, because I'm buzzed, man. I don't drink. I don't drink to get, you know, ink therapy. And that's why, you know, he's like, really? I'm like, yeah, deadass. I don't drink. Only deadass my ink therapy. Why? I like, because his body is weak. I can't take this pain. It hurts. But that's the only time I drink. He's because he's working himself to stop, you know, drinking. That's why I told him that, which I'm gonna Ted on me. That's why I told him my analogy. What's up? I go, whatever your addiction is, but your addiction is what? The bottle, right? So I go, when you're at Wally World, Walmart, right? I think it's aisle 8. To me, I call it water on the rocks, all the liquor, right? So I see it. I don't know, like 2-3 flavors that's all I had in my life. You more likely had all those flavors, right? So with that said, analogy, the bottle doesn't need you. You need the bottle. So I go there. I don't need it at all, right? Because I don't drink. I'm not, I don't expect. You know, I'm an alcoholic. You know, it's casual drinking when it comes to your tattoos. But you've been working on that. You're trying to let it go. So when you go there, you see any flavor that you know the physical touch. You know exactly what it tastes like. So your mouth could potential water. And you might potentially have the urge for it, right? I go, nothing's wrong with casual drinking, but if you can't let go of the bottle, you have to black out. That lets you know you have an addiction. And with that said, that's when I told him that, he's like, say that again? It's like, the bottle doesn't need you need the bottle. He's off. Bro, that's why I look at your tattoos on you, because you say some deep shit. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get a tattoo. He's like, yeah, yeah, I'm gonna get a tattoo. I mean, why? Because, but I tell people, whatever your addiction is to numb up and run from your problems, that's the analogy for you. You could be gambling, shopping, hiking, you know, whatever you gotta do to run from your problems, that's the situation. Like, you could be like Forrest Gump, where the mass miles run from your problems for years to be, but the downfall situation, you can hurt people, and then they can hurt you, and blame everybody for your mistakes, and it's a lot going on. the intent not to be doing that for like shit. You know, imagine being 45, miserable as fuck, 50 years old, miserable as fuck. How are you 60 years old, miserable as fuck in relationships and life in general? So you're gonna die miserably? That shit sucks, man. And that's why I say what I say. That's why I do my lives, you know? Like, yo, I want you to get your life back. Because I promise it's the best one in the world to have. Because when you get above ground, like, cool, another day above ground, thanks God. Do my little prayer, and I just go on my day. Check my cell phone. All the new followers that do catch everyone's DM when I'm sleeping. And I just try to be on here as much as I can for you guys. Like, I dedicate my life to the universe. I made a vow for myself 3 years ago. And the potential to be like, tell them, for one, hey, I'm just letting you know I'm on social media a lot, do a lot of one-on-ones. If that's too much for you, please let me know. If you get jealous, I'm not the one because I'm not passing boundaries. Yes, the main followers are females. Yes, my main ones are, as far as one-on-ones are females, yes. Because they're the only ones reaching out. It's not my fault that boys and men are really reaching out. That's on them. They want to run from me, call me stupid, crazy. I don't air my feelings. That's on them. So that's why I tell everybody, before you get involved with anyone, day one, break it down every which way works. So what you both know what you get into. And if you have insecurities and jealousy issues, yes, anyone can cheat whenever they want to. You don't need people. You want them as they want you. But that's it. That is the previous insecurities wise. You be very cautious with that. But with that said, yeah, I'm about to get off. So love y'all. Have a good night. Stay fresh. Remember, day by day and baby steps. Don't ever feel alone. I'm always your pocket. I don't know. I already said that a million times, but love y'all. Have a good night. I'll probably jump on tomorrow during the day. I'll jump on because my followers on these platforms, they want to know about the car accident. What's up? And they're like, man, that was pretty bad. I was like, yeah, it was pretty bad. Lucky I didn't freeze up. Because I'm good with myself. I was just mad. I'm just bothered, not mad, but bothered that I'm trying to live long as possible, right? So if I'd have froze, like my father potentially would have frozen, we would head on. I'll either be banged up, broken up pretty bad, or not potentially be here. So I don't speak car talk, but pretty bad chase. I mean, high speed collision wise. And then once again, before that, prior to that, like 2 months ago, that's why I lost a lot of weight, but I gained a lot of weight because I either got from Taco Bell, got food poisoning, or from the ice, the ice machine wise. I did a lot of research. So I was down for about a month and a half. So I'm like, dude, I started gym therapy again, feeling good, like a week ago. Now and my ankles are all swollen. Like, bro, I can't catch a break, And once again, I'm trying to live as long as possible. I'm doing, in my head, 100 plus. Tell the same story to my last dying breath, So day by day, remember, be observant of your environment, your surroundings at all times, because people, especially when driving, walking, you're cool too, yeah, but driving, especially if you're going long distance, like overthinking, check yourself. Hey, Rito, you've been driving. I mean, before when I'm overthinking, you've been driving for a minute. What? Just pay attention to the road. And I don't remember like 2-3 minutes back there. It could be 5 minutes. I've been driving and just watching over me, but I don't remember none of that, that drive. And same thing, people driving out there, same thing. Then you out drinking and driving. So just be very cautious. Always watch your peripherals. Always watch in front of you, behind you. Because, these vehicles, man, like, they're fucking machines to the full. And the bigger they are, the heavier they are. Just, it's a lot. Like, I tell you, I'm blessed that I worked on myself, and that's it. I'm overthinking. Not like rage because it could have been a lot worse than just having bruised body and swollen ankles from the situation. It could have been broken things, and as it is, I'm struggling. I don't want to be broken. That's just sucks. That's why I say it all the time. These bodies and vessels are weak, but maintain them. Got to take care of your body, so your body takes care of you. And stress is killer. Stress is killer. Every which way. Every which way. Hey, Keely, how you doing? Blessed. I'm about to get off, but yeah, no. With that said, I'd say stress is killer because you can age faster. You fall to drugs, alcohol, pills, all that shit because of relationships. Co-parenting. Trying to get to that point because it'll devour you every which way. But you can bounce back, but it's more of a hurdles versus just going through a breakup. None of that man-made stuff. So, but see y'all tomorrow. Have a good night. Stay fresh. Take care. Ciao. Keep it 1,000 always. Ciao. Like Squad. Have a good night. Be safe. Twitch. Have a good night. Be safe.